Mike arrived at the crime scene. Is it a murder? Poor Birmingham couple. Did they have an accident? I saw the white claws. God, they have two poor children. The neighbors whispered, but they were soon dispersed by the patrolmen, who came out and warned them not to go out alone and to pay special attention to whether there were any suspicious men staying nearby. However, when the patrolmen saw Mike, a suspicious and young man, they showed a very strange expression on their faces, which seemed to be surprised and twisted, and quickly retreated into the house where the crime was committed. Hey, these little guys, real little guys. Mike smiled and took a sip of his favorite blueberry wine. He looked at the old-fashioned house with an old appearance and found that the wood that had been in disrepair for a long time seemed to have rotten smoke. It had not been painted for a long time, and the house had only one floor. It should be divided into 6 rooms. Is there a small courtyard at the back? Mike reflected the structure of this old house in his mind and then went in. Dear Detective Mike, I thought you were still on vacation. A girl came towards him. She was about 23 or 24 years old, and the big black framed glasses on her small face made her look ordinary. I just came to take a look. Agent Julia. Mike looked around. The furnishings in the house were very simple, and there were wild lilies blooming on the table in the living room. But there were large bloodstains and splashes of blood in the hallway, carpet, and bedroom, and there were traces of dragging. Is anyone dead? Mike asked. Yes. There are 2 victims, Birmingham and Miss Sauce. Birmingham, Julia replied in a stern tone. Murder. To be more precise, it should be a case of abuse and murder of a bisexual. Julia adjusted her large black framed glasses. The murderer abused and killed Miss Sauce, Birmingham, and also abused and killed Mr. Birmingham in the same way. He is a ruthless bisexual pervert. Is he injured? As far as we know, no. There are large smears of his blood in the house, but the blood should all be from the Birminghams. Where are the bodies? They were sent back. You know, such miserable corpses will undergo some terrible changes. We need to seal them in the Iron Maiden and pour Protestant holy water into them for cremation. But I can tell you that there are a total of 36 wounds on Mr. Birmingham's body, 12 of which are fatal. In addition, Mr. Birmingham and Miss Sauce Birmingham were both scalped. All were cut off with one knife, clean and neat. Where is the murder weapon? Mike didn't care about the Indian scalping thing. This kind of joke was almost played out in the North American colonies. He knew that at least 10 murders used this method, most of which were to cover up the truth. The murder weapon was not found. It must have been taken away by the murderer. Judging from the wound, the murder weapon is a sharp dagger. Size. From the traces of the wound, the murder weapon is 5 inches long. The width is 1.2 inches, or 1.3. No, I'm asking about the size of the murderer's second murder weapon after it expands. You should have checked the back door of poor Mr. Birmingham. If Mr. Birmingham didn't have some special hobbies to withstand it, it would crack and bleed. You can use a ruler to calculate the size of the murderer's second murder weapon. Because it is in constant motion, you will get a rough size. Mike's words were not very pleasant to hear, even a little dirty. But he would not miss any clues, especially when he had not made up his mind to use his ability. He had a special ability that could see the smoke of sin, restore the scene of the crime, and even track the criminal's golden CI. Unfortunately, This ability was difficult to use 8 months ago. Do you want to know if the murderer is black, white, or Indian? Dear Inspector Mike, I think I must remind you that you despise Indians and even all white men. But the so-called size cannot be used as evidence to solve the case. Julia lowered her head slightly, and the Almighty God can prove that she was not shy. Also, it's too cruel, really too cruel. Dear Inspector Mike, I can also tell you that the case happened last night, but the Inspector Apple, who replaced you during your 8 months of sick leave, wanted to make a final decision, believing that the Indians committed the crime. He said this is the biggest possibility, but we think the murderer may not be human. Yes, we just think so, and there is only a certain possibility, because if there is no motive for murder, which human being would be so cruel? You mean psychopath? Or a monster that is not human? Mike said with a raised eyebrow. His eyes were calm and his voice had no ups and downs, just like asking someone what they want to drink, coffee or cocoa. But it gave Julia a great shock. Yes, it was shocking. Although Mike's voice was not loud and his expression was a little flat, Julia inexplicably felt a kind of admiration and longing. Since the Spanish first established the St. Augustine Colony in North America, the French, Dutch, Germans, Swedes, Swiss, Irish and British came one after another. Almost half of the world's people lived here, occupied and colonized, and brutally plundered and slaughtered the Indians. This is the hotbed of darkness in the world, and naturally attracted the dark knight legends of all countries. Ghouls, cannibals, vampires. These terrible and bloodthirsty existences, any of which can carry out a multiple massacre and then get away with it. But no matter whether it is a psychopath who is so cruel that the detectives and patrolmen can't think, or a more terrible monster, is it really as easy for dear Inspector Mike to deal with it as a cup of strong coffee or cocoa? But it's a pity that Mike is just the former inspector, and the former inspector 8 months ago. Dear Inspector Mike, how is your health? Julia tried to ask, because if Mike was still there, they would never accept the solicitation of acting Inspector Appler and the man behind Appler. Not bad, Mike said vaguely, and then walked around the inside of the house. He saw 4 patrolmen in the victim's bedroom, just in the large bloodstains, interrogating the 2 neighbors who saw the victim for the last time. Unfortunately, it was useless, and these 2 people obviously could not provide any useful clues. No, they have no enemies. The poor Birmingham couple rarely even go out. A neighbor was obviously frightened by the dark brown blood clots everywhere, and his British accent with a few foreign accents was already incoherent. Yes, they have no enemies. I didn't even hear that they quarreled with anyone or anything. So, if you want to know why they were killed, I can only say that there is no reason. Could it be those things? They will kill people randomly. Another neighbor was still calm, knowing the key points that the patrolman wanted to ask, and began to tremble when he mentioned those things. But seeing Mike, the drunken and a little sloppy young man, it's him. It's him. Dear Inspector Mike, the great old Indian turtle dove. It's great to see you back. The 2 neighbors of the victim were overjoyed and ran towards Mike with a relieved expression on their faces. After all, no matter who the murderer is, a human or a monster, they all believe in Mike. Mike is the terminator of crime and the angel beside the fire. They know that Mike has captured countless criminals and even sent 2 ghouls and a cannibal to the stake. Especially the cannibal. It's too miserable. He wanted to bite Lord Mike, but his bones were broken all over his body. In the end, he was hung on the stake like a torn carpet. Besides, Mike's reputation is not only that, the name of Indian Old Dove is even greater. Ahem. Seeing the enthusiasm of the two victims' neighbors for Mike, a strong patrolman said woodenly, I know you respect dear Inspector Mike. I respect him too, as always. But don't forget, on this street, it's now the acting Inspector Apple who is in charge. He just said it, without intimidating the two people he questioned, let alone taking action. But the two people were obviously scared, shrinking their necks like quails. Mike felt like laughing. He's right, because your poor Inspector Mike has been on vacation for too long. Now it's our lovely little Apple who is in charge. And, dear Theodore, can't you find the murderer's motive for killing? Mike asked the strong patrolman. Not yet, Theodore replied numbly. The Birmingham couple are just small handicraftsmen. They have no money. In addition, they have been in Flex City for less than 3 months, and they don't have any enemies or even friends. So, there is a great possibility that a monster committed the crime. It's really a difficult case. Mike took out a small bottle of ink from his pocket. He used bright red ink, which was very unique. The quill pen inserted in the oak stopper of the ink bottle had a hint of red. When he took out the paper and touched it slightly, a faint fruity fragrance was revealed. I like this kind of ink, made of cranberry juice. Mike began to write. His handwriting was beautiful, like dancing, but it was written very briefly. Murderer's identity, first. Monster, 60% probability. Second, human bipolar psychopath, 30% probability. Third, human mystification, 10% probability. Okay, the murderer is either a human or a monster. This is nonsense, isn't it? But if it is a monster, the murderer's race is much more. If it is a human, we can first try to distinguish whether the other party is black, white, or Indian, and then, Mike said with a smile, and suddenly frowned, trembling as he tried to take the remaining half bottle of blueberry wine in his arms. This made Theodore's numb expression change significantly, and the 4 patrolmen, including Theodore, took a small step towards Mike, looking at the neighbors of the 2 victims before stopping. You need to rest. Agent Julia also came over, helped him pull out the cork, and let him drink a sip. The fresh taste of blueberries and the fermentation feeling exploded in his mouth. Mike closed his eyes and enjoyed it for a while, took a deep breath and thought, but I have rested for 8 months. I think I have rested enough. Right, guys? He tried to speak in a soft tone. Agent Julia and the 4 patrolmen seemed to hear something from his voice, and their eyes lit up faintly. That night, Mike sneaked into the crime scene. It is not appropriate to say sneaking in, because he knew there was someone behind him. He slowly walked to the house where the Birmingham couple lived and were killed. He saw that the windows of all the houses nearby were off, and only the blood-red starlight in his eyes was on. He also saw a black and shiny matchlock gun barrel exposed behind an old palm tree. The muzzle followed closely behind him, ready to end anyone who was spying on him at any time. You stay outside, Mike said softly without turning his head. This is the old rule. He always insisted on entering the murder scene alone, and any other person would distract his attention. This was the explanation he gave to his subordinates, the entire town of Fleck, and even everyone in the entire North American colony. But there was actually another reason, a private reason, which was that he would have uncontrollable reactions when using power. and he didn't want other people's faces to be around him all the time. Is it okay, Mike? A kitten-like sound came from behind the palm tree. It shouldn't be a problem. Forget it. Let Wolf come in with me. If there is anything unusual, he can knock me out. Mike smiled and pushed the door open. The situation in the house was actually not that bad. The smell of sin and blood was a bit choking. He walked through the living room and corridor, stepped on the bloodstains, and entered the small yard with yellow flowers of Birmingham's simple home without worrying about disturbing the scene. There was a conventional path paved with shells in the middle, with lawns on both sides. He stared at the messy lawn, trying to calm his heart, because he saw behind his blue sea-like eyes, that is, deeper in his mind, there was a bright golden pendulum ticking in the dark. He had to wait until the pendulum slowly stopped until it made a loud "duang" sound. Before the pendulum stopped, he walked around the house carefully several times, and even used candles in the dark places. The Birmingham children were not at home. As adults and busy craftsmen, the Birminghams did not mow the lawn, and generally would not deliberately walk on the lawn. There are traces of slight trampling on the lawn. If I am not mistaken, the murderer entered from the backyard instead of climbing over the wall from the side. I hope my reasoning is correct, which will prove that my analytical ability has improved again. Mike does not mind relying on his special abilities, but at the same time, he is constantly improving himself. But there are traces of climbing on the side wall, and the moss has been worn off. The thin wolf followed Mike with his face covered. The color of the half-inch thick moss was completely worn off instead of smearing the wall, so it was caused by frequent climbing, not the night of the crime the night before. And from the shape and angle, it was a peeping from the inside to the outside. Maybe Mr. Birmingham has a habit of peeping at his neighbors. One of his neighbors' wives or young daughters likes to walk around the yard wearing only a swimsuit. Mike pushed open the door leading to the house from the backyard. With a creaking sound, a crazy and sinful aura came out of the room that only he could see. The Birmingham couple were humiliated and murdered in the room that this door led to. The aura of sin was particularly strong. He was hit by the aura and felt a fear when he thought of what was about to happen. He was already an old hand at dealing with fear, and he could handle this fear completely. But he couldn't help being afraid, because this was the first time in 8 months that he had truly used his abilities, and a powerful counterattack against a certain evil that was spying on his special abilities. Duang, the pendulum in the depths of his mind still rang. Mike clenched his teeth instinctively, but it didn't make him feel any better. Even without looking up, he knew that the sinful blood cloud spreading in the sky was suddenly 10 times thicker, and the sun in the North American colonies shone with a richer bloodlight than ever before, which also brought him an extremely terrible feeling of oppression. He covered his eyes with his palms, and his eyes could no longer be closed, and his eyes were filled with a brilliant gold, allowing him to see all the dimensional curves of the remnants of sin, even including all the traces that had disappeared in space and time. It's 10 times clearer than before. Mike gasped and warned, "Wolf, follow closely behind me and don't look at me directly." "Boss, what is 10 times clearer?" Wolf supported him from behind. "It's the clues in my mind, my reasoning, and my dead brain cells." Mike, who was full of nonsense, took a deep breath of the rotten smell of sin, ate 2 chocolate bars, and chewed the bison jerky that he and his brother could enjoy. This ability to see the smoke of sin or should we say the terrible effect of the golden sea eye he named himself, consumed all his physical strength crazily. He was already a little hypoglycemic, but each consumption represented a subsequent replenishment. His rocks and muscles were filled with terrible power that was absolutely incompatible with his body size. He spent a huge amount of money, almost 2 gold pounds, on nutritional supplements, in exchange for which he might not be able to kill the bear with one punch, but adding one punch would definitely be enough. Mike swallowed the chocolate bars continuously, and the brown paper packaging was thrown on the ground by him casually, not worrying about damaging the scene. Because the golden sea eye had been fully activated, what he saw was not the night of 11 o'clock, but the dim night sky after midnight. This was the image of the crime scene traced back by the smoke of sin. From the perspective of the hanging moon, it should be around 1:30 in the morning, and the victims, the Birmingham couple, died shortly afterwards. Write it down. The time of the crime is 1:30 in the morning. Write it down. The time of the crime is 1:30 in the morning. But boss, how did you know this? Wolf felt a headache. Because the two dead had lost too much blood, it was difficult to tell the specific time of the crime from the bodies, and it was obvious that Mike had no chance to touch the bodies of the victims for the time being. I guessed. Mike smiled, as if he heard something, and turned to look at the backyard. He found a dark shadow nimbly crossing the backyard fence, which was the murderer's evil silhouette. Because the smell of evil was too strong, it was much clearer. He could only see a blurry piece before, but now he saw a complete human figure. The murderer is on 2 feet, not a ghoul crawling on the ground with 4 claws. It may be a cannibal ghost that is not much different from humans, or... No, the probability of it being a vampire is not high, only 1%. Vampires are even more proud, and they are extremely conceited about their beauty. They are even proud to the point of not stepping into the door without human permission. Mike raised his finger and asked Wolf to continue recording. I also took out a quill and changed it. Murderer's identity, first. Monster, 30% probability. Attached, ghoul. Crossed out with 0% probability. Man-eating ghost, 15% probability. Vampire, 1%. Other, fuck a few percent. Second. Human bisexual psychopath, 60% probability. Third. Human mystifier, 10% probability. The proportions were almost completely reversed, and the possibility that the murderer was a human was much greater. Of course, this was just an abstract and inaccurate number in Mike's mind, which was convenient for him to use the elimination method. In Wolf's mind, it was as unquestionable as a large ship carrying 72 large cannons. You mean, the murderer is most likely just a simple, cunning psychopath? Damn God, this case has become complicated. Wolf began to feel a headache again. After all, if it was some indescribable thing that committed the crime, things would be simple. They didn't have the ability to find man-eating ghosts or other terrible things that were no different from humans, but Mike did. But if the murderer was a human being, the victims, the Birminghams, were too clean, without money, power, or enemies. Where could they find a motive for murder and send the murderer to the gallows? Maybe a relative killed him. Out of hatred, Wolf guessed. The Birminghams have only one relative in Flex City, an 80-year-old woman. Mike laughed and walked in front of the shadow. The shadow was just a silhouette of sin. Replay, and he could not be seen. He still remembered that he had another chocolate bar, and then saw the murderer, or the madman who made him unable to find a motive for murder, quietly open the bolt on the porch, and then stood in the dark of the porch and took out something from his pocket. A suction cup, or a suction cup base with a glass cutter embedded in it. Mike calculated. His reasoning was correct, because the madman curled up in the lower half of the wooden flower stand, raised his head and looked inside through the window glass. Maybe because he found it was pitch black inside. The madman stretched out his tongue to lick the strange object in his hand, pressed it against the log glass window, and drew an irregular circle with force. The glass window creaked faintly and cracked with the murderer's decisive and powerful knock. The crazy murderer grabbed the strange object that cut the glass and gently placed the stuck glass block on the ground on the porch, not caring about the AB type of saliva left on it. It didn't matter, because according to Mike's understanding, in the North American colonies at this time, only at this time did he have the means to distinguish the blood type of creatures, and even vaguely distinguish the type of DNA. The fuzzy DNA spiral allowed him to determine that the murderer was a human, at least a humanoid monster. As for whether he was a white man, a black man, or really an Indian expert in scalping, he couldn't tell at such a tiny level. The murderer is more likely to be human. He is not very good at playing with logs. Mike asked Wolf to continue recording. The murderer of the Birmingham double murder case used a glass cutter and a suction cup to enter the house. Oh, by the way, his blood type is AB positive. Boss, what is AB positive? Is he injured? Wolf asked. I'll hurt him. Mike continued to watch, and found that the murderer put one hand into the newly made hole like a snake, and found the door handle. The door opened silently, and the murderer walked into the room, lit a candle, and walked into the bedroom with the weak candlelight from the living room. Mike followed the murderer into the bedroom and happened to see the murderer knocked out Mr. Birmingham, who was sleeping soundly. The murderer became unscrupulous and dragged Mrs. Birmingham, who was screaming and hiding under the bed, yelled and pressed her to the ground. But he was not in a hurry, but took out the prepared rope to tie Mrs. Birmingham, and then tied up Mr. Birmingham, who was unconscious. Then he poured cold water on Mr. Birmingham to wake him up, said a few words, and found something to block the mouths of the Birmingham couple. Mike saw him start to violate Mrs. Birmingham in front of Mr. Birmingham. This middle-aged woman, who was only 30 years old, but bloated and ugly. Finally, in Mr. Birmingham's sobbing and struggling, he grabbed Mrs. Birmingham's hair and quickly cut her throat. What happened next was unimaginable to many people. If Mike hadn't known in advance, it would have been hard for him to imagine. Even the victim, Mr. Birmingham himself, would have found it hard to imagine being violated by a male murderer. A male violating a male. The murderer madly humiliated and abused Mr. Birmingham, cutting his flesh with a knife. Mr. Birmingham was stiff, but he was still moving. After the explosion, he knelt down and cried, wiping his lower body frantically. Just as Julia said, the murderer stabbed Mr. Birmingham 36 times, but he might be a bisexual pervert whose orientation has just begun to sprout. He hates a certain orientation of his own. He might also hate Mr. Birmingham, or hate everyone. Mike's nausea disappeared quickly, and he stuffed a chocolate bar into his mouth. A budding bisexual pervert or a cynic. Okay, boss, I'll write it down. Wolf quickly wrote it down with a quill pen. It's just a possibility, but when we find the suspect, these will be very useful clues. Mike nodded with satisfaction and swallowed the extremely bitter pure chocolate bar to replenish his energy. At the end, the murderer swung his knife hard to cut off the scalps of the Birmingham couple, which is the place where the Indians believe that the soul rests. Suddenly, he retreated frantically, because the replay of the silhouette of the crime has ended, and it has been replaced by a condensed pressure that is 1,000 times greater than the crimes he usually sees. The blood on the wall, the mattress, and the floor rushed towards him together, overwhelming him. He even heard Miss Sus Birmingham's desperate scream with blood. Mike was pushed back continuously by the pool of blood and screams. Wolf couldn't hold him and was squeezed against the wall by his back. "Boss!" Wolf screamed in pain, feeling that his lungs were about to be squeezed out. He found that Mike was twitching all over, as if he was grabbed by a pair of evil big hands. Thinking of what Mike said, he closed his eyes, pinched Mike's neck, and wanted to strangle Mike. But suddenly, Mike pressed his wrist with his backhand. "I can bear it, you. Go out first," Mike said with a deep breath. Wolf left obediently, and the room became quiet and turned into reality. The black bloodstains had long since dried. Mike panted violently until his mind calmed down. Calm, and constantly calm. His eyes were no longer a brilliant gold color. In the normal azure blue like the waves of the sea, there was a tiny golden light that was extremely difficult to detect. Dear God, you made the clouds of sin in the North American colonies 10 times thicker than they were 8 months ago. Don't you consider the feelings of someone like me, who can see them? The initial 10 times multiplied by the 10 times concentration of the murder scene. The oppressive feeling brought by my full ability is 10 times clearer. A full 1,000 times is too crazy, right? I was a useless person for 8 months before I recovered. Having endured the counterattack and backlash of the huge sin against Jin Haiyan, Mike was in an indescribably happy mood. He mocked himself without a trace of respect. After all, colonial North America was a paradise of sin and was never under the jurisdiction of justice. He rubbed his cheeks, which were pale due to physical exhaustion, put a piece of beef jerky in his mouth, and sipped hard on the salty and spicy taste of the beef jerky. The subsequent consumption was much less, and there was no need for a high-calorie chocolate bar that was easy to swallow and absorb. And the world he saw now was not terrible. A thin wisp of black mist led to the door, proving that the murderer did not return the same way, but left from the main entrance in a swagger. Quite arrogant. Mike couldn't help but laugh. For others, such a headless case is really difficult, but it is different for him. The black smoke he saw would follow the approximate location of the murderer's hiding place until he found out the murderer's identity and put the murderer's bulging neck into a noose, or just a cold corpse thrown on the stake that Sigrid rarely used. But not now, because he was too weak and needed a whole hind leg of Spanish bison and the largest bottle of blueberry wine, as well as a good sleep. So Mike blinked his eyes, let the tiny black smoke condense, and used save. This is the ability of the Golden Sea Eye, one of the powers. After using it, the black smoke will change color, become fixed, and quietly wait for him to load the file. Mike took people home with great confidence, singing and dancing, holding a guitar, and enjoying fine wine and delicious food. It was a pity that he didn't get to enjoy the last bit of leisure. The sun had just shyly emerged from the horizon, and his drunken dream was disturbed by a guy he felt really wanted to. In the early morning, the sun was shining brightly. Three young ladies sat around a white round table by the sea, their coats loose and their manners elegant. They were obviously the daughters of small factory owners with some capital in the small town of Fleck. Please, Miss Ivy spoke with a smile, using the regional British English. And she was proud. She slightly raised her snow-white neck like a white swan, but stopped just as she opened her mouth, because the narrow wooden door of the cafe was pushed open, and a young man who smelled of alcohol stumbled in. The man was very handsome, with a high nose bridge, sparse and slightly messy beard, and a pair of blue eyes on his snow-white skin, just like the sea they had seen for 2 months when they came by boat. Miss Ivy and her companions immediately covered their mouths with fans and laughed aristocratically. They have seen many young people like this, because they lost power in Great Britain and came to the North American colonies to make a comeback, but could only drown their sorrows in alcohol. They looked down on Mike, but it didn't stop them from liking Mike's handsomeness and shabbiness. Shabbiness represented the demotion of dignity, but handsomeness was the commodity they wanted to buy. They could spend many wonderful nights, or days, with just a few shillings until they got bored. So they wanted to talk to him, but suddenly, the old dog following Mike's feet made them stare at them, and they felt that the breakfast in Flex City was cold. Their parents turned warnings, and some stories about young, handsome men with old dogs made them at a loss, dragging their skirts and rushing out. Please give me some coffee, and it must be hot. Mike didn't mind scaring away the three rich girls whose faces were blocked by fans. This time it was his turn to speak, using the unique North American accent, which contained French, Dutch, German, Swedish, Swiss, Irish, and British, and even had some Indian and black characteristics. A moment later, the waiter put a pot of boiling coffee on his table and left hurriedly. A tall woman with a very high chest walked out from the back of the cafe, and the bright golden badge with crossed swords was particularly dazzling. Hi, my dear Chief Inspector of the small town of Fleck. What do you want to do by calling me to one of your dark income cafes so early in the morning? Have you finally figured it out and know that your dearest subordinate, Inspector McTollest of 3rd Street, is the most handsome man in North America, and you want to get married? Mike didn't use a coffee cup, but drank the whole pot of coffee in one breath, and then he sobered up a little. He stared at Sigrid Jackson's good figure from top to bottom, because he had liked his boss for a long time, especially her big lavender eyes and the 2 ivory spring wheel pistols inserted in her tight corset. Finally, he fixed his eyes on the badge on Sigrid's chest and imagined Sigrid slapping the 2 ivory spring wheel pistols in front of his desk. This made him feel that such precious firearms as spring wheel pistols were within his reach. First, you are no longer the inspector of 3rd Street, because you have been on sick leave for 8 months. Your East Diagonal Street and South Diagonal Street have been swallowed up by Old Bell. So you are the inspector of 1st Street, the youngest one, and the former inspector of 1st Street. Sigrid sat down opposite Mike, put her hands on the back of the chair, and leaned back. She didn't shoot the guns to scare Mike as before, but her real purpose was to show off the only 2 spring wheel pistols in Fleck City. After all, in the tragic era when the regular army was not fully equipped with matchlock guns, spring wheel pistols were almost a symbol of nobility and super rich people. She was neither. Second, the remaining North Diagonal Street where you have no murder in your jurisdiction for 5 years. People died, and 2 members of a family were killed at the same time at home. Birmingham and Miss Sus. Birmingham. The method of committing the crime was cruel. It's not cruel, it's obscene. Do you know about this? I went there once, and it was all thanks to the phone you installed for me. It allows you to wake me up when I am drunk, and naturally it can also let others wake up in your dreams in certain places, and then tell me more or less. And the dim, outdated light bulb in the cafe, which is rarely seen in Fleck City, is something I often show off to others. Ah, I have a telephone at home, and I can sit under the charming light with my dear Chief Inspector Sigrid Jackson. Chorus. Well, don't get me wrong, you know what I want. Mike concealed the fact that he had been to the crime scene twice, and his eyes fell on Sigrid's waist. Obviously, on this slender waist that was very consistent with his aesthetic point of view. There were 2 more beautiful spring wheel pistols hanging. You can play with it for a while. Sigrid gritted her teeth and slammed a spring-loaded pistol on the table. If someone else spoke to her like this, she would have 10,000 ways to make the other person disappear in the city of Fleck, in the huge Jamestown, and even in the entire colonial North America. But Mike was the most capable detective under her, and she had been exhausted during the 8 months that Mike had been on sick leave. Another point is that Mike was different from other men. In the North American colonies, where women were almost reduced to vassals, there seemed to be no prejudice against her being the chief detective. This was a very strange thing, as if Mike did not belong to the city of Fleck, did not belong to the huge Jamestown Colony in North America, and even did not belong to this era. But the most important point was that even when she was most furious, she could not find anyone who had the confidence to kill Mike. This young, but very cunning, immortal, old Indian dog. How many clues are there? Mike picked up the spring-loaded pistol on the table and played with it. This is a good thing. There is a flint and a hammer on the gun, and there is a steel wheel hook spring underneath. As long as you pull the trigger, the spinning steel wheel will hit the flint with the hammer, and the ammunition can be fired quickly. Sigrid's gun has also been specially modified and can fire 3 rounds of ammunition in a row. Although the design is too complicated, it can fire 3 shots, but it is easy to malfunction if you fire too many shots. But it can save lives at critical moments. After all, North America at this time is not the historical North America in his memory. In addition to Indian scalping, there are other crises. Anything that can save lives is a treasure. Of course, a gun that can fire in a row is even more powerful, and it is more reliable than the fists he has trained for 10 years, which are enough to kill a bear. Maybe. How much do you know about the case? Sigrid came closer, pressed the table, and looked down at Mike. We know everything we can know, Mike said. Murder, rape, and Indian scalping. My dear acting detective did a great job. He asked his girl detective to record everything clearly, which made it very convenient for me to understand the case. As for other clues, I asked you if you have any other clues, dear Sigrid. Huff. Chief Inspector Jackson. After several years, Mike was still not used to Sigrid's last name, but he said that the Indians committed the crime. Yes, that's right. Indians worship the soul and believe that the soul is on the human scalp. If you cut it off, there will be no monsters coming back for revenge. What a good excuse. He is a good acting detective. I asked you how many clues you have. dear Chief Inspector Jackson. Mike felt a little more energetic because he felt that Sigrid could dance at any time, and judging from Sigrid's super figure, she must be very beautiful when dancing. By D. Very good. What he means is, Indians dyed their red skin white or black, sneaked into Flex City under our protection, killed people, and then put on noblesse gorgeous clothes, tightened their waists, and walked away with their skirts lifted like a lady. What does he think Flex City is? An Indian colony. Anyway, I want the murderer. I want to see you catch the murderer with my own eyes. Then stamp it. Hang the murderer's neck on the gallows with your own hands. And finally burn it with fire. But I'm still resting, on sick leave. Everyone saw it. 8 months ago, I vomited while helping Old Bell with the autopsy, and vomited all over the place. I'm a useless person and no longer suitable to be Flex City. You've elected the new chief detective, and you've also elected an acting chief detective, haven't you? Really? But you are back. You've been to the crime scene. I remember you've caught criminals countless times and redressed countless wrongful convictions, just like the main suspect in the serial murder case that Visser was wrongly accused of. You caught him. I just used the same method as you and the others. Not exactly, Mike. It was your special way of thinking that solved the case. I think too much bullshit has been said about me having a crazy way of thinking. But you have a lot of leaps in your thinking that have never been explained. Because the evidence is there. Mike said, there is evidence, enough evidence, but those were discovered afterwards. Before the main clues were broken, we had too little evidence. When we couldn't find a reason for the crime to investigate further, only you caught the murderer and gave us the so-called clues. Mike, I often feel that you have a mysterious power, a mysterious and terrifying power comparable to vampires. Sigrid further confirmed, but I said this not because I doubt you, but because I like your ability and I don't want to get to the bottom of it, even if I rely on you. Mike, I hope you can really come back, and I hope there won't be a second 8 months. Yes, Mike, find out the Birmingham double murder case. Prove that you can. Prove that you are really back. You are still young. You are only 17 years old. You are the youngest detective in Flex City and even the entire North American colonial continent. You are not going to die of drunkenness on the eastern seashore. Sigrid stood up and put her hands on the table. Her thin little mouth was impassioned, and her originally particularly tall chest swelled. Mike was playing with the spring-loaded pistol, creating a dazzling halo of light. He then held the gun in both hands and aimed it at the clear sun outside the 2 short wooden doors of the cafe, which was covered by blood-red clouds in his eyes. Snap! He made an onomatopoeia in a leisurely manner, and then smiled. What a good gun! So, my dear Chief Inspector Sigrid Jackson, in view of the fact that you have sent this good gun to protect me for 300 years, you can tell me other clues. There are no other clues. Otherwise, I would rather you continue to get drunk too. Death, you hateful white-skinned man, but you are called the Indian old dog, the most cunning guy. You are blackmailing me. You. Oh, dear Mike, do you really have the heart to blackmail my beloved thing that I brought out from home? With it, I feel like I still owe my mother. It is your most trustworthy person and your most capable 3rd Street inspector, the handsome and reliable man, Mike Toaster. Also, I will take good care of your mother. Mike finished the 3 sentences very seriously, grabbed the coffee pot, poured the coffee hanging on the wall of the pot into his mouth, then stood up and walked out. The ugly old dog followed him unsteadily, and he also took away Sigrid's one spring-loaded pistol. This is Sigrid's mother. No, this is what he blackmailed from Sigrid. Oh, no, that's not right either. It should be said that it was one of the salaries that dear Chief Inspector Sigrid gave him to resume his old job. It was a rare good day outside the cafe, with bright sunshine. The blazing white sunlight was cold on Mike. Woo! As Mike stopped, the ugly old dog lay at his feet, whimpering and rubbing his bison leather boots, trying to beg for food. You have grown into a big guy. You should learn to make yourself well fed. For example, steal Sigrid's other spring-loaded pistol and exchange it for meat from me. Mike squatted down and stroked the old dog's head, and stuffed a piece of beef jerky into the old dog's mouth. Dear Wang Cai accompanied him across the ocean from the British Empire to North America, and changed from a strong young dog to a cunning old dog. He couldn't bear to let Wang Cai starve. Even when he was hiding in the cabin for 2 months and when he was extremely hungry when he first arrived in North America, he wanted to roast Wang Cai several times. Mike, yes, his name is Mike, Toaster, a real native of England. But he knew who he was when he was born. He came from the East, and he had complete memories. He wanted to do something when he grew up, such as turning the British Empire into a colony of a certain dynasty of the Celestial Empire, and become a beautiful British trader, maybe even marry a beautiful princess. The key is to be beautiful. But his father, the drunkard, beat his kind mother day and night. When he was 12 years old, he couldn't help it and broke the drunkard's head with 7 bottles in a row. In Britain, the status of the head of the family is extremely noble. He couldn't rely on the kindness of the drunkard or the mercy of the law to the young murderer to sneak into any ship bound for the North American colony of Jamestown with Wang Cai. Relying on the knowledge from his previous life, his ruthlessness, and his golden eyes that could see through the smoke of evil, he rose from a nearly indentured servant to a patrolman in just 5 years, then a detective, then the lowest level, inspector in charge of a street, and finally the youngest inspector of 3 streets. If Sigrid was deposed, he would become the chief inspector of Fleck City and he would have a chance to be knight. But he was thinking about whether to marry Sigrid and make her a washerwoman. After all, he was 17 years old, or to push Sigrid to be the first beautiful mayor. Although it was difficult but not impossible, but there was a bloody red cloud of sin sweeping across the world, and cholera spread all over North America. The evil, sudden leap-like oppression made him vomit and unable to stand up. 8 months later, he barely got used to it. The surge of sin also represents a new era, doesn't it, Wang Cai? Let's go, Wang Cai. I need to go back to read the game and bring some ammunition to visit our dear, the acting detective Appler who lost 2 of my streets. Mike patted Wang Cai's head, and the strong old bulldog whimpered, stretched his legs, and bared his teeth. Mike didn't rush to read the game, but made a phone call first. The current North America made him feel strange. There were no good guns, but there were telephones. Of course, he didn't remember the development of guns, telephones, and lies first. He needs to get used to any era and likes to get used to it. The more bizarre, the better, even if it is so bizarre that a metal telephone with thick ends and thin middle can transmit photos like a fax machine, or it is so real that no one knows what year it is. Mike only knows that the Queen is in power in Great Britain on the other side of the ocean. As for which Queen, he doesn't know. but the governor of the Jamestown Colony is very famous. Beautiful photos. Mike stuffed the 2 photos of the Birmingham family into the pocket of his leather jacket. He didn't rush to the scene of the crime, because even if he was used to the pressure of evil, he felt that he was already a dead man, a dead body lying at the bottom of a well. His heart seemed to have stopped beating a long time ago, but no one knew what happened except the evil smoke that only he could see in the sky. He needed to take a bath, wash his face, trim his beard, listen to his breathing, feel his pulse to find the feeling that he was still alive or moved. Standing by his beautiful old-fashioned house by the sea, touching the silver white wood of the railing under the bloody sun, Mike still walked along the narrow path by the sea, and blew the humid sea breeze in the morning. Soon he walked into the place he used to be in charge of, a barber shop at the edge of North Bleak Street in Flex City. "Hi, dear Lord Thorstead, you look much more energetic today." The owner of the barber shop was a Dutch girl, no more than 20 years old, and beautiful, but Mike just said, because when he looked at the owner, Visser, he always felt that he saw the female demon Sun Er who ran a black shop among the Liangshan heroes. "Trim my beard." The old rules use round-headed scissors. Mike lay on the cleanest chair, which was reserved for him. "There are cases on the street again. If my mind is not clear enough, it will be worse. You know, I have to clean myself up, and then I can concentrate on thinking. You have to make me look handsome enough. I thought you had trusted me a long time ago, dear Lord Inspector Thorstead." Visser dipped a brown linen cloth in hot water and applied it to the lower half of Mike's face, not covering his eyes, so that Mike could see her take out the round-headed scissors that were the least threatening to the human body. She took off her apron again and placed a lot of sharp knives that were used for shaving, but were also very handy for cutting people, in a row where she couldn't reach them in a short time. "See, I knew you were not a good person." Mike smiled and felt much more comfortable. He saw that the smoke of sin on Visser was much thinner than 5 years ago, but in fact, he had seen this hazy and gray smoke of sin on most adults in Flex City. "What happened? Make you want to dress properly and start investigating the case?" Visser was very skilled. While trimming Mike's beard, she spoke in a gentle tone. She knew Mike's habits, and guiding Mike to think in a gentle tone could get Mike to pay more attention to her, especially when Mike, a powerful and young detective, wanted to investigate the case again. "They are all dead, Visser." Mike's tone was a little light, and he took out a photo from the inner pocket of his leather jacket with his fingers and faced Visser. "They are all dead, only the child is left," he repeated. Visser paused for a long time before looking at the photo. There were 2 small photos, a woman holding picnic supplies standing at the edge of the sea, followed by 2 children and a kitten. The other was a family standing behind a big turkey dripping with fat. "Is it the Birminghams?" "Oh, poor children. Pierre and Wes. I watched them grow up. They shouldn't have lost their parents at such a young age." "Yes, it shouldn't be like this." Mike put the photos away. "The Birminghams are the latest immigrants from the colonies. They are all handicraftsmen and don't earn much. It's hard for me to imagine why they attracted such a murder. Visser, you should understand that everything will be the same when I come back. Tell North Diagonal Street. No, tell everyone in the 3 streets. I don't care how you non-colonial people came here, or what you did before. But when I come back, you can't cause me any trouble. Otherwise it will be the same. just like when the former North Diagonal Street detective died in the line of duty when I was a patrolman for 3 months. His voice was very light, but Visser remembered that bloody night, saying that the cannibals outside the city attacked, and North Diagonal Street lost 7 or 8 people overnight, all of them powerful people. Many people knew that Mike had caught the cannibal ghost, and then those once glorious and powerful figures who could be said to be her predecessors were naturally killed by the cannibal ghost. Ah! Visser trembled with fear and caught a notch in Mike's beard, which was not sick because of his youth. Mike took the scissors, trimmed it neatly in front of the mirror, and nodded with satisfaction. Your craftsmanship is still very good. You can do this job before and after getting married. Mike adjusted his inspector's high-collared leather uniform. He did not have the inspector's badge, but he had an ivory spring-wheel pistol. This made him feel that he was very handsome and even more handsome. He opened his arms, hugged and said goodbye to Visser, the owner of the reluctant to live inn, and strode out of the door of the inn. Fleck City, I'm back. The carriage that Mike rented raised a little dust on the ground, which fell on the small bushes on the side of the road paved by Baker. After walking around the entire Fleck City for a few times, it was already sunset. Bald eagles soared in the sky, and the fiery red sun in Mike's eyes was particularly prominent. In front, Acting Inspector Appler, wearing an inspector's uniform and a silver-rimmed badge representing the inspector's identity, sat on the wooden steps at the door of Birmingham's house. He was accompanied by an agent and 4 patrolmen. He knew that he could wait here when he heard that Mike appeared in Fleck City in high spirits. After all, he had admired Mike so devoutly, and knew that the first thing that interested Mike was the Birmingham double murder case, and the second one might be him. Lord Appler, it has been 8 months, don't worry. Agent Julia used her fingers to push up her large black framed glasses that had slipped down. With a smile, she seemed to be in a good mood. Besides, you have exchanged 2 blocks for the support of old Inspector Bell. Lord Bell is an experienced inspector, and you made a wise choice. Even if Mike is powerful, with the name of the red-skinned Indian, the name of the immortal old turtle dove, it is useless for him to come back. We all support you. We are very good under your command, with money and fun. Yesterday, the patrol got angry, and I went to Avery, who was standing on the street. She served me very well, and it was really fun. When she sent me off, she was reluctant to let me go and wanted to give me money. The white bear, like Patrolman Theodore, grinned and took off the high-top leather helmet that represented the identity of the patrolman and walked back and forth. Appler was a little relieved. He saw that what Theodore said was right. The agents and patrolmen took advantage of him, and all belonged to him. Mike would only be a bear detective when he came back. What's more, to be a detective in Fleck City, in addition to the permission from above, you also need strength. Mike, he has nothing. How can the young man who vomited like a dog after examining the corpse still have any strength? He is no longer the Indian old turtle dove before. So Apple straightened his chest, and the silver-rimmed badge representing the chief inspector shone even more brightly in the blazing sunlight. He even drew the long narrow knife from his waist, stuck it on the ground, and folded his hands in a majestic manner. Now, I am the chief inspector, he said in a sonorous voice. My dear Detective Apple of East Street. Mike said hello from the carriage. The carriage stopped. Mike opened the door and wanted to get off. The driver in a short shirt quickly jumped off the seat and stretched out his arm to let Mike use his strength to get off more steadily. The driver did not move, but leaned against the carriage. His big bearded face looked at Apple with interest, and then at the back of Mike's head. Even when looking at the back of Mike's head, he couldn't help but lower his eyes, and his waist seemed to want to bend. "Hi, my dear brother Apple," who was transferred from Dongzhi Street to be the acting inspector. Mike said hello again. "First, I'm no longer an agent on East Street, but the acting detective on North Oblique Street in Fleck City. Second, I heard that you are back, but the higher-ups didn't mention that you are back, let alone that you continue to be the regional detective on 3rd Street. Mike, I think you should be more respectful. After all, the place you live in is very quiet and comfortable, and I like it very much. I heard that you paid a lot of money for it, right? It's just a little off the beaten path. That's great. I hope the place I live in is no longer quiet, and it would be best if more guests come." Mike walked over with a smile, stretched out his hand, and pulled off the detective badge on Apple's chest. He didn't get Apple's consent, so he was naturally resisted. But when Apple grabbed Mike's wrist, the girl detective's matchlock gun was against his waist from behind. Mike also pried his hands apart, kicked away his knife, and pulled out the spring wheel pistol and stuffed it into his yellow-toothed mouth. "Well, it's an old habit. He likes double insurance. Dear Chief Inspector Appler, no, Agent Appler, I think you may not know the true meaning of Mr. Mike's nickname, Old Indian Dove. The agent with black-framed glasses is a cheerful Irish girl. The name Julia translates to friendly elf, which sounds beautiful and delicious. But she is not friendly. She asks questions without explaining to Appler. She smiled and made a bang sound, which scared Appler so much that he almost fell to his knees. After all, whether it is the Irish girl's matchlock gun or Mike's more high-end, rare, and expensive spring wheel pistol, they are all particularly prone to accidental discharge. "Theodore," Appler looked at the White Bear patrolman for help. "Dear former acting Inspector Appler, don't you see that we have never betrayed Inspector Mike? You can accuse us of betraying you and destroy our reputation everywhere. But I want to remind you that after betrayal, it is very likely that your legs will be broken on a dark night. Maybe you underestimated us. Unlike Inspector Mike, you underestimated us." Theodore and the other 3 patrolmen were full of sarcasm. At this time, adding insult to injury was the most appropriate way to show loyalty. Not to mention that they had never believed in or been loyal to Appler. Appler gave them a lot of money, but compared with the fees set by Mike, it was just a few shillings more, plus the fearful and furious eyes of the people on North Street. This could never be the reason for them to betray Mike. They even wanted to exchange the extra shillings for copper pennies and stuff them into Appler's asshole. "Dear Appler, my friend, it seems that you need to find a new job." Mike glanced at the 4 patrolmen, and the thick clouds of sin made him dizzy and funny. Because the class structure of the colony is very complicated. At the top are big businessmen and big plantation owners. In the middle are small landowners, small factory owners, technicians, self-employed farmers, etc. And below are tenants, hired, farmers, fishermen, handicraftsmen, craftsmen, apprentices, etc. And at the bottom are indentured servants and blacks. These can be said to be friendly, kind, and regular people, but those who have the ability to become patrolmen detectives, and inspectors who manage them are all people like me who have smuggled here. He is. Julia, the Irish girl who used a matchlock gun to protect him yesterday, who had some bad intentions towards him but was absolutely dear to him, is also. Theodore and other patrolmen are no exception, who have lost countless lives and became managers after struggling, fighting and resisting with a little luck. Just like a Scottish dog gnawing on sheep bones to herd sheep. This is really a real thing that makes people feel funny. Dear Apple, my friend, may God bless you, Mike said with a smile, glanced at the same thick cloud of sin on Apple, paused for a moment, and walked into the wooden door of Birmingham's house. The old dog Wang Cai followed him in. After all, compared with the sin on Apple, the case he investigated yesterday attracted him more. He has already smelled the strong smell of the murderer that made him sick. Seeing that things have a sense of being settled, the coachman hurriedly left. He stayed to see the result of Mike's first return, and he also believed that Mike, the young Indian old dove who had only disappeared for 8 months, would definitely win. In addition to being a serious coachman, he made bets with many drunkards in the tavern, and doing some things with some poor newcomers was a good source of his living expenses. And the house where a murder had happened was ugly in his eyes, like a face reflecting his own crimes. Only outsiders or children would stare at the house curiously. Julia and Theodore, Dunbar, Ollie, and Wolf, you stay outside. It was the same sentence, the old rule. Mike closed the door after entering the room, blocking all possible sight lines. He walked around the house, the corridor, and the backyard again, making sure that there was no one hiding in any place, even in the half-meter square cabinet, and then returned to the door and gently rubbed his forehead. He closed his eyes, then opened them, and his eyes, as blue as the sea and normal, flashed a faint golden light that was almost invisible. This was loading the file. If you want to continue after saving the file, you naturally need to load the file. This is not afraid of being seen by others, because the golden light is so faint that others will only think it is an illusion. But what happened next made him grit his teeth and sweat all over his body. Blood. Blood everywhere. The surging sea of blood rushed towards him, and all he saw was scarlet, and all he smelled was a stench. Mike even saw the smoke swirling around to form the shape of a skull sickle, and 7 or 8 death gods were howling and peeping at every inch of skin on his face. He could feel the coldness, a terrible, evil feeling that was infinitely close to death. Damn it 1,000 times. Mike cursed, trying to control his breathing so that his endocrine system would not be too disordered. He didn't like this feeling. It was too stimulating. It was like someone pouring a bucket of ice water on his head when watching a horror movie. Even though he had just endured it yesterday, he had to take 15 deep breaths before he calmed down. He squatted down and hugged Wang Cai, breaking the beef jerky in half and putting it in his and Wang Cai's mouths. Loading the game didn't consume much physical strength, and half a piece of beef jerky was enough to replenish it. As for the half piece given to Wang Cai, it was just a reward. Because just now, anyone who was close to his weak state would have his throat bitten off by Wang Cai. After all, this was an old bulldog that had killed 9 people and a jaguar for him. Come in. When the tracking black smoke appeared again, that is, the file was loaded, Mike carefully covered up the small golden light in his eyes as much as possible. Hearing his voice, Agent Julia, the Irish girl wearing big black framed glasses, And for patrolmen, Theodore Charles, Eli Oliver, and the German Dunbar Turner, who was stronger than Theodore, who was like a white bear, and the thin Wolf Kirk pushed the door into the room. When they saw Mike's still pale face, they were completely numb and didn't have the formulaic numbness when outsiders were present. They rushed over with a more concerned expression than when Apple was present, as rude as tearing down the house. Dear Mike, my most mysterious good detective with some strange powers, can't you save some energy? Don't make yourself look so stupid every time. Julia supported Mike and waved her matchlock. She swore that when she caught the murderer, she would make sure to put 10 more bullet holes on his body. She couldn't count, but it didn't matter. If she got it wrong, she would just start from only and do it 10 more times. Boss, you always make yourself miserable. No wonder Sigrid, the beautiful woman, suspected that you had a terrible power comparable to that of a vampire. No wonder Julia, the second sister. Boss, do you want a cup of coffee? I heard that the nobles like civic coffee, so I caught a few strong little female cats to give to you. Wolf took off his high-top leather helmet and rubbed his messy, fluffy brown dirty hair. This was met with absolute hostility from Julia, so Wolf quickly shut up. He was the thinnest of the 4 patrolmen, but he was not afraid of Theodore, who looked like a white bear. He was not afraid of Dunbar, who was stronger than Theodore and could beat a Spanish bison to death with a baton twice as big as his. He was not afraid of the Frenchman Eli. He was just afraid of the black-framed big glasses detective girl from Ireland like him. Because when Julia gets angry, she really dares to let a few more bullet holes appear on his thigh. Julia has done this twice. My dearest brother Wolf, I hope you drink all your cut-shake coffee. Not a single coffee bean is allowed to be left. Otherwise, I will let Julia roll very seriously. By the way, where is my dear brother Appler? Mike wanted to know Appler's current mood. Only 5 minutes had passed at most, which was very short, but it would be good if Appler left honestly. If he didn't leave, staying here and watching would mean that he had other little thoughts. He didn't mind using some random method to eliminate the hidden dangers. Even if Appler had replaced him as the detective for 8 months, it was possible that he could take the blame for him and help him cover up the truth of some things. He's gone. Julia spoke softly and gently. Julia told me to throw him away. Julia told me to break a few of his bones. If you didn't tell me to, I would just throw him away. Dunbar Turner, a German who was stronger than Theodore, who was like a white bear, slow in his movements, and used a big baton, spoke in a muffled voice, which earned Julia's eyes, which seemed even bigger under her big black glasses. Julia was too lazy to get angry at Dunbar for accusing her, because Dunbar had always been like this, never lying in front of Mike. Because the black mist of evil had already started to investigate the murderer, Mike asked Theodore to rush a carriage. This carriage was very sturdy. It was prepared when Mike was the detective of the First Street, and it had been standard for several years. Also standard was the coachman who never changed. Sometimes Mike was too weak and needed a carriage to travel, but even if he was strong, in the colony where capital and real aristocrats coexisted, he had a noble status second only to the royal family, aristocrats, knights, and Sigrid, the chief detective of Flag City. He was a respected detective, and it was impossible for him to drive the carriage himself. Julia doesn't know how to drive a carriage. Apart from the musket and nail knife she polished to a shine, She rejected any convenient tools made by humans, and she seemed a little restless leaning against Mike in the carriage. Mike, it's really tiring to pretend to be a qualified agent. Julia squeezed towards Mike like a kitten, with the muzzle of the musket facing the window. In return, Mike patted her head lovingly and she hummed like a kitten. Wolf was a skinny rogue and pickpocket. According to him, his hands were used for more delicate work. Ollie was even less likely. As a Frenchman whose romantic character lacked the word romantic, he believed that he had all the romantic temperament in the world and would never serve as a groom when someone was using him. And Dunbar's great strength would break the reins. So there was only one choice. The tall Swede, Theodore, was huddled pitifully on the narrow horse seat in front of the carriage, with half of his butt hanging out, like a polar bear sitting on a small stump. My dear Chief Inspector Sigrid, do you think our poor, adorable little Mike, who used to vomit and faint when he saw a corpse, has the ability to find the murderer? Not far from the carriage, two people walked out of the neighbor's house of the victims, Mr. and Miss Suss, Birmingham. Needless to say, the leading one had another ivory-colored, milky white, shiny spring wheel pistol stuck on the left side of his waist. The one following behind him looked about 50 years old and was a white old man with a thick beard like a Nordic sea king. His name was Old Bill, and he had just robbed Appler, or to be more straightforward, he was the 4th Street detective who had just robbed Mike 2 blocks away. No, he was already the 6th Street detective. So what if Mike catches the murderer? I will personally stamp the seal, tie the biggest iron ball to the murderer's feet, and put the murderer's neck into a noose. What about you? Will you return the 2 blocks to Mike? Wanna bet? Sigrid's tone was aggressive, because it was obvious that during Mike's vacation, Old Bell threatened her position. The city of Fleck was divided into 4 straight streets and 4 diagonal streets in the east, south, west, and north. With the 10 main streets with names, it was easy to divide it into 18 streets. In the past, Old Bell was in charge of 4 streets. It was rumored that Harriman Charles, who was born a pirate, was in charge of 4 streets. Together with the 3 streets in charge of Mike, there were 11 streets in total. The remaining 7 were directly under the control of Sigrid. Now Old Bell is the inspector of the 6th Street, which is enough to challenge Sigrid, the female chief inspector who is in charge of 7 streets. Or female. Mayor Fleck, who is the lowest noble, was very happy to see their fighting scenes and was even willing to use the few knight titles under his command as a bet. I don't think so. This young man called Old Indian Duff. Dear God, I can't even imagine how we could tribe, that great Indian warrior, came from to have such a noble title that belongs to Indians taken away from him. But he can't get up. Yes, he can't get up. My dear Chief Inspector Sigrid. Old Bell laughed very happily. Old Bell is a senior inspector who has been in Fleck City for decades. He had already checked all the clues of the Birmingham double murder case. The traces of double rape and murder on the Birmingham couple were still in his mind. The large bloodstains and splashes of blood left in the hallway, carpet, and bedroom of the Birmingham family showed that the murderer was an extremely crazy, cruel, and bloody guy. Such a madman doesn't even need a reason to kill people and who to kill. He also checked the Birmingham couple's social life, except for an elderly relative who helped them take care of their children. They didn't know anyone in Fleck City, not even friends, let alone offend anyone. Such cases where there is no motive for the crime are completely different from the cases Mike has solved before, and he believes that Mike has no way. Dear Chief Inspector Sigrid, I think Flag City does not need a new Chief Inspector of 1st Street, but a Chief Inspector in charge of 8 streets. What do you think? Poor Old Bell is your most loyal subordinate. Old Bell narrowed his eyes. He wanted to observe Sigrid's expression. This week, immature female inspector made him feel that it was easy to see through. It was already dark, and Mike no longer had to look at the blood-red sun of sin. Instead, there was a silver blood-starry sky and the cute sounds of owls everywhere. He followed the sinful black fog and rushed into 2 coffee shops and 3 cheap bars, and stopped at the 3rd bar full of sloppy drunkards. Mike jumped off the carriage and looked up at the dim firelight of the bar and 3 North American purple swallows flying across the sky. Wolf, have you interrogated those cunning moles? The moles he mentioned are people who are not as dark as them, but are lower class than them. These people can only hide underground, provide convenience for unclean people, and also sell out unclean people in exchange for their help. Yes, boss, I checked it. Wolf took out a piece of parchment with the words Mike wrote copied on it. And I have to say that his handwriting is not ordinary ugly. It says, the identity of the murderer, first. Monster, 30% probability. Attached, ghoul, crossed out with 0% probability. Cannibal ghost, 15% probability. Vampire, 1%. Others, a few percent. Second, human bisexual psychopath, 60% probability. Third, human mystification, 10% probability. Boss, the mole said that when they heard that you were back, several big bastards who wanted to get involved here all ran away. These bastards were watching outside Flag City, which happened to block the road from Flag City to Cody City, Macon City, and Deming Neighbor City. They are willing to show goodwill to you and provide information. No one followed them or sneaked into Flag City just to kill small craftsmen like the Birmingham couple, and no one could escape their tentacles when leaving Flag City, except you, dear Sir Mike. Of course, if it was you, the little brothers below could clear all their tentacles in an afternoon tea and get them out of the radiation range of Flag City. Wolf smiled proudly, because he was just a pickpocket before, but now he was in charge of some powerful thugs. He did not forget the main business and asked Mike, so, dear Mike, can the possibility of the 3rd item, human mystifiers, be crossed out? Change it to 1%. After all, the Birminghams came from the Jamestown port, and we can't reach the Jamestown port. I don't know if they have provoked more powerful people there. Mike would not give up any possibility, but he would temporarily give up the options with lower probability to save his time. The possibility of vampires and mystifiers is too small, so let's put it aside for now. Let's focus on other monsters with higher probability, as well as human bisexual psychopaths. Wolf, he suddenly shouted. Got it, boss. Wolf, the clever little guy, immediately took out a cigar, cut it with a dagger, and then lit it for Mike. He knew Mike's habit. He liked to drink some mild sweet wine when he rested, and liked to hold a cigar when he was thinking. According to Mike, it was a necessary style for life and work. Okay, we have ruled out some of them for now, and we need to rule out more. Mike exhaled a puff of smoke and looked at more North American purple martins flying past in the air. Wolf, cunning psychopaths or monsters are difficult to catch. There are several reasons for this. The most important one is that there is no motive for the crime, so this road is not feasible, and in many cases, we can't get any clues from insiders. So you see, this requires more temptations and strategies than solving most cases. Just like the Birmingham double murder case, we won't find any insiders, and even the criminal himself may not know what he is doing. So we need to speculate based on all the clues we have, and we need to reconstruct his thinking mode to discover the darker and deeper points behind the case. Mike's words were a bit messy. Compared with his ability to act, his ability to express himself was obviously much worse. But it didn't matter. All he needed was to think and use words to trigger him to think more. Boss, have you found the murderer's thinking mode? Wolf, the clever little guy, obviously found the key point of Mike's words. Not yet, but we have a more convenient and quick way to identify the method of elimination. Just like this rundown, cheap tavern in front of us, where alcohol is mixed with water. Mike paused and found that the tracking smoke was just circling, not dispersing. So he smiled and said, "The murderer has left and is not here, but because he stayed too long, I need some time to investigate where he went next. In addition, Theodore, Wolf, and Ollie, you can ask around and try to find some useful clues so that we can efficiently identify the murderer when we track him down. Remember not to disturb the people. I mean, don't disturb the little people who live peacefully." "Yes, boss." Theodore and others quickly dispersed and took control of this nameless cheap tavern. As for Julia, she had never been interested in participating in the questioning. She found a table and lay on it, sleeping foolishly with her big black framed glasses dangling. Dunbar was so tall that he almost squeezed in and grabbed a chair that looked like a toy compared to his big butt and sat down, pulling out another chair and saying, "To the old dog Guangcai." "Woo woo," the old dog Guangcai responded twice. The dog sniffed, disliked the chair being too smelly and the ground being too dirty, and ran to the door with his fat body swaying and lying down. "Hi, dear little John, how is business?" Mike had no doubt that if there was any accident, Julia's gun muzzle would be the first to emit fire, followed by the sharp teeth of the old dog Wangcai and Dunbar's baton, which was dull but heavy, as big as a mountain. He sat across the bar with peace of mind. "Detective Mike, it's really good to see you." John was surprised to see Mike's radiant look, but it didn't stop him from being happy. "I'm also happy to see that you are still a happy bartender. But first, I need to ask you something." Mike knew that this was John's third year as a bartender, and he had always been law-abiding. He liked people like this. He knocked on the table and asked for a glass of wine. He asked, "Did you see anyone who looked strange after 1:30 a.m. the night before yesterday?" "Oh, it was a man. Maybe he was an Englishman, or maybe he was a German, a Frenchman, or a Swede, or maybe he wasn't a human. Who knows? If it was funny enough, maybe he was a black man with a black body, or a red-skinned Indian biting a blowpipe with a poison needle, yelling and robbing your black-hearted boss bar. They always yell, but the old turtle dove among them is too powerful." Inspector Mike. Little John was quite fascinated by the stories of some Indian heroes, and took out the best wine from under the bar. The fragrant wine splashed with hops, like honey, the kind that was not diluted with water after brewing. Mike tasted the pure and fresh beer, which was very fragrant and made his tongue slightly sweet. He tasted this fresh taste and left off the fact that there was a certain possibility that what he was going to investigate was the kind of monster that would cause chaos in the entire city of Fleck. The bartender Little John also began to think. The night after 1:30 a.m., the day before yesterday, dear Detective Mike, I need to think carefully and I can recall it, because this is the time when drunkards go home and sleep. It's a bit chaotic, but there are not many drunkards who can drink until this time. Do they often drink until 1:30 a.m.? Mike asked. No, most of them will leave before 1 a.m. and need to go back to their shabby homes to get drunk with a bottle of wine and save up enough energy to earn their damn wine money the next day. John pointed to a few drunkards who were being sobered up by Theodore and others. Look, those are them old drunkards, and they still owe a lot of wine money. What about the people who are still here after 1:30 a.m.? Then there are no them. Ah, I remember. There was only that table of drinkers left. Little John was an ordinary bartender, not the kind of intermediary who bought and sold information. He often dozed off at night and seldom paid attention to the drinkers, so it was very simple for him to feel happy when he thought about it. Dear Inspector Mike, he said proudly, there was only one table of people drinking late that night. They were wearing thick dry green cloaks, and their faces couldn't be seen clearly. Oh, that's right. They also carried weapons, including daggers and swords. I also saw a shabby matchlock rifle that was much worse than Agent Julius. They are skin hunters. I know them. Mike drank a large glass of beer in one gulp and felt relieved. To put it bluntly, a skin hunter is someone who hunts scalps. About 8 months ago, it was said that a minor nobleman in Jamestown went out hunting and raped an Indian girl. He was scalped, but luckily survived. He then issued a reward of 10 pounds for the scalps of all the people in that Indian tribe. This matter went viral, and most of the nobles began to offer rewards, with a unified price of 10 pounds. Mike suspected that the crime in the North American colonies had skyrocketed tenfold because of this, and he also knew that with the competition for resources and the worsening of contradictions, this matter would intensify and become 20 pounds per ticket, 40 pounds per ticket. Even in the near future, there would be an absolute sky-high price of 100 pounds. How many of them are there? Mike knocked on the bar, indicating that he wanted another drink. There are about 7 or 8. I haven't counted them, but one of the girls has a little golden short hair, and she is playing with a very small and sharp knife in her hand, yes, like the small razor blades, the kind that are lined up. She has a great figure. John couldn't help licking his lips. He was already 20 years old, and he hadn't saved enough money to marry a wife. Very good. I think I know this good figure girl. In addition, what I want to know is, did they go out on the way to drink? If you go out, how long have you been out? This is so sorry for Detective Mike. You know that people who drink need to pee so much. As for the girl, oh, I know she has come back in a few minutes, laughing. Mike nodded and put his hand into the coat of the Black Explorer's leather uniform. Skulls, much higher than Mike's wine. Little John made a smile and sent a few glasses to the water to Theodore. This made him almost beaten. This is a small, nameless, sloppy, cheap bar. Except for the slightly clean bar counter, there are 6 wide or square tables with solid wooden stools covered with stone powder and wheel stains minus I don't know what kind of work drunkards left behind. The floor is not wiped either, and it is splashed with smelly vomit. There are many footprints on the vomit, which is very messy. How often do you wipe the floor? Mike pointed to the bartender John. Just wiped it more than 10 minutes ago. These damn drunkards. Little John cursed the bastards who added to his workload, and Mike shrugged his shoulders, not expecting that the floor that had been wiped many times would leave footprints of some humanoid but not human monsters. In addition, he saw the black fog floating outside, and it suddenly stopped when he followed it out. Let's go. I think I need half wild goat or a very fat and tender roasted deer, and then sleep with the largest empty blueberry bottle. Mike found that the sinful black fog began to emit golden light, knowing that the limit of this trekking had been reached. If he continued to explore, his eyes would turn golden, and he would be regarded as a monster, and his body would suffer temporarily unacceptable damage. So he blinked his eyes, smiled in his heart and said, "Safe," and the black fog that only he could see quickly stopped and condensed into a small semi-golden light ball. The trekking was temporarily interrupted, and according to Mike's instructions, Theodore and the others went to investigate the skin hunters, leaving Julia and Dunbar to follow Mike home. Mike's home is on the seashore east of Flag City. Next to it are cliffs and countless reef caves. These blocked most of the humid sea breeze, making his large yard very comfortable. After a hearty midnight snack, Dunbar did not sleep. This German, who was stronger than Theodore's white bear-like man and a little doll, was full of energy and needed a half-hour cold shower. Julia took off her big black-framed glasses and let her hair down to reveal the true charm and cuteness of an Irish girl. She looked like she was 23 or 24, but now she looked 16 or 17. She walked towards Mike's bedroom very consciously. "Julia, you are only 19 years old." Mike shouted helplessly. "You are only 17. Julia muttered and turned around. After putting on her big black-framed glasses, she did not go to other rooms, but sat down in a corner of the long curved corridor where Mike's bedroom could be seen. She hugged her knees with her hands and snored like a kitten holding a matchlock gun. As for Mike himself, after he sent Julia bedding and drove away the old fierce dog Wang Cai who was prying at the door, he heard the ringing of the phone. "Dear Mike, I can't sleep, and I keep thinking, with your ability, you should have found more clues than others." The unique voice of Chief Inspector Sigrid came from the gilded microphone. Mike felt at ease, because this phone that made him feel messy and could fax black and white photos was very suitable for a certain era without caller ID. "I'm going to sleep. Join me." Mike raised his eyebrows and wanted to laugh. "Sleep? Do you know how much pressure this madman who tortured and raped both sides put on me? You actually slept." "Yes, a bisexual pervert caused chaos in Flag City, but what does that have to do with me? I know you have a lot of big names who can work together to solve this case. You have the experienced 6th Street Detective Old Bill, the shrewd and capable 4th Street Detective Harriman Charles, the up and coming acting Detective Apple. I still have you, and you really want to sleep at this time? People always have to sleep. For example, you, and like me, even if 10,000 people die outside, we must sleep. And, dear Chief Inspector Sigrid, I'm sleepy." "Okay, you can sleep. In another room 30,000 feet away from me, or on the cold ground." Sigrid obviously had her mind wandered, and said with gritted teeth, "But I still have to say, Mike, don't let the second 8 months happen again. find out the Birmingham double homicide case, and give old Bell a good look. You know I'm on your side." With a click, the phone was disconnected. "Mike, what did Sigrid want you to do?" Julia's ears were very sharp. She came over rubbing her sleepy eyes and holding the blanket. She said she was in the same group with us. "Oh, I don't like her." Julia went back to sleep. She just heard it, came over to ask a question, and then went back to sleep. I like her very much, because if exercising is lifting weights, then my way of exercising my ability to withstand certain damn things is to lift her. In Mike's opinion, Sigrid was definitely a black puppy with thorns, because even when he was asleep, he often dreamed of Sigrid's big lavender eyes, charming dark purple long hair, and curvy super body. But what impressed him most was the sinful blood river coiled around Sigrid, with a unique sweet and fishy smell that was stronger than the entire Flex City combined. When Mike wrote this, Julia suddenly laughed. "Mike," she called Mike emotionally, took off her big black framed glasses and squeezed into Mike's arms like a cute kitten. "You are still so kind, always referring to and writing black slaves as black people, and you didn't discriminate against me because I am a mixed race of Oriental pirates and white people. Dear Julia, I need to think. So don't mention that you have half Oriental blood." Mike couldn't help but tremble slightly, because, God is my witness, he is a little allergic to the three words Orient, blood, and female when they are connected together. "Okay, Mike." Julia was very obedient and went to the nest with the matchlock like a kitten. "Boss, I don't know why, but every time I see Julia take off her big black framed glasses, I have a special feeling, as if she is very weak. Is she easy to bully? My lovely God. How funny." Wolf slapped his forehead and wailed. He soon really wailed, because the iron rod that Julia used to unclog the barrel of the matchlock gun pierced into his clown shoes. Theodore and Ollie laughed, and even the Dow Dunbar laughed twice. "Okay," Mike shook the parchment and thought, "our previous clues show that if the murderer is human, the possibility of white people is far greater than black people. We have 4 suspects. Yes, 4 suspects. All human. So we need to start with the most suspicious person, which will save us a lot of time and energy. Boss, who is the most suspicious?" "Tom the Skin Hunter." "Okay, I don't like him. He has a white face." Wolf sat on the ground and looked at his new shoes. There was a hole in it, and it was obvious that he had to buy a new pair. So he turned the frustration of wasting money into motivation for investigating the case, and jumped up to leave. But Mike entered the barn before him and closed the door. The creaking of the old wooden door of the barn blocked the light from outside, and only the fine window ridges above revealed a tiny light like fluorescent spots. In the dim light, 2 black people were peeling corn, preparing to make fresh corn soup for guests like him, and the guest who stayed before them was here, talking to the black man Albert, who was very familiar to him, while throwing tiny fresh corn kernels into his mouth. Albert and his companion Nat were very lucky. They were sold to North America as slaves of old Peter, and they were treated 10 times better than their compatriots. But Nat was not as lucky as him. He died of illness 2 months ago, and old Peter bought another black slave. "Hey, respected Detective Mike, would you like some fresh corn kernels?" Albert had an honest face, and because of his old age, his dark skin was a little droopy. "That's good, Albert, but I hope you can wash it with water for me. You know, I'm a bit of a germaphobe." Mike smiled and sent Albert away. He saw that Albert was the same as before, with only a few traces of sin on his body. This was caused by stealing old Peter's food. A small theft was basically not a real sin. The other black man was very clean as old Peter. Dear Inspector Mike, I have heard of your name. The Great Indian Old Turtle Dove is definitely the most praiseworthy name in the whole Jamestown. The white man Tom stood up, his handsome face a little stiff. Are you afraid of me? Mike pointed to the simple stool. I am a skin hunter, dear Inspector Mike. Tom hesitated for a moment, but still did not dare to sit down. Okay, skin hunter. 10 pounds for an adult Indian male scalp. It's hard-earned money, and it's just hard-earned money that can be used as pocket money. By the way, I heard that you went out hunting this time and happened to run into a small Indian family, perhaps driven out of the tribe, and made a lot of money. Yes, Inspector Mike, they had 4 adult Indian warriors, and we almost lost some men. What about the elderly, the weak, women and children? Did you let them go? Mike looked at the sinful smoke on Tom thoughtfully. If he used one word to describe it, it would be as black as a multitude of arrows. Of course, I let him go. Tom showed an expression of suppressed anger, as if Mike had questioned his character to the core. You know, Inspector Mike, we skin hunters also have normal jobs. Hunting Indians is just a way to make some pocket money for fun. We like exciting battles and are willing to make a little money from it, but it doesn't mean that we will lose our basic humanity for a mere 10 pounds. I'm just looking for someone to chat with, just chatting casually. God, maybe some of my inappropriate expressions have stimulated your pride as a British gentleman. Then I apologize. By the way, what about him? Can he chat with me for a while? Mike pointed to the black man who was peeling fresh corn kernels next to him. The young black man had a hearty movement, and the tender yellow fresh corn kernels fell like golden sand under his strong and slender fingers. You are a true British gentleman, the great British detective. Tom felt a little relieved after hearing Mike's words, and bowed slightly to Mike. But it's a pity that it's difficult for you to communicate with this black slave. He is too young. And the black slave just said he has only been in North America for 4 months. 2 months in Flag City, and the previous 2 months were probably in the slave trader's dirty and smelly iron cage that was difficult to approach, or maybe in a narrow cabin, trying to pray to the black god of poverty to bless him not to be swallowed by the big mouth of Poseidon, the god of the sea. You mean he can't use English proficiently? He can only gesture with his claws that seem to be pulled out of the mud. Oh dear God, I actually ate the corn kernels he peeled directly. I must be crazy. God bless me. Tom began to scratch his throat. Mike also noticed that no matter how Tom discriminated against black people, the young people who peeled fresh corn kernels lowered their heads and concentrated on their work. Yes, this is very normal because even if they can understand Tom's words, black people have long been accustomed to their lowly status and racial skin that is despised to the bottom of the ground. After chatting with the suspect Tom, Mike immediately walked out of the bar. At the door, he met Albert, who was washing fresh corn kernels. He grabbed a handful and stuffed them into his mouth. It tasted very sweet, much better than the exquisite corn juice in his previous life. He praised it a few times and took away all the fresh corn kernels in the small basin. Boss, did you find out anything? Theodore, a lion and wolf surrounded the basin of fresh corn kernels. In North America, where there is only alcohol but no beverages, fresh corn kernels are indeed a good juice. What did you ask? Did I go to interrogate one of the suspects? Little Tom. I just wanted to chat with him. Mike squatted on the ground, chewing the fresh corn kernels without any image, swallowing the delicious juice, and then spraying away the residue. So-called interrogation, or torture, can only be done when the other party is at an absolute disadvantage. Just like the cute little Tom, he is a white man, a British gentleman from Great Britain, and he has many white friends. So we can kill him and whip him, but we can't torture him. This is determined by the damn North American era. Then what should we do? Ali pulled out a half-broken French rapier, licked his lips and laughed. Maybe it can be like this. Boss, I will capture him. Slowly peel off his scalp until he signs the confession and presses his fingerprints, and then take his body back to Fleck City. You want to torture him into confession. Ali, have you forgotten your sister? Mike said without raising his head. Boss. Ali's expression suddenly became ferocious. Okay, Ali, everyone in North America has a story. You have it, I have it, Julia has it, Wolf has it, even bear-like men like Theodore and Dunbar have it. This is a wonderful era, isn't it? Mike said, holding a cigar in his mouth, and took out his bright red quill pen to modify his record. Ali was still a little indignant about being touched on the sore spot, but soon his attention was attracted by the rustling quill pen. It was written on it, first, Tom the Skin Hunter, 50% suspicion. Second, Old Peter the Good Man, 0% suspicion. Third, Albert the Black Man, suspicion. Fourth, the New Black Man, suspicion. 0%. Rox and Wolf were surprised. Boss, 0% means no suspicion at all. Why don't you remove our honest old Tom from the suspects? This is just a metaphor. Mike shook his head, because the so-called suspicion was added by himself. To put it bluntly, it was distinguished according to the evil smoke he saw. It cannot be regarded as a conclusion. It can only be used as a reference. Because they had checked before, the murderer had been too many places, and it was most likely a white person. So Mike roughly judged the suspicion of Tom the Skin Hunter and dear old Peter. Tom's evil smoke was very strong, so it was 50%. Old Peter's body was very clean, so it was 0%. But it didn't mean that old Peter really had no chance of being the murderer. He just used the elimination method, first using the evil smoke to make a rough judgment, separate the key points, and then eliminate them. The first one who needed to be eliminated, or who was lucky enough to allow them to confirm the identity of the murderer in the elimination, was Tom the Skin Hunter, who was 50% suspicious. Mike asked Dunbar to call all of Tom's Skin Hunter companions and take the others to walk on the ridge of the field. His nostrils were full of the fragrance of the countryside, and occasionally he looked at the green mountains in the distance like a painting garden, and also looked at the vegetable gardens with small yellow flowers under his feet. Remember the love murder case of the Warren couple on Dongxie Street 2 years ago? He suddenly asked while thinking. Remember, in your diary. You rarely write in your diary, but the Warren's murder case took up 3 pages. Wolf answered subconsciously, and then he seemed to realize something, screaming and trying to avoid the muzzle of Julius Muscat, who was still sleepwalking and yawning, but suddenly woke up. Mike, why don't I shoot him to death? Julia swung the muzzle of the musket at Wolf's side. No. Second sister. I promise that this is not my fault. Wolf begged for mercy. It doesn't matter, Julia. I have two diaries. One is locked and the other is not. You can look at the unlocked one at will and learn something from it. But if Wolf wants to take the locked one, don't ask me. Just put a bullet hole in his saw, Mike said seriously. But in fact, the two diaries are irrelevant, and he didn't write anything in the locked one. Julia began to doze off again. Aside from her vigilance, that she would always be awake and absolutely focused, she seemed to never get enough sleep. Without the threat on the muzzle of the matchlock, Wolf immediately felt at ease, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. I'm sorry, boss. I promise. I just saw your diary thrown casually on your absolutely comfortable sofa. I was just curious. Okay, let's talk about the case. I seem to remember. You also gave the suspect of the murderer of the love murder case 0%. Yes, 0%. The same as dear old Peter, 0%. She is also very clean, like old Peter, Mike said with a smile. Theodore, Ally and Wolf also nodded repeatedly, thinking that Mike meant that these two people had no criminal records or something. According to Mike's words, they are. Are they all ordinary people who live a peaceful life? Mike, it's okay. It won't be the same as the Warren Love murder case. You don't have to worry that your beloved old Peter will be the murderer. Julia was particularly sensitive to Mike's emotions and suddenly sobered up. Yes, I don't think so, Mike said with a smile. After all, if someone has committed the perverted evil of double rape, murder and torture, and wants to be clean without any trace of sin, there are only two possibilities. One is that the original intention of doing so is revenge, blood for blood, tooth for tooth, etc. The other is that he has done something extremely great, so great that it can absolutely offset his unreasonable perverted crime. Just like the Warren Love murder case 2 years ago, the murderer is Miss Sauce. Warren. This conclusion is not directly seen by Mike, but the careful reasoning, various investigations on Miss Sauce, Warren and Mr. Warren and Miss Sauce, Warren's own death. Many clues are entangled together to give Mike the answer. Mr. Warren wanted to let Miss Sauce. Warren appreciated the roses he planted on the balcony on their wedding anniversary, but he actually wanted to push Miss Sauce Warren down and cause her accidental death so that he could inherit Miss Sauce Warren's rich legacy and live with the beautiful gypsy girl. But he didn't expect that Miss Sauce Warren also had the handsome Vic, who took the initiative and killed him in his murder plan. Is it because of the relationship of giving him a taste of his own medicine, or because of revenge? Miss Sauce Warren did not produce too much seeing smoke. She often does good deeds, which offsets part of the evil smoke, so she is very clean. So if old Peter is the same, is old Peter a hidden big boss? A former savior? TSK. It's really bloody. In the recollection, Mike held a cigar in his mouth. The touch of his teeth that seemed to be able to bite the cigar smoke made his mind clearer. Julia lit the cigar for him with a fire paper. He took a puff, held the smoke in his mouth, and was about to laugh. Let's go, my dear Julia, Theodore, Ally and Wolf. We need to clean up a room and then have a pleasant conversation with the Skin Hunter brothers. Listen, Duang, Duang, I seem to have heard the sound of Dunbar's big baton knocking on the wooden door of the farm. According to all the clues, the murderer is 99% likely to be a white man. There are only 2 white people in the area where the tracking smoke is circling, Tom the skin hunter and old Peter. Mike is very happy that there is Tom's mother ahead of old Peter, which makes him feel at ease and happy. Let's just wait here. Mike pointed to a separate utility room. Theodore and others followed Mike in. It was small, but it was bright. They found a chair for Mike to sit down. The three of them leaned against three walls, looking lazy but ready to attack and hurt people at any time. Julia didn't like such a cramped space, but when Mike was in a good mood, she was in a good mood. She followed in, yawning and sitting at Mike's feet while holding the old dog Guangcai. When she found a purple beetle on the ground, the laziness on her face disappeared. She crossed her legs to trap the beetle, bent down, held her cheeks with both hands, and laughed like a child at the beetle running in circles. Du Wang too. This time, they really heard the sound. Hi, Dunbar. Wolf called out at the door, and soon Dunbar and three others squeezed into the utility room. Then they blocked the door. This obviously made the three strong men a little panicked. When Wolf brought Tom in, they calmed down instead, staring at Tom, their companion who had gotten into big trouble, with a slightly scrutinizing and angry look. Dear Inspector Mike, the immortal old Indian turtle dove, your name is respected. It was the leader who spoke, bowing slightly, using a standard British gentleman's etiquette to meet a gentleman. Hello, Simpson. Nice to meet you. Mike had studied the information that Wolf and his team had investigated and could identify each of the four skin hunters. Simpson Griffin, a prestigious leader among the skin hunters in Macon City. Mike smiled and said Simpson's identity around 1:30 a.m. The night before yesterday, a double rape and murder case occurred on North Diagonal Street. The Birmingham couple, two ordinary small craftsmen, died miserably. Miss Sauce. Birmingham was raped and murdered, and Mr. Birmingham was raped and murdered and tortured. They all had their scalps cut off. Just like that, Kyla. Mike spit out a phonetic sound and drew a circle on Simpson's forehead with his finger. It wasn't us. The scalps can't be fake. You know, only the red scalps of Indians can be exchanged for money. Simpson was terrified. Yes, he was a prestigious fur trapper leader in the city of Mackenzie, but Mike's name was too famous, and fur trappers with more prestige than him were not qualified to speak to Mike on an equal footing. I know it wasn't you, and you. The three of you didn't have time to commit the crime, but your companion, Tom, left halfway. Yes, he left halfway. Simpson was very honest. Then he had time to commit the crime. I need you to tell me how long he was gone and how he left. Simpson looked at Tom, who was as pale as death. Dear Inspector Mike, he said, since Vaser warned us not to leave Flag City, we knew something was wrong and waited for you to question us. But Tom, he has no reason to kill someone he doesn't know. You just need to answer my questions honestly. But I think I must remind you that if he didn't know the Birminghams but still brutally killed them, is there something wrong with his brain? You are right, dear Inspector Mike. Protecting a mentally ill companion does not bring friendship, but a greater crisis. Simpson did not dare to look at Tom's face, lowered his head and thought carefully. If you had asked Visser, she might have told you that Tom had been gone for 20 minutes, or half an hour. This is a wrong answer, because it is not convenient for us skin hunters to reveal our identities in the city. We also wear the hunter's cloak when drinking. And because Parker and Tom are of similar size, Parker went out to urinate once again. I heard Visser call Parker Tom when Parker came back. I understand, and I won't embarrass Visser. Then, how long was Tom gone? A full 15 minutes. You have a good horse. Yes, that's my horse. It runs as fast as lightning. With claws wrapped around its hooves, it can even take me to the Indian's treehouse without being discovered. If Tom rides it, let alone committing a crime on North Diagonal Street, he can even run back and forth from the south gate out of the city. No, I didn't. I didn't kill anyone. I don't even know who the Birminghams are. Tom screamed frantically. Simpson, you hurt me. My brother, my beloved chief. You actually want to hurt me. I didn't hurt you. Dear brother, if you didn't kill anyone, you would be dead. Okay, no need to say some sensational words. Tom, it's your turn now. Where have you been in these 50 minutes? You can try to lie. Lie in front of me. Mike's voice was not loud, but it was very intimidating. Tom immediately stopped talking and looked at Mike with fear. Yes, it was fear. Although Mike's eyes were calm and his expression was not fierce, Tom inexplicably felt a great fear. Thinking of Mike's various reputations, Tom had no doubt that if he dared to lie in front of Mike, then Mike would beat him to death without hesitation and let him become a corpse waiting to decay in the jungle. No, I won't lie. I will tell you where I went. I have evidence. Tom emphasized continuously, glanced at Simpson and the other two companions, and his voice became hoarse. But this is my privacy. Dear Detective Mike, I ask to let them go out. I will tell you everything, and I also ask you not to tell others. Okay, I respect everyone's privacy and won't tell others. Mike nodded, and Julia was the first to stand up, and then everyone went out. Not long after, Mike threw Tom out of the door and shouted for Theodore to drive the carriage. The carriage slowly drove through the streets and alleys, heading south. Occasionally, when turning a corner, the horse hooves stamped, a loud cry came out of the nose, a puff of white air was exhaled, and a long neigh was made. Why do you live with old Peter instead of with your companions? Mike sat steadily in the carriage, listening to the horse neigh. The place where they live is too expensive. It is the best accommodation in Fleck City. I can't afford it. Your income will not be low. Mike said affirmatively. Yes, my income is not low, but I need money. Tom looked out the window. His mood seemed very low. My father is a gambler, and he owes a large gambling debt. If I don't make more money, he will be beaten to death. He will really be beaten to death. Really? Mike did not comment. After all, when some people say, my friend is like this and like that, my relative is like this and like that, they may be talking about themselves. About 50 minutes later, the carriage left the city from the south of Fleck and stopped at the edge of a dense wild forest. The sun was very good today, making this small forest look bright and clear, with distinct outlines. There were densely growing broad-leaved evergreen trees of various sizes and varieties in front, behind, left and right. Mike and Theodore followed Tom inside, not worrying about Tom escaping, and even had time to chat and check the surrounding environment. There are 2 round trips of horse hoof prints. Judging from the traces, they were made in the past 2 days. Theodore pointed to the ground to Mike. He said he didn't have time to commit the crime, and he came here on the night of the crime. Mike smiled and said, now it depends on whether he can give his so-called evidence. Of course, the evidence is not very good looking. What evidence? I promised him that I would not tell anyone else, including you." Mike was a man of his word, so he raised his eyebrows and took out a quill. "Theodore," Mike wrote quickly, "our dear little Tom," he began with an affectionate tone, with obvious sarcasm. "Dear little Tom and his fellow skin hunters got the scalps of 4 adult Indian men. These were 40 pounds, 10 pounds each. But the small tribe of 4 adult Indian men had 11 Indian women and old women, and 14 children, so he returned alone to kill these old, weak women and children who had no ability to resist, dreaming that even if such a scalp was only worth 2 pounds, he could pocket 50 pounds for himself. He was worried that his companions would find out the scalp after he got drunk. So he said he left that day to hide the scalp." Theodore touched his chest when he asked. 2 Swedish more knives were hidden under the patrolman's uniform, close to his chest hair. "Yes, he was a little itchy. Yes, that's what he said. Look, he's digging." Mike stopped and waited by a tree. The forests in North America were full of dead leaves, which were very dirty, but also very soft and easy to dig. Tom kicked away the 3 stones he used as marks and dug directly with his hands, with excitement on his face, as if he was digging for hope. "But no, why not?" Tom yelled, looking everywhere like a madman. "I don't think he has the so-called evidence." Theodore looked at the joke, but to be honest, he wanted to find an excuse to kill Tom, preferably using the same method Tom used to kill 25 women and children. There should be, after all, no normal person would use such a clumsy lie. No, if he is the murderer, his brain is sick. He wants to find a chance to escape. Unless he hasn't heard of your reputation. Dear Inspector Mike, the immortal old Indian turtle, the terrible man who once caught a zombie with his bare hands that ran 1.5 times faster than a strong human male. Theodore was not worried at all. Mike also smiled, because he had been keeping a distance of less than 10 yards from Tom. Within this distance, he could catch Tom quickly without wasting any time. He was also very happy to see that Tom could not find the so-called evidence. "Found it." Suddenly, Tom stood up, jumped up, and waved the package in his hand at Mike. The package could be vaguely identified as brown cloth, but the bottom was stained and solidified with blood and turned black and red. At this time, Tom was excited and waved the package happily. He waved it so hard that the package was thrown on the tree and cracked, leaving a pool of blood. "Put it away," Mike groaned in his throat. On the way back, Theodore was still the one driving the car. When they arrived at the farm, it was slightly dark and it was almost time for dinner. But Mike immediately gathered everyone and arranged work for the investigation. He was a little anxious, so that there was some chaos near the farm. Then at 8 o'clock in the evening, Theodore and others came back one after another to the horseshoe prince match. Mike stared at the flame of the oil lamp, and then lit a cigar with the flame. "It matches. It is the best horse among the 4 horses owned by the 4 hide hunters in Macon City." Theodore was holding a broken horseshoe in his hand. The hide hunters came back from the north and were stopped by Weiser and his group in the North City. The place where the scalps of Indian rocks and children were hidden was in the mountains and forests south of the city. If it can be proved that the scalps were not buried after the Birmingham double murder, then Tom buried the scalps on the night of the crime. Birmingham's home is on North Diagonal Street. The bar where Tom drank is in the middle, and the scalp is in the mountains and forests south of Flag City. Tom couldn't have had the time to commit the crime. Mike wrapped the cigar tightly and asked, "Have you asked the residents who were on the farm? Did Tom leave the farm after the crime?" No one found that he had left the farm. He seemed to like the free food prepared by old Peter. This time it was Ali who answered. "The scalp has been moved." "Who moved it, and has it been found out?" "It has been found out." Wolf, who was the best at tracking, lowered his head and said, "It was at 2 o'clock in the morning of the night of the crime. A farmer saw someone burying something in the mountains and forests south of the city. He thought it was a treasure, but when he dug it out, he found it was all blood. He was so scared that he ran away and threw away the scalp. That's why the scalp was thrown 50 yards away from the burial site. It took some effort to find the farmer who had moved the scalp, but the news is reliable." "Okay, the news is reliable. That is to say, Tom did not bury the scalp after the crime, and he is not the murderer of the Birmingham double murder case. Then there are only 3 suspects in the whole farm, 1 white and 2 black. One white person is my dear old Peter, and the other 2 are black. One of the black people is an old acquaintance of ours, Albert, who was lucky enough to work for old Peter for more than 10 years. The other black person is an unknown person who was just trafficked here and has been in North America for less than 4 months." Mike took a deep breath and his mind worked frantically. Yes, the murderer went to 2 cafes, 6 cheap bars, a large farm, and 2 late-night theaters, 1 vulgar and 1 elegant. He is a white man, so there can only be. No, it can't be old Peter. Boss, we can find other murderers. Among the 3 of them, Mike didn't want old Peter to be the murderer, because if there was anything that he could still reminisce about, it was probably the half bowl of mashed potatoes. Emotions affected his thinking and made his mind confused, but he quickly sorted out the ideas, and the tangled threads in his mind were spread out like a carpet. The murderer stayed in many places of consumption. It seems impossible for black people to do that, but what if the murderer just stayed? No black person can consume unscrupulously like the residents of Flag City, but it does not mean that they cannot stop in those places and not be seen. Why do black slaves stay in those places? They are just slaves, Wolf asked. There are various reasons, such as the times. Mike bit his cigar slowly, took out a quill pen, crossed out all the excluding suspects, and rewrote the latest suspects. First, good old Peter, suspicion 30%. Second, 2 black people, suspicion 70%. He included the 2 black people together. Boss, why are the black slaves more suspicious? How could black slaves stay in so many places of consumption? They can't spend money, and there is no need for them to stay in those places. Wolf scratched his messy hair, feeling that his brain was about to explode. Because I was busy and didn't make it in time for lunch and dinner, I just had a midnight snack. Old Peter was so happy that Mike could accompany him for dinner, and the 2 black people who were serving at the table also smiled. They showed the unique white teeth of black people that seemed to not turn yellow even without brushing, and their thick lips made their smiles very honest. My dear Mike, my child, poor old Peter doesn't know why you care about wolf peach, this bright and terrible plant that may be highly toxic. But I knew you wanted to eat it, so I caught a mole and forced it to eat some. It didn't die, so I ate some too. Old Peter showed a savoring expression, still blocking Mike's hand holding the tomato. I have tasted its deliciousness, but I still want to persuade you not to try its danger. Old Peter is old, and you are still young. Even if the toxicity of wolfberry will not erupt until 10 years later, it is not worth it for you to try it. Okay, dear old Peter, I won't eat it. Mike took back his hand holding the tomato. In addition, he saw the tomato juice at the corner of old Peter's mouth, and his heart trembled. Dear old Peter, I know Albert is clever, and I want to borrow him and his friends to help me repair the garden by the sea. Oh, don't worry about the farm. I will buy you the other two black people, and I believe you will treat them well. Mike made a request to take the two black suspects away. Compared with old Peter, he was more inclined to investigate the two blacks first. Old Peter certainly would not refuse him, but persuaded him not to spend money. This made Mike enjoy the old man's unique stinginess and felt very ridiculous. What a joke! 8 months of alcoholism had not spent all his money, so could buying two blacks be enough? He was not very rich, but various incomes, such as the fees of North Bleak Street, had never stopped. Mike's home was on the seashore in the eastern suburbs of Fleck City, with a large garden. The yard was full of colorful plants, red roses, which made him feel that the bloody clouds of sin in his eyes were a little more harmonious. When the roses withered, he still had other kinds of red flowers. By the way, he could plant some wolfberries. But in fact, he didn't take care of the garden much. He just liked big things. For example, big rooms, big beds, big yards, and even more like the vast red and golden sea under the sunset in front of him. This was bought when he just became the detective of 2nd Street, and he spent all the money he had at the time, a full 5 gold pounds. Dear Inspector Mike, every time I come to your house, it seems like I see heavy gold waving to me. Ollie is even more greedy than Wolf, who was a pickpocket, because maintaining the unique romance of the French is a very expensive thing, and his romance is even more expensive. But when he said this, he closed the gate, pulled out the French rapier, and pressed it against the kidney of the black man Albert. Dunbar also pinched the shoulder of another black man, but this black man actually withstood 3 points of his strength. To his great surprise, the dull German face showed a little surprised expression, and he pressed the black man heavily to the ground again. Dear Sir Mike, my most respected Inspector Sir Mike, the friend of the respectable old Peter, did I do something wrong? Did Albert, who never dared to do anything bad, do something wrong? Albert was frightened and squatted on the ground with his head in his hands. Okay, Ollie, don't scare poor Albert with your rapier. And you, Dunbar, you are too strong and have crushed the shells that paved the ground in my garden. These were picked up by Julia herself. After receiving Mike's order, Dunbar quickly let go, picked up the black man and threw him away, then squatted on the ground to pick up the broken shells. TSK, Dunbar, you are too honest. Ollie laughed at Dunbar, but also obediently retracted the rapier. Dear Albert, I don't want it to be you, but you are a suspect, at least one of the suspects. Do I have to keep you under custody and question you, or kill you and your other black friend together? I will kill the wrong one and not let him go. Mike was talking to the black man Albert, but he was paying attention to another black man. This black man had big eyes, a high nose, and a thick mouth. It can be said that he had a face that looked like a god among black people. His shoulders were also very broad, and underneath were 2 long legs that were obviously very good at running. Mike noticed that he didn't seem to want to escape, So he pulled out the shell fragments that were stuck in his facial skin and brow flesh in a humble manner. Well, it seems that you know that no one can escape from my territory. The name of the damn old Indian dove sounds good, but it has caused me a lot of trouble. It's like if any one of you escapes, I will just catch him and torture him. Of course, this doesn't mean that I won't torture him to extract a confession, but the method will be milder. Mike didn't discriminate against race, but that didn't stop him from using social class to save energy. He smiled and pointed to a small cave outside the garden. Dunbar and Ally, Theodore and Wolf split into two groups and selected representatives to play rock, paper, scissors. In the end, Wolf won, and Dunbar and Ally took the two blacks into the cave. They would conduct a 12-hour interrogation, and after 12 hours, it would be Theodore and Wolf for the second round. Julia never participated in such small things and preferred to solve problems directly. For example, kill all the suspects together. This would give her more time to sleep within 50 yards of Mac, and she really did so, feeling very insecure and nestling in the corner of the corridor, holding the matchlock tightly. Dear Inspector Mac, we can find the murderer in 3 days at most and give old Bell a good slap in the face, right? Wolf asked casually, and checked the house by the way to make sure no one came in when they were away. That bastard old Bell wants to see your show. Inspector, he's waiting to take advantage of your misfortune. Theodore took off his patrol uniform, wiped his two Swedish Mora knives with his thick chest hair with his bare chest, then took a shower, and said with a fierce smile, "If you hadn't caught the murderer of the Birmingham homicide, I have no doubt that old Bell would say that you were really useless and force Chief Inspector Sigrid to deprive you of your position as Inspector of the First Street. He is a cunning and cautious wild fox. He supported Apple. He has blatantly betrayed you and is no longer our close partner, old Bell. I don't want to be intimate with an old man. And don't worry, my brothers. I will humiliate old Bell and make him spit out everything he ate from me, plus interest. He will be obedient." Mike fed Wang Cai a whole piece of beef jerky, touched Wang Cai's sharp fangs, then patted Wang Cai and asked Wang Cai to bring Julia the thickest and most expensive Persian blanket that could withstand the night wind. He loved his brothers and sisters, and he and his rocks and sisters were very young, so young that they would never understand the truth that one step back would open up a new world, or that people could actually go back to the past. He had already been a detective on 3 streets, so he would not be reduced to a small shrimp like a detective on 1 street. Besides, isn't it just investigating a case? He liked it very much. The sun rose and set, and 2 days passed quickly. There was wine and meat for every meal during the 2 days. The most expensive and strongest wine in Flag City was stored in his home. Dear Sir Mac, I brought back 2 bottles of golden ale. The wine cellar of the poor mayor, Fleck's 6th lover, was stolen, but we have to investigate the Birmingham murder case, so we don't have time to deal with such a small case, right? Early in the morning of the 3rd day, Wolf climbed over the wall and came back. Then he watched Michael snatch his good wine worth 10 pounds and shared a bottle with Julia. He didn't return the remaining bottle to him, but took it to the small cave in the reef outside the garden. The reef cave was very deep and dark inside. Mike walked skillfully for more than 10 meters, avoiding the protruding rocks, and finally saw a dim oil lamp. The light burned on the faces of the 2 black men, making it impossible for them to fall asleep. Even if they fell asleep, Dunbar and Ollie would keep them awake. Did they say anything to each other? Mike asked. Yes, but it was all insignificant words, such as guessing why they were captured, comforting each other, and missing their African homeland. But the next day, they didn't have the energy to talk. What language did they use? Albert occasionally used some English. The other black slave didn't, and never uttered a word of English. He used black slave language. We don't even know his name, so we might as well call him the dumb black slave. Ali understood the language of the black people, but it was obvious that he didn't have the pride of being multilingual. Old Peter didn't teach him a single English word in 2 months. Mike looked at the dumb black slave thoughtfully and saw that he was very clean. He shouted, "Hey, Albert, whatever it is, it's me. I did it all. Please let me sleep, or hang me while I'm asleep, or even burn me with fire." The black man Albert suddenly shouted. He had collapsed and couldn't sleep, so he used his head to knock back the hard reef cave wall. Mike walked over, and Dunbar pulled Albert's face close to the candle. When he opened Albert's eyelids, he found that Albert's pupils were a little sluggish, so he moved the candle away so that poor Albert couldn't take a nap. He looked at the about black slave again and found that the black man was biting his lips, and he showed an unconcealable firm expression in his collapse. "What's your name?" Mike asked. "Do you know the Birmingham couple?" "I'm an Indian." The black slave murmured in black language. "Tell me, why did you kill the Birmingham couple?" "The Germans will hunt me down." It was still black language. What I asked was, "What's your name?" "It's insignificant, isn't it?" "Martin Luther King." "My name is Martin Luther King." This time, Martin honestly said his name. He used authentic Great British English. Mike smiled with satisfaction, but he couldn't help being surprised. He habitually bit his fingers and thought. He used a method of fatigue interrogation, but Martin obviously had a certain ability to resist this interrogation and was talking nonsense. It was not until he asked unimportant things first, then important things, and then unimportant things again that he got a name. This is very strange, because according to the education level of black people, they would never be exposed to his interrogation method, let alone carry out targeted resistance. There is only one reason. Martin is a real hero. What's even more strange to me is that you didn't know English originally, but now you answered me in fluent English. What are you hiding? In addition to killing the Birmingham couple, what other secrets are you hiding that are important to you? Mike's curiosity exploded like a baby, and he continued to induce the questioning, bringing the candlelight close to Martin's face. "I know." Martin suddenly leaned forward, and the pain of his eyebrows made him sober instantly. He widened his eyes and stared at Mike in shock and fear. "What did I say?" Martin didn't remember what he said just now. "You said your name and then admitted your crime." "Martin." Mike knew that Martin was not easy to fool, but this did not stop him from trying to fool him. And by the way, he poured Martin a horn cup of golden beer. "I know I'm not suitable for drinking now, not to mention that such good wine will make me stupid and make me more dull than I am now." Martin wanted to refuse the wine, but he had not slept for 2 days and 2 nights, and he had been staring at the flickering flames. He couldn't refuse a glass of wine at this time, so he took a sip slowly, and then raised his head to drink it up. He seemed desperate, and cursed in a low voice, "Well, old Indian turtle dove, Cunning Fox." Immortal Detective. Mike, I have heard of your name a long time ago, just like the storm in the vast wilderness of Africa. You are a devil. I admit that no one can escape your pursuit. Take out your quill pen and give me a piece of paper. I don't need your prepared confession. I will write it myself. In short, Martin really pulled himself together, took the paper and pen, and started writing. He wrote in a beautiful British English font, which made Mike and Ollie amazed. Boss, is he really the murderer? God, this world is really crazy. Ollie couldn't believe it after seeing the confession. After all, a black slave, after killing someone, actually had the leisure to wander around the city of his masters in the middle of the night. Yes, he is the murderer, and he writes in a very beautiful but even more strange handwriting. Mike looked at the confession and said to Martin, "Then you said that the Birminghams went to Jamestown before settling in Fleck City. You have a beautiful indentured girlfriend, Mr. Birmingham paid £5 to sleep with her on the first night, and Miss Sauce. Birmingham helped by the side, and accidentally killed her because of abuse. I don't doubt this. After all, women in Great Britain are in a twisted position, and Miss Sauce, Birmingham is just a little more twisted. The Birminghams paid a huge price of £60 for compensation. They are really rich. Did the status of small handicraftsmen improve? Did they get more than 10 times the conscience of factory owners? Mike got more than he wanted from the confession. He was very satisfied, but not satisfied, because in this case, Martin was for revenge. This would not produce too much sinful black fog, but it did not mean that Martin could be as clean as he saw. And Martin was a black man. How could he go to 2 cafes, 6 cheap bars, a large farm, and 2 late-night theaters, 1 vulgar and 1 elegant, in one night? He is not eligible to consume. So, did you do something more unspeakable than the Birmingham double murder? I also found out that you have been to many places, such as Lena's coffee shop. Her coffee is very delicious, but I don't believe you can chat with her with a black face. Let me guess, you went to find friends. Black friends. Many, many black friends. Mike's tone became slower and slower. How can black slaves have friends? Martin smiled disdainfully, despising Mike's whimsy. Well, you don't want to admit it. It doesn't matter, because I can calculate some things. For example, the places you have been to. Mike slowly said the names of all the places, word by word, very detailed. This obviously brought a huge sense of oppression to Martin, but he calculated without caring. That's right. These are the places. At least 200 black people. This is a big number, but I don't need to buy them all. Just buy 20. This is nothing to me. Of course, killing 20 black people is nothing. You devil. Damn white detective. How can there be such a cunning white person like you in North America? Martin cursed all of Mike's nicknames crazily, which was not very pleasant to hear, but it made Mike smile, because Martin told him 2 things. One was that Martin, a black man who had just arrived and should work hard and not care about worldly affairs, knew him very well. The other thing was more interesting. That is, Martin had many companions, so many that even if he only bought 20 black people, there might be Martin's friends among them. Okay, you need to be quiet. So, I'll let you sleep first, and then consider telling me the secret after you wake up, or I'll take you to buy 20. No, 30 black people. I have a lot of pocket money recently. Mike comforted Martin, and his comfort was very strange. just kicking Martin's lower body hard. Then he walked out of the reef cave. He didn't really leave, but stood at the entrance of the cave enjoying the golden beer that Wolf brought. About 5 minutes later, Ollie came out. "He can't sleep," Mike asked. "Yes, Sir Mike, he can't sleep," Ollie said in a somewhat strange tone. "The kick you gave him is not a big deal, but you gave him more than one kick on the spiritual level. Sir Mike, you were very gentle, peeling off his spiritual defense layer by layer, peeling off his skin, opening his bones, and when you saw his fragile little heart, you became rough again, chopping with a knife, piercing with an awl. You are so terrible, more terrible than the dear Queen. The Queen of France. No, it's all the queens under this romantic starry sky." Ollie laughed grimly. "I like this kind of terribleness of yours. Maybe following you, one day I can give the dear Queen of France a charming rose. Rage her hard on the bed. Ask her why she burned my poor sister to death, or stuff an acre of rose thorns into her throat. I think what you need to understand is, the one who burned your sister to death was just the mayor of a small town in France. I will give you a chance to kill him." Mike patted Ollie's shoulder and walked into the reef cave again. Because of the many torches, the cave was suddenly bright. Mike saw the black man Albert lying on the cold, hard and wet ground and snoring. He snapped his fingers and Dunbar took Albert out. If his reasoning was correct, he didn't want outsiders to hear the conversation that followed. Even if the poor and innocent Albert was sleeping, he didn't want to take any risks. "How many of you are there?" Mike got straight to the point, "or I will slowly kill all the hidden dangers." "We have 50 people. Martin looked at Mike with fear, and inevitably with some hatred and resignation. "Very good. More than I have. This is really a big force, isn't it? It's just the people I gathered. Without me, they are just a pile of scattered sand. Mike, you are a smart man. You are an old Indian turtle. You should understand that if you kill me, there will be no hidden dangers left. Please, kill me, and then let them go. They can also contribute to the city of Fleck." Martin's attitude became kind, aggrieved, and pitiful. "Do you think I care about the contribution of black blood? Tell me the list." Mike poured the golden beer. "Number. Just kill me." Martin gritted his teeth and shook his head. "Dear Martin, I have no prejudice against blacks, whites, or even Indians. All the nations in this world are the same. No, maybe the upper countrymen with skin as delicate as topaz in the Far East are different, but I have never seen them. I hope you believe the list of all the people you provide and the names I find out myself will be two completely different results." Mike poured the wine seriously. The rich malt foam came out of the horn cup, and then the wine also came out. The yellow-skinned upper countrymen. Martin looked at Mike strangely. In his world, white people still reign supreme. However, he did not refuse this time, and even snatched the bottle of wine under Wolf's distressed eyes. He drank madly and thought madly, and finally took the paper and pen and wrote down the names of 50 black people. After thinking about it, he added 2 more people. Mike's reputation as the Indian old dove was too terrible, and he didn't dare to gamble. If Mike found out who was not on the list, he believed that Mike would not reason with him and would simply kill any backbone he wanted to hide. "Okay, you can send me to the gallows, or you can kill these 2 people. Then the remaining 50 people can't cause any trouble. Please let them go." Martin spoke drunkenly. Even though he had the pride of a prince in Africa, he had no confidence in front of Mike. He was completely defeated and lost completely without leaving any property. Mike just shook his head, took the list and the confession, looked at them, and walked out of the cave with a smile. This time it was Theodore and Wolf's turn to guard the prisoners, and Dunbar and Ollie followed him away. I don't understand, but it seems that we have made a great contribution again. Dunbar was taking a shower in the yard. He was too burly and needed to collect a few more large buckets of fresh water from the bamboo pipes so that he could have time to talk to Wally. Of course, catching the criminal of the Birmingham murder case is a merit, and stopping a possible slave riot is a greater merit. Dear Inspector Mike, can we get a heavy reward of gold pounds? Ollie was very short of money and happily waved his French rapier. It's a pity that we can't get half a penny from Martin, but we may get more. Mike was not going to hand Martin over. He had wanted to catch the murderer who disgusted him and send him to the gallows, which Sigrid rarely used, or shoot him on the spot. But knowing the truth, he had no need to avenge the Birmingham couple who were not good citizens, and there was no need to offend a terrible force that was likely to be extremely powerful, and powerful enough to overthrow half of the North American colonies. Don't you think it's strange? Martin, he has only been in North America for 3 months, and in Flag City for only 1.5 months. But he can speak fluent British English. He can write aristocratic official handwriting. So, is that huge nation no longer willing to be sold and enslaved, and finally united? Or united a small part, form the Guild or the Avengers? Mike looked up at the bloody sun in the sky, and the thick clouds of sin around the sun. You are right, dear Mike. Dunbar stood up like a meat mountain and laughed honestly. Even if Mike said that the earth is flat, he would believe it. Ollie opened his mouth in surprise, thinking about the lowly black slaves. Formed some kind of alliance. Is this possible? Ollie, even everyone in the North American colonies regarded black people as a lowly race. 3/5 of the livestock property. They are willing to put the Indians in the middle of whites and blacks, and regard the name of Indian Old Dove as an honor, but will not regard the name of non-black Big Tiger as an honor. The reason is very simple. That is, Indians will resist and kill, but black slaves will only riot and run away. This is really the difference between 2 legs and 4 hooves. Okay, brothers, we need to go to the morgue and visit the poor Birmingham couple to determine whether they are innocent or deserve to die. If they deserve to die, we need to work harder to find a real murderer. After all, Martin is one of our lovely properties and needs to be polished and protected like a gold pound. When necessary, it will be broken into pounds and shillings, or even smaller pennies. And you, Julia, it's dark. Don't sleep. Mike shouted, and Julia wiped the sleepy eyes under the big black framed glasses. She didn't sense the danger and walked behind Mike in a daze. Theodore, Wolf, let's go. Dunbar ran to the entrance of the reef cave and shouted, Wait a minute, I'll tie up Martin. Dunbar, throw the other black man in. Theodore and Wolf tied up the people in the cave, and after coming out, Dunbar easily picked up 2 large stones weighing at least 500 kilograms to block the entrance of the cave. This is Mike's style, double insurance. It was dark and it was still raining. Mike could hear the terrible storm coming from the sea, but the carriage seemed eerie and deserted as it waded through the narrow baker's path and entered the forest. The rain flowed down the tree trunks and then gathered at the foot of the tree. Probably because of the long-term soaking, the foot of the tree emitted the stench of rotten wood. Boss, I hate going to the morgue in this damn weather. What if the damn bodies of the Birmingham couple crawl up? There's no pleasure in beating them. Wolf opened the window to take a look, then closed it and turned the wheel lamp in the car to the brightest. You felt great pleasure when beating ghouls, dear brother Wolf. Ollie laughed beside him. I remember that ghoul had its 2 arms broken by the boss, and you felt great pleasure in stabbing it twice, and then you were bitten. It was because it was crippled by the boss that I felt great pleasure when beating it. I only needed to hit it, but who would have thought it would bite? I swear, if the bodies of the Birminghams crawled up, I would not get within 100 yards before you broke their jaws. I am very valuable. Yes, I am the only one who does delicate work under the boss. I am worth at least 10 gold pounds. Wolf was righteous and unreasonable, and he argued with Ollie, and won. He had to win, because he owed Ollie money, and he would not pay it back if he lost the argument. Okay, Wolf, the Birminghams will not crawl up. They have been sealed in the Iron Maiden and poured with Protestant holy water. Mike is not too keen on religion, but he has to admit that there are some powerful guys in the Protestant church in North America, and the holy water they make is very effective. So he likes the only Protestant church in Flex City, and he goes to the 3-minute mass every Sunday. And by the way, he gives a pound to the lovely godfather. If you are really scared, Wolf, you can get some holy water when we pass North Diagonal Street. Our lovely godfather gave us a lot of holy water, didn't he? I also heard that when Chief Inspector Sigrid was worried about getting the quota of holy water, you used holy water to mix wine and even wash your feet. Dear boss, if you allow us to sell the holy water, we will protect it like a beloved girl. We will only use it to wash the really lovely places, such as rushes. Wolf nodded vigorously with golden eyes and looked at Mike with great anticipation. Mike also stared at Wolf seriously, because this is a good brother, his dear good brother who knows how to make money. So, throw him out. Just stuff him out of the car window. We have 2 big windows, and dear Wolf brother has a small body, right, Dunbar? As soon as Mike's voice fell, Wolf was lifted up by Dunbar with a scream, and his rocks and feet were stuffed out of the car window. He cursed Dunbar madly, but after being thrown out, his body bounced back nimbly, and after landing very steadily, he reached out to the window very tacitly and caught the wheel lamp thrown out of the car by Mike. Whoa! A muffled whistle came out of Wolf's throat. Ahead is the city of Fleck, which is a wide gravel road with water on both sides. Under the dim night sky, the entire city of Fleck is like a crouching evil beast. Outside the city, there are dense broad-leaved forests everywhere. With Wolf's whistle, a few points of fire lit up, as if the sound of a beast breaking through branches, and leaves also broke through the rain curtain. Woof woof! The old dog once I stuck his head out of the car window and greeted. Dog master? Hello, dog master. Hey, dog master. Woof woof! Many voices came from all directions of the broad-leaved forest, and some sturdy shadows appeared behind the trees. Hey, bastards! You really are bastards, aren't you? Wolf slammed the wheel lamp to the ground, reluctantly threw a silver pound into the splashing firelight, and then climbed up to Mike's carriage like a monkey with 2 quick steps. He entered the carriage through the window and saw that it was dark. But not long after, another oil lamp jumped up, and a deerskin sweat towel used to wipe rain was thrown on his face. Let's go, Mike said to Theodore, the driver. The morgue is not a good place. It's dark, rotten, smelly, and ugly. But I'm looking forward to the morgue tonight, so please be quick, my dear brother Theodore. Okay, boss. Theodore pulled out a Swedish Mora knife with a sly grin and savagely cut a horse butt. This was a two-horse carriage. The right horse, whose butt was cut, immediately looked at its companion with grievance and ran away. The uninjured left horse was a little lazy and was also cut on the butt immediately. Hey, damn horse, this damn horse. Bullying me because I'm right-handed. Huh? Theodore laughed happily. Yes, he was very happy, because Mike summoned the little brothers, which meant that after 8 months of silence, their dear boss once again and truly showed his sharp fangs. The morgue is a separate building, but not a separate room. It is located in the detective's office on the west corner of the central street of Flag City. The building has 3 floors, which is definitely magnificent in North America at that time. The 3rd floor is the morgue. The 2nd floor is where patrol equipment is placed and patrol officers need to take turns on duty. The 1st floor is the detective's office. It's just that Mike seldom sits in the detective's office except for meetings. Boss, I don't like coming here. Every time I feel like I'm being pressed down by many corpses. The carriage stopped, and Wolf got off and was about to complain, not caring about the faces of several passing patrolmen who suddenly turned black. Corpses are more likely to turn into something strange when they touch the soil, so they are placed on the 3rd floor. Well, I don't like being pressed down by corpses, so I seldom come here. Mike laughed and pointed at the patrolman passing by and thought, it's a pity that the brothers have been wronged. Like you, all the patrolman brothers have to be on duty here for 2 days every month. The patrolmen's faces look much better all of a sudden. They saluted Mike and affectionately called Theodore Dunbar and the Light brothers, and called Julia Agent Girl. They didn't like Wolf, and Wolf didn't like them either. Although Wolf was a pickpocket, he was proud. He looked down on the patrolman who had never caught him before, and he even thought of stealing the silver powder worth at least 2 gold pounds that was scattered all over the yard on the detective office. And he had already taken action. As he walked, he quietly swept the large amount of silver powder and mud into the secret compartment of his buffalo leather boots. Wolf! Mike let out a stern low cry, and Wolf sat down pitifully, pouring out the silver dirt in his boots. Inside the detective's office were wooden compartments, layer upon layer, like a fence. There was only a narrow staircase to go upstairs, and each floor in the middle was sealed with an iron door. Everyone going up and down the stairs needed to use a key to open the door, and Mike was no exception, so he let Wolf lead the way. And obviously Wolf forgot to take the key, or he didn't have the habit of carrying a key. But this didn't stop him from clearing the way for Mike. His palm slid slightly on the hard iron chain, and the iron lock of the iron door used to prevent the moving corpse from coming down from the 3rd floor opened quickly. Soon they reached the 2nd floor, and after climbing the stairs, there was an attic-like baffle above their heads. Wolf also opened the iron lock on the baffle, and carefully stuck his head out to look around. And when he retracted his head, his face was covered with a white cloth. Boss, the morgue is still as smelly as before, but there's no problem, he said. The morgue has a movable roof, which allows direct sunlight during the day and is closed at night to block out the moonlight. This prevents many mysterious things in the Dark Knight legends from happening, so there are generally no problems. Mike took a sip of blueberry wine and sprayed the wine after covering his face with a cloth. and the red cloth covering his face became wet. He stepped on the steps and went up, and saw a wide compartment platform. The platform was very large, and there were narrow rooms everywhere, which were separated but did not affect the sight. In the rooms were placed dark, iron humanoid, iron girls. Mike knew that most of them contained corpses, because all the dead people in the whole city of Fleck, whether they died normally or abnormally, fell to death or were beaten to death, would be sent here as soon as possible, including corpses. Similar to the Birmingham double murder case that might destroy the scene when moved, because there is an iron door blocking it. Even if there are corpses that can move and escape from the Iron Girl, they can only jump down from here. Mike walked to the southernmost end of the morgue, with an extended wide platform under his feet, and the ground of the detective office below was 270 degrees, shining with silver powder under the lights in the night. This is why I didn't let you take any silver powder. Even I don't want to face more than 3 ghouls or something like that. There are nearly 50,000 black slaves in Fleck City, and the number of corpses arriving and departing every day is maintained at about 10. When something happens, there will be more. It will be spectacular if they jump into the silver powder that restrains them, but if they are not spectacular, we will be very heroic. Okay, boss, I know I was wrong. Wolf is not an ignorant person. He likes to learn, especially likes to learn any knowledge and postures he doesn't understand from Mike. Unfortunately, Julia, the second sister, stopped him. He still can't figure out how the boss, who has never slept with a woman, knows so many postures. 35236, 35237. Wolf muttered the corpse code of the Birmingham couple and searched everywhere. The 3 represents the 3rd floor, and the numbers behind are the number of people who died after the official establishment of Fleck City, one by one. These are the 2. Wolf suddenly shouted, and took out a large bottle of Protestant holy water from his arms. Don't worry, the Iron Maiden has already injected holy water. If you pour more holy water in, they will be reduced to ashes. Yes, reduced to ashes. That's the word. Mike walked over with a smile and looked at the Iron Girl. He had seen the Iron Girl many times. Generally speaking, it was a human-shaped iron shell with a rough girl's face carved on it. The inside was hollow and could hold a corpse or a living person, but usually no living person was placed inside, because there were thick iron spikes inside, enough to turn a living person who had the courage to move half an inch inside into a dead person. Not bad, Iron Girl. Mike flicked the hard iron shell and smiled, and the 3 biggest locks are hung on it. Let me see. Oh, it was dear old Bell who sent someone to hang it. He is very concerned about my case and is worthy of being a close partner for several years. How do you know it was done by old Bell, boss? Ollie asked. Because of that blacksmith. He is the best blacksmith on the street under Old Bell. He is very proud and likes to hammer the lock after making it, indicating that no one can open the iron lock he made except breaking it and using the key. I think Wolf is very clear about this, right, Wolf? Yes, boss. I like that blacksmith, and I like the locks he made and the chastity pants he made for his wife even more. Wolf smiled proudly and walked over with one shoulder high and the other low. 10 seconds later, 3 large iron locks opened at the same time with a click. Oh my God! This made the Frenchman Ollie, who was more romantic than romantic, have his eyes lit up, and he said directly, "Dear Wolf, you don't have to pay me back for the money you owe me. Number. I will pay you back. Unless the price of helping you open a certain lock is calculated separately. Wolf understood Ollie's little thoughts very well, and he said something unwilling to suffer a loss, and smiled at Mike. But dear boss, we have already found the murderer. Why do we still need to check the bodies of the Birmingham couple? Old Bell wants to harm you, and wants to lock up the Iron Girl, so that you can't check the clues of the body. But we have already caught the murderer. Why do we still need to check the body? They are really smelly. No, the case is not closed yet, because I saw more. Mike was thoughtful as he held a cigar in his mouth. As soon as he lit it, the two Iron Girls in front of him suddenly trembled violently. See, I knew it wasn't over yet. Mike smiled with satisfaction. But the trembling of the Iron Girls frightened Wolf and made him scream. Ollie drew out his French rapier. Theodore pulled out his Swedish Mora knife. And Doe Dunbar held a twice-large baton across Mike's body. Julia was even more straightforward. She directly stuck the muzzle of the musket into the only eye of the Iron Girl that was open to the outside, and tried to pull the trigger decisively. Don't worry, Julia, they won't change. Mike blocked Julia's little hand that wanted to pull the trigger, and took out the muzzle of the musket. Mike, why do they have to change? Julia's face turned pale, and her big black-framed glasses had slipped halfway off, hanging diagonally on her young face. Because of three reasons: small handicraftsmen, murder, and limited supply of Protestant holy water. Mike looked at the two Iron Girls and found that they were almost completely closed, except for their eyes. The left eye of the Iron Girl was inserted with a tube, which was connected to a large oak tank on the roof. It was used to transport the thin Protestant holy water diluted with 100 times seawater. The right eye was hollow, and undiluted holy water could be poured into it to prevent accidents. Everyone thought that the Birmingham couple were ordinary small craftsmen and honest people. After they were brutally murdered, it is very likely that they would produce something that turned them into monsters in the legend of the Dark Knight. But it is only a possibility, because when they were alive, they were honest people. Mike smiled sarcastically. Boss, do you think they are not? Do they have other identities? Wolf once again felt that his brain was not enough. Yes, they may have other identities. Murderers, robbers, bandits. In short, they are most likely not good people. If one of our lovely properties, Black Martin, did not lie, I don't think there is anything wrong with the Birminghams torturing a contract servant to death. This is the fault of society and the loss of humanity in the entire society. But it is wrong for them to pay a full 65 silver pounds for it. Even if they get 10 times the conscience of the rich, it is difficult for ordinary small handicraftsmen to earn so much money, let alone spend lavishly on prostitution. Yes, boss, if the Birminghams are not good people, the probability of them becoming monsters is much greater, and this little holy water is not enough. But boss, how can we be sure that they are not small handicraftsmen? After all, they came from the great port of Jamestown, and they submitted their identities there. They are ordinary, small handicraftsmen who make carpets. We have also checked, and they have sold a lot of carpets here. But we have also checked, and their carpets are crudely made. Mike opened the Iron Maiden directly, and immediately felt a sense of beauty when he saw Miss Sauce, Birmingham's body, because in his eyes, there is nothing cleaner than a corpse in this world, and what remains is only the sin that gradually dissipates after being violated. He also saw that this was a middle-aged woman who was ugly to the point of being horrible. Because of the obesity in middle age, the bloated fat hung around her waist. I admire Martin's courage for revenge, Mike exclaimed, and courageously grabbed the corpse's hand. Look, the calluses on its palm are more interesting. This is not the hand of a small craftsman. Theodore and Ali saw it at a glance. Yes, I learned from the boss that if it is the hand of a small craftsman who makes carpets, the 5 fingers will be covered with calluses and wounds. There are many wounds on its hands, but the calluses on the 5 fingers are new. Wolf tried to recall some of the things Mike taught. Yes, the calluses on her hands are wrong, Mike said with certainty. There are calluses at the joint between her thumb and index finger, which are caused by holding a gun. The calluses on the left and right sides of her index finger are caused by long-term practice of pulling the trigger. The calluses on the palm of her left hand and the right shoulder prove that her shooting posture is very correct and she is right-handed. Boss, there are not many people who can use firearms for a long time. Wolf subconsciously glanced at Julia and lowered his head quickly. He was scared to death of Julia. Yes, not many. Such people are usually powerful and rich. Another more important point is, we can almost be sure that dear Martin told the truth. He was seeking revenge, which is good. I admire Martin's courage for revenge, and I admire Miss Sauce Birmingham even more. Although she is very ugly. Yes, she is really ugly, but look at the wounds on her hands. In order to dress up as a small handicraftsman, she was stabbed by the long bamboo needles used to make carpets. If she can disguise herself like this, she must have many enemies and a lot of money. Mike licked his lips while speaking. Except for Julia, who didn't care about the lovely gold and silver pounds, everyone licked their lips at Miss Sauce. Birmingham's ugly, shiny body that was slowly growing fangs. After all, in the entire North American continent, whether it was the Jamestown Colony of Britain or the colonies of Spain, the Netherlands, and Italy, the gold pound was more lovely than God, and more tempting than spending a night with the Queen of Great Britain. It was by no means a sin, because it was the absolute only thing that everyone who came to North America pursued. Woof woof. The old dog Wang Cai also echoed twice, sticking out his tongue and drooling, because he heard the word, money, money. He also knew that after hearing this pronunciation, his dinner that day would most likely be a whole leg of Spanish bison. The Iron Maiden closed it again and hung 3 large iron locks tightly. The pipes connecting the oak barrels were still transporting diluted holy water to ensure that the bodies of the Birmingham couple would not undergo strange changes, nor would they be injured by too much holy water they would be watered with. Diluted holy water for 3 days to cleanse the sins, cleanse the resentment, and send them to heaven. If no relatives requested burial, they would be cremated, and the ashes would be scattered into the sea, so that they could happily fly into the arms of God. It is said that ascension is a difficult journey, and meeting God is even more uncomfortable. So Mike mercifully poured a large bottle of holy water into the 2 Iron Maidens, so that the Birmingham couple did not have to fly so far, and their souls would be directly disintegrated and turned into complete dust. In short, he had a lot of holy water, so there was no need to be stingy. Hi, dear little Mac, I'm so glad to see you. But how did you find time to come to the detective's office? You are not feeling well. Before Mac and his group went downstairs, 2 men in detective uniforms came into the morgue. The leader was the sturdy white Nordic Old Bell 6th Street detective, followed by Apple with a mustache. I came to see the bodies of the Birminghams, but the lock was too hard and I didn't bring a hammer. Mac glanced at Apple's detective uniform and smiled. Ah, dear little Mike, are you talking about the 3 big locks on the Iron Maiden? Old Bell's face was full of pain. I hung them there. I hung them there. You know, there are too many possibilities for the bodies to be killed like this. They are too dangerous. So I hung 3 big locks. But I'm old. I actually lost the key. And you can't hit it with a hammer. It will destroy the Iron Maiden and anger the Protestants who made the Iron Maiden and the holy water. I'm thinking about you, dear little Mike. Okay then. I'll look for other clues tomorrow. Mike sat down on the edge of the platform extending from the morgue. It seemed that if Old Bell or Apple wanted to, they could push him down with just a stretch of their hands. Yes, you can look for other clues. I always believe in your ability. I'm your old senior. I know you. You are very powerful, right, little Mike? Old Bell stood beside Mike with a smile. He didn't mind pushing Mike down the 3rd floor, but the muzzle of Julius' matchlock gun and the blades of rocks and others were always facing him. And he was very skeptical. Can the 3rd floor alone make Mike, a young, damned old Indian turtle dove, break half a layer of skin? Mike is different from him. He is not an old man with old arms and legs. By the way, little Mike, poor Old Bell needs to apologize to you. Because when you were away, Apple thought he couldn't manage 3 streets well. So he gave East Diagonal Street and South Diagonal Street to me. I know you will sympathize with poor Old Bell. So let poor Old Bell be the detective of 6th Street for a while in his twilight years. Old Bell said tentatively. He didn't want to fall out with Mike. At the very least, he had to put himself in the perspective of the disadvantaged. The identity of the detective belongs to the official, and it is difficult for him and Mike to fight. But it is only difficult, not really without the possibility of a life and death battle. Now he is, courtesy to Mike, and regards himself as a senior, unless Mike is willing to be hostile to Harriman Charles, another detective of 4th Street in Flag City, and is willing to be hostile to some knights and even the mayor of Flag Baron. He cannot take action against him. He has to save face in the officialdom, even if he himself feels that. Such a humble thing as face is not worth even the price of a copper penny. Dear little Mike, you need to investigate the Birmingham double murder case now. You are still young. As long as you catch the murderer, you can prove your ability. You will be the detective of 3rd Street, or even the chief detective. Poor Old Bell still believes in you as he did 8 months ago. Old Bell couldn't help laughing, because he thought that Mike could not solve such a headless case. He also investigated what Mike had done recently, whether it was taking away 2 black people or warning part-time skin hunters like Visser. It seemed that he was greedy for enjoyment and consolidating his position after returning, rather than investigating the case. Mike, you are too young. You should investigate the case now. Old Bell emphasized again. Yes, I should try my best to investigate the case. If I can't solve the Birmingham double murder case, I'm afraid that my good reputation of 5 years will be ruined. Mike bit the cigar, enjoying the touch between his teeth, and said with a smile, "But you are right about one thing, dear old Detective Bell 6th Street. That is, I am still young and have more use capital. For example, wasting time. No, I should say that, compared with an old bastard like you, I can give others more hope. Mike raised his hand, and the door of the detective's office was in chaos. 7 white men wearing patrol uniforms and patrol helmets rushed in. Damn it. Henry, Willard, Stevenson, you. The arrival of the 7 patrolmen made Old Bell look very ugly. Mike's face was also a little gloomy, because he thought there were 8 people. Hey, boss, there are only 7 people here. There are 8 patrolmen on East and South Oblique Streets, but only 7 people are here. Wolf was so surprised that his eyes flashed with ferocity. Hemingway didn't come. Boss, I can guarantee that I have informed everyone, and my little guys won't make mistakes. But Hemingway, my dear Hemingway, Brother Green didn't come? That means the silver pound that I played beautifully was not thrown away in vain. Brothers have work to do. The silver pound thrown into the whale fire was just a sign, just like the countless Indians who fled frantically with pearls, agates, and gold ornaments in the roar of artillery fire that Mike had seen before. This is an extremely euphemistic meaning created by blood, fire, and silver pounds. It is equivalent to saying that if someone betrays Mike, the brothers below can take over, and if not, Mike will also give them work to do, and at the same time give them rich rewards like eating turkey at Christmas. But what Mike didn't expect was that Hemingway didn't come. Among his brothers, the patrolman second only to Julia and Theodore, there was a guy named Hemingway who didn't come. Hemingway Green is very rational. He knows that I can give him more hope and knows the promotion system I have set. He is a smart man and can't be stupid enough to betray me. Mike hid his inner thoughts. Henry, Willard, Stevenson, Todd, Smollett, Daniel, Waterhouse. He read out the names of the 7 patrolmen one by one. Every time he read out a name, a man below raised his head high. My brother. Mike took off the cigar in his mouth and asked, Hemingway didn't come. Who can tell me why Hemingway didn't come? Did something happen? Boss, nothing happened to him. He has been very popular since the 3rd month of your leave. He is the most capable arm of old Inspector Bell. He was even promoted to detective. Waterhouse and I have been stripped of our patrol identities. Only 6 of us are in charge of East Diagonal Street and South Diagonal Street. We thought Hemingway was just perfunctory to Old Bell like us, but we didn't expect that he didn't come when he said he would. Boss, I'll go. Let me go. I won't let you down. Just like I have never let you down once in the 7 years I have been with you. There was a lot of shouting below. Mike looked at the 7 patrol brothers with red faces, frowned, and then put out the cigar fiercely. Dear Old Bell, you still poached me, he said coldly. I thought I could take them all. After all, you are sick, and your brothers need poor Old Bell to help take care of them. But unfortunately, they obviously trust me more. Yes, I am very puzzled about this. After all, I give more, and I can let them get more. But you can't give them hope. Hope in your position. Mike laughed softly and put the cigar in his mouth. Wolf lit it for him with a fire paper, and the fire paper seemed to draw away a large cloud of cigar smoke from him. Just like you said, Old Bell, I am too young. I am already the inspector of 3rd Street at the age of 17. In the future, I may become the chief inspector, or even be knighted. I can also imagine how to be a good man among the new nobles. Sir, my brothers will naturally rise with the tide, but you can't give them real hope. Dear little Mac, You are indeed too young. Do you think the Jamestown Colony is really the Gold Coast? Do you think North America is really the Golden Continent? This is just a dream. There is far more killing here than gold. You should abide by your duties. For example, dear Little Mac, the powerful First Street Inspector whose identity has not yet been determined needs to investigate the terrible murder of the Birmingham double murder case. In order to prove himself and regain the official position of First Street Inspector openly. No hurry. Compared with the position of First Street Inspector, I prefer to be the powerful Third Street Inspector. Mac clapped his hands, and suddenly a large number of footsteps surged in the darkness. The patrolmen in the detective hall panicked, and then saw dozens of men in bison leather coats running wildly. Their bison leather coats were stitched, and their burly figures looked like huge stitched monsters. Their faces, covered with black cloth, only revealed various wild eyes. Little Mike, what I can't understand is, why do I let my people live in good houses in Flex City, give them the best wine, the most delicious meat, and the most beautiful women, but can only recruit a few minions? Your people live outside the city, exposed to the wind and rain and the invasion of monsters, but they are loyal to you and are first-class heroes. Because of hope. It's what the young me gave them. Mike chuckled and blew a puff of thick cigar smoke below. Brothers, there is good news today. There is a vacancy in the patrol police. You have a chance to get promoted. And then there are 2 more patrol police. Yes, they squeezed out the patrol police of Willard and Waterhouse brothers. Status, but we can't bear grudge against them. We have to take care of them. Dear God, what did you teach us? To turn the left cheek. We have to listen to the words of the Almighty God. So when I heard that they and the Hemingway brothers accidentally broke their legs or even a few ribs, you need to take care of them. Then, the brother who takes the best care can be promoted to a patrolman, and the second and third brothers will be rewarded by me. Fine wine, delicious food, women, silver pounds and even gold pounds, and the opportunity to be promoted first next time. I will give them all. Little Mac, what do you want to do? Don't forget that you are the detective of Flex City. Old Bell's face changed instantly. He heard a not-so-nice feeling in Mike's words. Mike's voice was laughing, but it made him feel a strong sense of threat, making him feel like he was falling into an ice cellar, and his tailbone was cold. Of course, I didn't do anything. Oh, I just called some friends who like me to drink. As for Hemingway and the other 2 patrolmen, they have broken their legs. Don't you know? Old Bill, you don't like to care about your subordinates. Okay, you acted quickly, but I don't believe it. I told you to protect them, but your protection is obviously not thoughtful enough. Mike flicked the ash of the cigar directly on Old Bell's face, jumped down from the 3rd floor, and landed heavily. He left 2 deep footprints on the soft soil mixed with silver powder, and then there was another sound. Julia, Theodore, Ali, Dunbar and Wolf also jumped down. He turned around and caught the old bulldog, who also jumped from the 3rd floor. Hey, my dear Wang Cai, it seems that you are young too. It's good to be young, right? Mike walked out of the door of the detective's office without looking back, followed by a group of brave men who had the courage to wade through blood and fire. Okay, Old Bell, you don't have to see me off. Even if you want to see me off, you can only slowly climb down the stairs, which makes me wait impatiently. Is that so, Old Bell? You are already old, and you will break your legs if you jump down. Hey, Mike, Young little Mike. Old Bill panted heavily. His Nordic beard stood up, and when Mike got on the carriage and walked out of sight, he suddenly showed a fox-like cunning smile. You are still too young. Young and energetic, my poor little Mike, he said. But he is very arrogant. How dare he have the courage to take the initiative to attack your people? Apple still hated Mike. The key point was that only when Mike fell down did he have the opportunity to become the first detective of North Diagonal Street again. No, I like his arrogance. His youthful vigor is so cute. Old Bill felt that Mike could not distinguish the important from the unimportant, and said with a smile, keep an eye on him, mainly on his investigation of the Birmingham double murder case. In fact, it is better for him not to investigate, and it is best for him to concentrate on maintaining the power he had before. No matter how many subordinates he has, if he loses his identity as a detective, no matter how many heroes there are, they are just bugs that are trapped. No matter how powerful he is, can he compare with the mayor? Can he compare with the gunfire of the warships anchored in the port? He is still too young. Yes, he is still too young, forgetting that whether in Great Britain or Jamestown in North America, identity is the most important, and he is seeking death while giving up the main thing for the sake of the trivial. I understand. As long as he can't catch the murderer of the Birmingham double murder case, it will be fine. Is that right, dear old Bell 6th Street Inspector? Appler's face was full of excitement. Yes, dear Appler 1st Street Deputy. No, Appler 1st Street Inspector. Old Bell's words made Appler straighten his chest, and his mustache twitched. The carriage Mike was in was moving easily on Central Avenue. No one dared to stop a group of brave men who were strong enough to tear a jaguar apart with bare hands. Compared with when Mike just arrived in North America and paid the price of the death of all his companions to hunt a jaguar, his power has expanded by more than 100 times. Dear brothers, tell me, who is the first? Who is the second? Who is the third? The carriage stopped at the west side of Central Avenue, and Mike opened the window and asked. The man in buffalo coats in the back made a noise, and the slender blonde girl squeezed out, and her face was not covered. Visser, this really surprised Mike. Yes, it's me, dear Inspector Mike. Visser shook his long blonde hair and said radiantly, I don't want to be a skin hunter anymore. It's low pay, dangerous, and my cherished companions have also changed. They actually hunt weak Indian women and children. Inspector Mike, you said that as long as the brothers and sisters under your management get the opportunity to be promoted, anyone has the power to be promoted. So I am the patrolman of East Slant Street, right? I also said that you can live on the barber shop for the rest of your life. Yes, I can. Earn a few pennies a day, and then endure sexual harassment or even sexual assault by villains. Dear Inspector Mike, do you think it is possible for a beautiful woman like me to live a comfortable life? Under my protection, yes. You still have your knife. But sooner or later you will become stronger and will not be trapped in the small East Slant Street. When you leave, I can't hold the knife anymore. What should I do? I am a weak woman, a weak and beautiful Dutch girl who needs to think carefully about her future. Mike was speechless. You, a weak woman? Boss, yes, this weak woman made us lose the second and third. Some of the men in leather coats covered their faces. When we got the news and went to deal with Hemingway and the other two patrolmen, it was this weak woman who set up a lot of Indian traps. She actually set up at least 50 Indian traps in Flag City. Although we were not injured, we were blocked for half an hour. Yes, dozens of men were blocked by this weak woman for more than half an hour. Then, when we arrived at the target location, it was already over. It was also a bunch of Indian traps that made Hemingway and others fall off the balcony and stairs. Those outside were hit by Indian poison arrows. This is obviously an Indian crime. She is super fierce. She looks like a North American tree scorpion. Super fierce. Yes, super fierce. Really super breasts. The dim lights in the carriage shone through the curtains, reflecting the masked faces of the brothers outside. Some were laughing, some were ashamed, but it was very obvious that this group of men, who had the courage to live outside the city, were very convinced of what Visser had done. They are the brave men selected and trained by Mike, who admire people with ability and courage, even a woman who is so beautiful that she looks like a vase. What else do you want? Mike asked. If possible, I hope to be a baroness. The beautiful Dutch girl's face was filled with the glow of longing. Women can't be nobles like barons, but I can be a baroness, right? Dear Inspector Mike, I earnestly hope that you can become the chief inspector of Flag City one day, and then go a step further and be knight and crowned a baron. After all, you are the only man I have seen in Flag City who can possibly reach this step. Ha! TSK, TSK, TSK. Some people whistled, some people clicked their tongues, and dozens of eyes tried to look into the car to see what expression their dear second sister Julia had. But at this time, Julia rubbed her sleepy eyes and stuck her little head out of the car window. She had taken off her big black-framed glasses to reveal her delicate and lovely Irish and Oriental mixed-race face. She looked Visser up and down and laughed when she saw Visser's golden hair. Hair like gold pounds, very much like the legendary royal bloodline. Very good, you can be Mike's mistress. Yes, mistress, she said very confidently, pointing the muzzle of the matchlock gun at Visser's head. Will you do it? If not, I'll kill you. The new patrolman Visser followed the patrolmen back to their residence. The men in cowl coats left Flag City quietly in the night and drizzle. Mike, it's good to let Visser be your mistress. She will make you proud. Julia stopped dozing off and kept persuading Mike. I don't need a mistress, but you need face. Nobles all have mistresses. I'm not a noble yet. Okay, I'm a noble, a single noble. Mike was helpless, and the carriage happened to pass through the center of the central street. He opened the car window, and in front of him was a magnificent building with 18 snow-white steps. This was the center of the entire Flag City, but it was not the city hall, but the noble manor of Baron Fleck. Everything in Flag City was controlled and operated from here, and the collection of taxes was not a separate department, but was managed by a knight under Baron Fleck. All the money would be transported here, and a small amount would be allocated to the detective department and other places, and an even smaller portion would be allocated to the meager salaries of Mike and his patrol brothers. Maybe in the near future. Who of you wants to live here? Mike asked. If you are a Viscount, of course I will be a baron under you. But if you don't care about Flag City, I must go with you. Wolf has always been the smartest and talkative one. Do you think I want to be a Viscount? Yes, the Honorable Viscount. A Viscount who is more powerful than the hook-nosed Baron Fleck. How majestic. Ha! Mike laughed and pulled the curtains. Theodore controlled the carriage to continue moving. They just stopped for a while, and they couldn't stay for too long. At this moment, Mike couldn't bear the slightest anger of Mayor Fleck, who was also Baron Fleck, but he liked big things and had a big heart. He even wondered if there was a woman named Wu Meinyang who would become Wu Zetian in the Far East. Don't mention what year the Tang Dynasty was in AD 0 or what year the North American colonies were in AD 1. This was too difficult for him, who was a science student in his previous life. He just guessed, expected, and even looked forward to being able to compete with Wu Meinyang. In the end, who would become Wu Zetian first, or would he take the crown of the Queen of the British Empire first? I'm just a small detective, and I still have to investigate a case. Mike's eyes sparkled, and he muttered quietly, then closed his eyes. After about an hour, he got off the carriage when it stopped. This was a narrow alley, very narrow and dark. As soon as he got off the carriage, Dunbar, a lion wolf, followed him. Dunbar moved a few large stones into the carriage, and the carriage drove out of the alley. Just like before, there was the muzzle of Julius' musket vaguely exposed in the window, and there were also traces of carriage rods of similar weight. Well, no one will find out that we have left, including the powerful enemies of the Birmingham couple. Mike pointed to the wall next to him, which was the west wall of the Birmingham family. Boss, do you need to be so careful? Wolf played with the dagger in a variety of ways, and it was as bright as snow, indicating that he was also very good at fighting. You will never know how many powerful heroes there are in the whole continent, Wolf. Mike once fought with a great Indian warrior. He won that time, but it was only a narrow victory, and the opponent could still escape. This means that the Indians are very powerful and can make the white people who suppress the Indians even more powerful. The Birmingham couple came to us from the great part of Jamestown and hid their identities. They are definitely not ordinary enemies. We must be careful, he emphasized again. Okay, boss. Wolf became cautious. My rapier can pierce the chests of 3 gunmen at the same time. Ali protected Mike. Dunbar would not say. He is very cautious, or he is also very powerful. But Mike knew that from the moment he caught the iron chain for Dunbar on the stake. Dunbar was his armor, his shield, and his heaviest hammer. Dunbar helped him block the muzzle of the matchlock twice, but fortunately, the poor matchlock ammunition of this era could not penetrate the 2-finger-thick muscles on Dunbar's chest. Let's go. Flip over. Mike was the first to jump onto the courtyard wall, and his body flipped sideways and landed steadily. Ali and Wolf also jumped in lightly, but Dunbar was too big and heavy, so he could only go around like a big elephant stealing wool. When he found that no one was paying attention to him in the dark sky, he almost tore down the door of Birmingham's house and squeezed into the room. Boss, what are we doing here? Dunbar asked behind Mike. Of course, it's to put an end to the Birmingham double murder case. Mike smiled, touching his chin. When Wolf lit the fire paper and revealed a little light, he took out a cigar, savored the sweet and bitter taste of the cigar, and looked at the crime scene where a brutal murder had just occurred not long ago in the tiny light of the fire. My dear brothers, the Birmingham double murder case is not over yet. Yes, we have caught the murderer, but the end of a case is not to catch the murderer and wait for the case to be closed, but it starts after the murderer is caught. We need to promote all good deeds, stop and end all evil deeds, and gain enough benefits from them. This is our style, isn't it? You mean the Birminghams hid the money at home? Wolf and Ali's breathing became rapid. Where else could they hide the money? hidden in their children's room. Their children are too young. I know you searched the murder scene, but you didn't consider the secret compartments that ordinary small craftsmen would use. If we are not mistaken, didn't you find a lot of lovely gold pounds hidden in the secret compartments? Big gold pounds that make a loud sound when touched. Go and find them out. Boss, I don't know how to find things. Dunbar's voice sounded hollow in the dark and gloomy murder scene. You don't need to search. Ollie, Wolf, you search all the rooms and leave the living room to me. Remember to look for deadly traps when you find the secret compartments. And if it's not just money, but also some treasures that make us so excited that we can't refuse, then don't touch anything and wait for me to come over. Mike deduced that the dead Birmingham couple hid a lot of money, but there was also a certain possibility that they also hid some treasures that would make him crazy. The Birminghams are two very good gunmen. We don't need to know the reason why they hide their identities, but we must avoid the huge risk of making them hide their identities. Because we don't know who their enemies are, we must be doubly careful. Mike reminded him suddenly. Ollie and Wolf entered another room, and the faint light of the fire paper came into the living room, like a ghost light. The wind made a humming sound through the window, making the house even more gloomy, as if a cold hand was stroking from the cheeks upwards. This is a comfortable house to live in, but it's a pity that there is too much blood. Mike likes this kind of house. 3 bedrooms, 1 living room, and a backyard. He blinked slightly and could see everything in the living room without fire paper minus a table, a few chairs, and a rattan rocking chair that looked very comfortable among the chairs. The wild lilies in the rattan vase on the table in the living room were a little withered, as if they were stimulated and wilted by the sinful smoke and large amounts of blood he saw. Boss, there are none in these 2 bedrooms. Wolf was the first to walk back to the living room. Nothing here either. Ollie came back soon. The room they were going to check was quite narrow, and the places they were going to check were very simple. Nothing more than the bottom of the bed on the wall. They were all professionals, and they soon found that there was no secret compartment. Nothing in the living room either. Mike had already checked the living room, and there were no secret compartments on the floor and walls. He even checked the roof on Dunbar's shoulders, which could carry a horse, and found a lot of dust and splattered dried blood. Boss, did they spend all their money? Ollie asked in accordance with his own consumption concept. I don't think 2 good gunmen would really be penniless and become small handicraftsmen. Wolf was not willing to accept it and asked Mike, Boss, did the Birmingham couple hide their money at home? That's unlikely. They have just arrived in Fleck City not long ago, and they don't have any sense of security in other places. It can be said that 99% of them will hide their money here. Maybe we are looking in the wrong way, Mike thought, and the strength of wrapping the cigar began to become fierce. In the smoke, he frowned and looked at the house, walked from inside the house to outside, and entered the small courtyard with yellow flowers behind. Suddenly, he looked at the wall. Wolf, do the Birminghams have any neighbor's wife or young daughter who likes to walk around the yard in just a swimsuit? I've checked, no. But there are traces of climbing over the side wall, and the moss has been worn off, and from the shape and angle, it's like peeping from the inside to the outside. Mike walked to the place where the moss was worn off, raised his hand and just grabbed the top of the wall where the moss had worn off. He imitated Mr. Birmingham's height, but instead of peeking outside, He slightly bent his body to make himself look 10 inches shorter. He found that he needed to stand on tiptoe, and with his other hand he gently tapped on the surface of the wall that he could touch. Da-da, da-da. The crisp sound indicated that there was no secret compartment, but he did not give up. He went from tapping to groping, and suddenly he could grab something and slowly exerted force outward. This is a very deep secret compartment, and there is no echo. Mike was surprised to find that the thick wall bricks were moved by him and slowly opened to the side like a cabinet door. But he suddenly stopped, and his 5 fingers fixed the wall bricks like steel clamps. Pang! He uttered a crisp onomatopoeia, squinting and smiling at the half-black gun barrel pointed at his eyes. God, I knew you could find it. You always have the best way. What's the matter, boss? Wolf heard the onomatopoeia uttered by Mike, stopped fluttering, and asked a question. He slowly pulled out the dagger, cut the fire paper, and lit it gently. The drizzle could not extinguish the cylindrical fire paper soaked in other fat, but because of the rain and the dark night, the flickering flames were very conspicuous. Put out the fire paper. Wolf, Mike said softly, not wanting to attract the attention of nearby neighbors. But boss, let me do it. Wolf's forehead was all wet, not sure if it was rain or cold sweat. He was a professional, and although he had extinguished the fire paper, a brief ray of light still allowed him to see everything. There was a gun muzzle in the secret compartment. No, 2 gun muzzles, and he quickly put the dagger in the path of the gun muzzles. It's just a trap in the secret compartment. The trigger and the wall brick are connected by a thin wire. As long as I don't continue to pull out the wall brick. Well, the damn Birmingham couple are not simple gunmen. They made a compound trap, and the thin wire they used is elastic. Whether the wall brick is pulled out or the thin wire is cut, the muzzle will spray flames, and our whereabouts will be exposed. I'm more worried that the ammunition will hit you. Dear boss, I have no doubt that if you want to withdraw from the coverage of the muzzle now and let the wall brick move a little, the wall brick will bounce back and the matchlock gun will be triggered. Wolf's expression became more solemn. Ali and Dunbar also came over, stretched out their 2 strong arms, and used their more muscular parts to block the muzzles of the guns. My dear brothers, yes, my dearest brothers, there is no need to do this. Mike would not underestimate the 2 powerful gunmen, but he would not care about the 2 matchlock guns that were only controlled by traps. After standing up, he stood firmly on his feet and reached in with his other hand to grab the muzzles of the matchlock guns. What a pity, the tentacles feel very smooth, proving that these 2 matchlock guns are well maintained. Good guns, 2 really good guns. He smiled and slowly exerted force with both hands, and the muzzles of the guns in the secret compartments made a terrible squeaking sound that made his teeth ache. He pinched the 2 muzzles together to ensure that he or any of his brothers would not be hit by accidental discharges, and then continued to explore and touch the triggers of the 2 matchlock guns. Click! The hard metal trigger broke directly. Boss, I have suspected more than once that you are not human. You are scarier than a vampire. Wolf took out 2 muskets with Mike's fingerprints on them, which needed to be destroyed. I can do it, but not as easily as the boss. I can kill a cow with a baton, but the boss only needs to use his fists, Dunbar said in a muffled voice, and his dull tone was full of respect. Yes, it was respect. He was grateful to Mike for saving his life, but for this old-fashioned German who had once thrown 13 opponents to death in one afternoon in the German capital, Mike's unreasonable and terrible strength was the best reason for him to be loyal to Mike. He committed a crime in Germany because of his great worship of force, and then fled to North America. He also killed someone in the central street of Flex City because of speaking with his fists. His strength was so terrible that the residents of Flex City thought he was not a human being and wanted to burn him to death. And Mike's way of saving him was very simple, which was to prove that the man he killed was a more shameless bastard. And, by the way, he punched him and flew 18 feet away. Take the remains of the musket back and give it to Julia. Julia will take care of the remaining intact parts. Mike took another look at the two matchlocks and found that they were really good guns. He was very satisfied that he had a gift for his lazy little cat tonight. He reached into the secret compartment and fumbled slowly. After pinching out two small knives that were obviously spit with poison similar to Indian blowguns, his expression suddenly settled. He smiled and took 2 puffs of cigars, and took out a piece of something quite heavy. Wow, lovely gold pounds. Wolf habitually whistled low. Yes, lovely gold pounds. A little thing that can make many of my lonely friends happier. Boss, is this the only one? Are there any more? Ollie's eyes lit up. I'll give you a multiple-choice question. Do you want 1 gold pound or 1/20th of all the gold pounds? Mike continued to stretch out his hand with a smile. 1, 2. He took out a continuous stream of golden pounds and put them on the ground. Soon there were 15 pieces. He stopped and asked again, do you want 1 or 1/20th of all? Gulun. Wolf swallowed his saliva. Boss, this is almost our annual expenses. He didn't dare to choose. Ollie followed up. The annual expenses of dozens of us brothers are about 20 gold pounds. With your reward, it's only 40 gold pounds at most. Boss, we are rich. Our expenses have been so high over the years. Even you probably can't save 5 gold pounds, right? Money spent is money, so I don't have the habit of saving money, Mike said as he took out 2 more gold pounds, adding up to 17 pieces, which is 1,700 silver pounds. Wolf, Ollie, and Dunbar all gasped. After all, this is a huge sum of money. They know that the middle-class line in Great Britain these days is 20 pounds, and those with an annual income of more than 20 pounds have entered the middle class. 1,700 silver pounds is as much as the income of the middle class for 85 years. Choose 1 gold pound or 1/20th of all the gold pounds. Mike took a look at the secret compartment and shrugged his shoulders nonchalantly. Consider it my reward for your 8 months of acting. Besides, I don't know if there are more lovely gold pounds in there. I guess there are. There must be. Ollie, who spent the most, licked his lips, but I'll take whatever the boss is willing to give me. I won't guess. I won't guess either. Only a fool would guess. Wolf laughed slyly. You little bastards. You are really a bunch of little bastards who are smarter than Old Bell and cleverer than jackals. Mike reached into the secret compartment again and took out 2 more pieces, a total of 19. He was very satisfied and stuffed 3 pieces directly into Wolf, Ollie, and Dunbar, and put the rest into the large inner pocket of the detective's uniform. Let's go, he said softly. Mike and others left the crime scene of the Birmingham double murder case and also left Flex City. Behind them, a flame slowly burned up from the bedroom of the Birmingham house, illuminating the dark night red, which was very conspicuous, but obviously the surging red flame could not burn its neighbor's house on the drizzling night. Boss, 19 gold pounds are enough to make up for 8 months of losses. The brothers have been having a hard time recently. When Mike was away, Wolf was in charge of the financial allocation. How much pressure he had before. Now he is twice as happy and cheerful. I'm back, and everything will be back to the way it was before, including the fees on East Diagonal Street and South Diagonal Street. Mike needs to think about a lot of things. His brain is like a big house with many tenants. There are many arguments shouting around him, and the fight started somewhere in the hall of the house, of course. All this chaos was cleared up in a puff of bitter and sweet cigar smoke. Also, let the brothers pay attention to outsiders in addition to paying attention to Old Bell and 4th Street Inspector Harriman. He found the key point and said, "Are you worried about the enemies who made the Birminghams hide their identities? They burned down the Birminghamshires on your North Diagonal Street. They might suspect us. They will suspect anyone. But we left the city a long time ago, followed Julia and Theodore out of the city and returned to our own residence." Mike laughed happily. "Besides, the burning of the murder scene will slow down our investigation and make it more difficult. So we are very sad, very angry, and want to find the perpetrator very much. It's just that the Birmingham double homicide case prevents us from splitting up, isn't it? Underline, who will they suspect when they come? If they are strong enough, let them to deal with Old Bell, but it is unlikely, because Old Bell is not like us who got 19 lovely gold pounds. He is a cunning old fox who knows how to give in." Mike felt that Old Bell was not easy to deal with, but it didn't matter. The most important thing for him now was to return to the big house full of rose fragrance, and then cut the biggest bison leg for his dear old dog Guangcai. Mike, Julia woke up when the 4 people were just 50 yards away from the yard. She was nestled in Mike's spacious corridor with a thick blanket and a matchlock gun, pointing the muzzle at the 4 figures who were approaching quietly. When she saw Mike clearly, she smiled, yawned and curled up like a kitten. "Hey, Julia, I have a gift for you. And don't sleep. Everyone will have a good time tonight, and I will allow you to have 2 glasses. No, you can drink half a glass of sweet blueberry wine," Mike shouted, and Julia jumped up, her eyes wide open. Soon Theodore also came out of the room and set up a rain shelter in the yard, with rain curtains on all sides and a bonfire burning in the middle. They began to drink, grill, smear honey, or simply hugged a whole sweet honeycomb like a black bear. The scene was so happy that it was extremely chaotic, and it became even more lively when Julia got drunk and went crazy after a sip of wine, chasing Wolf and beating him. "Wolf, don't run. You thief. Dear Julia, I am your closest Irish compatriot. Yes, you thief. You are a disgrace to the Irish. But you are only half Irish. Asshole, come here and let me pierce you on a piece of wood and roast you. You actually discriminate against my mixed-race ancestry." Wolf discovered the truth. That is, never reason with a girl who gets drunk and crazy after half a glass of wine. "Boss, save me." He asked Mike for help, but was kicked back by Mike, who also understood the same principle. Mike touched his stomach and felt very full. He returned to the bedroom with a large bottle of blueberry wine. Lying on the big bed that was big enough for him to roll around on, he reached out and pulled the old-fashioned gilded telephone with a line. "You are going to ring, aren't you?" Mike knocked on the phone drunkenly. "You'd better ring now, instead of disturbing my sweet dreams tomorrow morning." That will give me a terrible urge to rub Chief Inspector Sigrid's good figure into the same cylindrical shape as yours. Mike was very grumpy when he woke up, but fortunately, the phone rang before he fell asleep. After the call was connected, Sigrid's unique voice, which was slightly tired but still pleasant, came. Mike, do you remember how long it has been since the detectives in Flex City had a meeting? Sigrid's tone suddenly rose. Meeting at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. We must talk about the Birmingham double murder case. Otherwise, you don't need to argue with Old Bell. I will personally go down and blow up the entire Flex City. Blow it up. Mike felt a little surprised. He knew that Sigrid was not a small figure. The rich river of sinful blood coiled around Sigrid's waist made him seem to see the legendary Black Angel of God. But blow up the entire Flex City. He likes to guess how a person speaks, but he doesn't like to guess how a person brags. Sigrid's words are obviously too outrageous. So he went to sleep, very dissatisfied and extremely difficult to get up at 7 o'clock. Then biting on the tender veal, carrying a small bottle of wolf peach juice. Finally, at the last second of 8 o'clock, he entered the detective's office in the detective's office. Hi, dear Chief Inspector Sigrid. Your figure is getting more and more beautiful. Mike couldn't see Sigrid's good figure. To be precise, he could only see half of Sigrid's face under her bright purple long hair. The round table in the detective's meeting room was too big and very high. Sigrid was used to pressing her whole body on her equally large chair, letting the round table block her entire body below her neck. Mike had investigated where such a habit could be cultivated, but unfortunately he could not find it. In his memory, everything about Sigrid before she was 18 was a mystery. It felt like Sigrid had fallen from the sky and landed squarely on the position of the chief detective of Flex City. Sit down. Sigrid pointed to the chair opposite. Let me sit opposite. You are really treating me too well. Mike was flattered because the round table was really big, and the length alone was 30 feet. Of course, where Sigrid sat was the most important, and the opposite side of her, that is, the place 30 feet away from her, was the second most important, as if they could have a face-to-face equal meeting. How can this be? Mike sat down steadily, feeling a little embarrassed, and pushed the small bottle of juice to the opposite side, sliding across the smooth round table. What is it? Sigrid took a closer look and found that it was full, so she opened it and drank a sip. Tomato juice. Very delicious, right? What is a tomato? A kind of fruit. Sigrid thought this cool and sour juice was very delicious and took a big sip to enjoy it slowly. Very good. I like this kind of fruit, she said. If you can deal with all the troubles, I am very willing to accept a whole basket of tomatoes as a gift, and I will repay you. No need. They are everywhere on the street. It is also called wolf peach. Poof! Sigrid quickly grabbed the cup of water to rinse her mouth. Mike, do you want to poison me? She said angrily. Wolf peach, or tomato, is brightly colored. Like many poisonous mushrooms in North America, it is considered to be highly poisonous, and people would rather starve to death than eat it. Mike was very puzzled, because he couldn't figure out how powerful an idiot could spread such a conclusion so widely and deeply into people's hearts. So he hooked his finger and asked Sigrid to push the bright red bottle back. It's delicious. Mike didn't care about kissing Sigrid indirectly. After all, Sigrid was so beautiful. He took a big sip and tasted it. Yes, it's delicious. and it's very suitable for helping digestion. I had too much breakfast, and then, dear Chief Inspector Sigrid, when you say meeting, do you mean that the two of us are stupidly 30 yards apart? Of course not, and I admire your courage. Sigrid stared at the wolf peach juice at the corner of Mike's mouth, and suddenly remembered a phrase to describe a brave person. That is, a person who eats wolf peaches. You are the bravest person I have ever seen. Mike Toaster. She read out Mike's full name carefully, but I have already told you to concentrate on investigating the Birmingham double murder case. This case is too cruel, which makes many bigwigs very uneasy. They speculate that there is a reckless madman in Fleck City, and they are most afraid of this kind of madman. Did they put pressure on you? Dear Chief Inspector Sigrid, I want to be a good Chief Inspector of Fleck, so I am under a lot of pressure and hope that you can find the murderer. Don't do anything weird again. Dear Mike, you actually attacked the detectives on the Old Bell. Do you know that you are just a little bit away from touching the bottom line that should not be touched, which will plunge the whole city of Fleck into a fierce fire? Is it taboo not to touch the big guys? Mike asked. Yes, the real big guys. Sigrid outlined a very subtle smile. Okay, I know who the real big shots are. At the top is of course our beloved Baron Fleck, followed by several titled knights, and then the big factory owners, big farmers and big ranchers. But you need to understand two things. First, I didn't do anything to anyone. There is no evidence. Second, when did the little agent become a big shot? But you made Old Bell uneasy. He chatted with several rich people and expressed his uneasiness. And above him were me and these rich people. Those rich people are afraid of you, and they began to put pressure on me, which put a lot of pressure on me. Sigrid tilted her head slightly, her soft purple hair falling down. You should understand, Mike, if you are unwilling to prove yourself, prove that you are still the old Indian of 8 months ago. I have no reason to protect you. I want. Dear Chief Inspector Sigrid, you want to protect our dear little Mike, just like poor Old Bell also wants to protect him, right? Old Bell interrupted Sigrid when he pushed the door in, then sat down and let Apple behind him sit on the large solid wood tongue fragrance chair that belonged to the inspector. So there were 4 people in the room: Sigrid, Mike, Old Bell, and Apple. Sigrid looked at Mike and found that Mike seemed to be unaware of Old Bell's arrival, staring at her back. She knew what was behind her, so she took one and asked, Michael, do you like these? They look pretty. Mike was staring at the dozens of wooden dolls behind Sigrid, wearing the bright red uniforms of British soldiers and silly curly wigs. They were just wooden dolls, but their unanimous gazes made his face a little itchy. These wooden dolls are very carefully carved and painted, Mike said. Really? Sigrid was happy, her long hair trembling slightly, and she couldn't help laughing and said, If you like, I can give you a few. They are all good children. You know, they are all brave and fearless good children. Brave and fearless British soldiers. Mike followed and gritted his teeth. He thought of the Opium War. Yes, just like our lovely little Mike 8 months ago. Both are brave and fearless children. Old Bell obviously didn't like the somewhat harmonious atmosphere between Sigrid and Mike, and knocked on the table to open the topic. But Mike just, like Chief Inspector Sigrid said, we are under too much pressure now. As your senior, I hope you can catch the murderer of the Birmingham double murder case within 5 days. He couldn't wait. 5 days. Mike didn't know what to say, because this sentence is very simple, That is, either catch the murderer within 5 days, or get out after 5 days. Is Old Bell so afraid of him? How much did it cost to come up with this? 5 days. Yes, 5 days. If time is too tight, maybe I can talk to some good friends and tell them not to worry. I think I know your good friends, and I can talk to them myself. Mike laughed happily, cut open the cigar, lit it, and blew a puff of smoke at Old Bell. Of course, if dear Old Bell can get close to a few nights, just ignore what I said. Mike, don't be too arrogant. Don't forget that you are not even a street detective now. You don't have an official approval. Apple stood up angrily and sat down again after being pulled by Old Bell. He couldn't help but muttered, Old Bell, you are too polite to him. He doesn't even have the qualifications to sit here now. Yes, from some aspects, I really don't have the qualifications to sit here. But 5 days. Mike looked at Sigrid. I can buy you half a month. Sigrid spent a lot of money. 5 days will be enough. Mike knew that Sigrid had a certain background, but he didn't want Sigrid to use it for him. This would not do him any good, and might even create unnecessary difficulties for his future actions. But I need to go to the crime scene again and check the bodies of the Birminghams, he said. Dear little Mike, it's a pity that the bodies of the Birminghams had undergone strange changes, so I have burned them. And then the murder scene. There was an inexplicable fire last night, Old Bell said, with a feeling of pity. He felt strange, but no matter who did it, he would feel very happy. Mike, I don't know about the body, but the murder scene was burned. It was burned very inexplicably. Sigrid's lavender eyes seemed to pierce Old Bell like a sharp sword. She thought it was done by Old Bell. So, the atmosphere suddenly became stiff. No murder scene, no body. I only have 5 days. Mike walked around the big round table, his brows knitted, and his pair of blue eyes became deeper and deeper, as if thinking. But in fact, he admired everything in the inspector's office, including the huge table, the huge chair, Sigrid's good figure, and the confident expressions of Old Bell and Apple, all of which made him feel very happy. Mike, you have nothing left. How can you investigate? Old Bell asked with a worried look on his face. It doesn't matter. Mike pretended to think. I have checked the people in Fleck who are capable of committing crimes, and the only people who are capable of committing crimes but are not under our control are the Fleck port, directly connected to East Street. Sir Chief Inspector Sigrid, I think I need to investigate the captains and sailors in the port. Mike, East Street is my jurisdiction. Old Bell was very sensitive, but there is a great possibility that the murderer is hiding there. Otherwise, I will leave the Birmingham double murder case to you. My most respected and experienced 6th Street detective Old Bell. Mike had the intention of passing the blame, but he did not give Old Bell time to think. He suddenly took action when passing by, pulled out the big chair Apple was sitting on, and then smashed it down hard. Wow! The heavy wooden chair shattered on Apple's back, and it was unknown how many bones Apple had broken. Old Bell tried to stop him, but Mike punched the large round table. The deep fist marks made Old Bell's eyebrows jump, and he dared not move forward again to prevent being accidentally injured by Mike. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have done it because I was under too much pressure. Mike pulled Apple up, ignoring the pain Apple was grimacing. After checking, he found that Apple was in such good health that he didn't have any broken bones. So Mike, who was inevitably disappointed, lit his cigar and pressed the cigar's flame on the round table. Yes, I only have 5 days, and there is no murder scene or victim's body. I am under too much pressure, and the irritable emotions flow through my body like blood. So dear Acting Inspector Apple needs to remember one thing. That is, there is still a deputy in front of you, and my title of detective has not been really removed. When I come, you have to get out of the way. When I stand, you have to squat. Okay, I am the old Inspector Bill's man. Apple lowered his head in fear. No, you are the acting detective of North Diagonal Street, and I am the detective of North Diagonal Street. So you should be my man. Mike's words made Apple tremble all over, but Mike did not abuse his power, such as sending Apple into the jungle to investigate an Indian massacre case a few years ago, and let Apple be a lone hero or something. This is too unreliable. Basically, there is no possibility. He just left, looking quite stressed, went home to catch up on some sleep, and then called the brothers to distribute rewards, eliminate old weapons, and supply food and water. Boss, we only have 5 days. Do we need to hand over Martin? When it was dark, the brothers had all left, and Wolf came over and asked, "When did I hand over our lovely property?" Mike smiled and looked up, admiring the wide night view of the seaside. The blood-colored smoke in his eyes dimmed the clear night sky, and the naked eye could hardly distinguish the starlight. But soon a meteor streaked across the sky with a whirring sound. The Eta Aquarids meteor shower was at its peak, and they and their parent body, Halley's Comet, were both things Mike wanted to appreciate very much. Under the blood-colored night sky in Mike's eyes, the first meteor quickly streaked across the sky, illuminating the entire sky in a flash. Before he could see it clearly, the meteor approached in an instant, and then disappeared, leaving a perfect crack in the sky. A short and beautiful meteor, Mike murmured. Yes, boss, it's beautiful, but is there anything strange? Wolf asked in surprise, because there are many meteors in North America, and there has been one every once in a while since March, and he is used to seeing them. Can you appreciate it more? Mike smiled. Unlike Wolf and anyone else, he saw the bloody night sky and the clouds of sin during the day. At this time, a short-lived meteor released a flash of light. Although it was weak, it was dazzling. It was like a short-lived rainbow, without the exciting and lasting beauty of a waterfall. But it broke through the clouds of sin with its instantaneous burning splendor, allowing him to appreciate the truly beautiful and pollution-free perfect night sky of North America. Compared to the continent of North America, our life is too short. Mike lay happily on the soft chair, staring at more meteors in succession. But who says that with such a short life, we can't really clean up North America like meteors? There are many colonies here, including our Jamestown port and Massachusetts Bay, Plaisance in France, and Florida in Spain, but there is no real king. Queen and the so-called real family, all of them are hiding in their own land to enjoy life. Boss, Wolf was almost scared to death. He actually had great expectations for Mike, but he just thought that Mike could become a Viscount before he was 50 years old. If he was alive at that time, he might become a Baron. But now it sounds like the boss' goal is ambitious, which is independence. But it doesn't matter. They have long passed the time of freedom of speech, and even freedom of action. Okay, boss. I'll follow your instructions. But what about the next 5 days? If we don't hand over Martin, it seems we have no other options. We have many ways. For example, Wolf, let me tell you a story. Mike was in a good mood. After all, being reborn in such a chaotic area like North America made him feel much freer and his life more exciting. Let me tell you a story about our patrol. Once upon a time, there was a mountain, and on the mountain there was a temple. In the temple, there were a German patrol, a Spanish patrol, and me. We wanted to make a bet and put 3 rabbits in 3 forests to see who could find the rabbits first. The first one to enter the forest was the German patrol. They spent half a day formulating a battle plan, strictly divided the work, and then suddenly entered the forest to conduct a carpet search. Unfortunately, the rabbit was too small, and they failed to find the little guy. The mission failed. Then it was the turn of the Spanish patrol. More than 100 people pulled the net and lined up outside the forest. The leader shouted, "Rabbit, Rabbit, you have been surrounded. Come out and surrender quickly. Otherwise, we will bomb you with artillery fire." They really bombed, and 50 warships took turns to cook, blowing up the forest, and the rabbit was not found. The mission failed. Then how did you do it? Wolf asked curiously, and Theodore and Ollie, who were grilling meat nearby, also gathered around. Me? Easy, Mike said with a smile. I took a late nap first, and entered the forest empty-handed at dusk. In less than 5 minutes, I kicked out a bear with a bruised nose and face with a cigar in my mouth. The bear was very honest and confessed directly, shouting madly, "Stop hitting! Stop hitting! He is a rabbit. Not only is he a rabbit, but his father is also a rabbit. His mother is also a rabbit, and their whole family is rabbits." Haha. Wolf and others looked at each other, and then couldn't help but laugh while holding their stomachs. Mike also laughed, and felt that the North American colony was a good place. He had found the murderer, so he no longer needed to bother looking for other murderers. There was black smoke everywhere, and many people were guilty. He only needed to find someone with a thicker thin smoke, catch him, frame him, or kill him, and there would be no wrongful accusation of a good person. A good person like old Peter is really too luxurious here. Early the next morning, Mike took people to Flagport. This is a trapezoidal port built on the 2 sides of the strait. A dozen sailing ships, discolored by the sun, are floating in the port. There are bargaining and even fighting sounds everywhere. Some muscular sailors saw Mike and gave him dangerous and threatening eyes. When a sailor wanted to touch Julius' buttocks and was shot through the arm by a matchlock gun. Many people surrounded him. Dunbar knocked out several sailors' teeth with 1 punch. Mike also kicked a few over. When he wanted to pull out the spring wheel pistol, oh my dear God, it turned out to be an old Indian turtle dove. Dear Inspector Mike, which blind little bastard provoked you? Don't they know that God will not bless all the fools who have the courage to provoke you? A captain ran over. The captain's hat on Captain Jason's head is very capable. It is more like a modified pirate hat than a captain's hat. The top of this hat is concave, and the brims on both sides are slightly turned up. In addition to making the wearer look chic and capable, it can also protect against wind, frost, rain, snow, scorching sun, and hail. At critical moments, it can also be used as a scoop, rice bowl, and pillow. Your hat is really nice, dear Captain Jason, Mike said with a smile, and threw a captured sailor into the sea and clapped his hands. Ha ha, I like it too. It can help hold water when it rains. You know, fresh water at sea is very precious. Captain Jason drove all the sailors away and handed Mike a golden ring cigar that was rarely seen in Flag City. But what are you doing here? Dear Inspector Mike, I remember that your jurisdiction is not here. His, my dear God, do you want to attack Dongzhi Street? Or the Central 2nd Street that also connects to the port? Are you going to deal with Chief Inspector Sigrid, that damn beautiful woman? Old Bell took advantage of my illness to eat up 2 of my streets. If I don't fight back, I might as well go out with you to run a ship. Right, my dear, you have 8 cannons and a big ship, but you are very obedient. Captain Jason, you are a well-behaved captain? Okay, I understand. I will come again next quarter and think about where to let the little guys find women, and who to give the money to ensure that the little bastards can return to the ship safely. But you know, Mike, I will not participate in any disputes on land. You are such a well-behaved captain. I wish you can meet more beautiful girls on the sea without gunfire. Mike's goal has been achieved. He smiled and turned around, waving the gold ring cigar in his hand. Also, thank you for the cigar. I mean, the kind of thicker and more intense cigars. I will take out my lovely gold pounds in exchange. How much do you want? The more the better. The thicker the better. You are such a greedy inspector. Captain Jason laughed, because he didn't mind selling 3 or 4 thicker cigars. That is, matchlock guns. But he would never sell any cannon even if it was about to be scrapped. Mike led his men to leave the port, and after getting on the carriage, Theodore sat on the coachman's seat with half of his butt very aggrieved, letting the 8 horse hooves trample out a trail of dust. After they left, Old Bell and Apple appeared from Jason's ship. Inspector Mike is much more generous than you, stingy old Inspector Bell. Jason didn't give Old Bell any face, which made Old Bell and Apple's faces stiffen for a moment, looked at the black muzzles of the guns on the ship, and hurried off the ship. Old Inspector Bell, Jason is too rude to you. Apple lowered his voice, and his face turned red because of anger. Shut up. They are from the sea. We are from the land. We are different. Old Bell looked at the oppressive, huge ship with fear, put a cigar in his mouth but did not light it, and smiled slowly. Young, little Mike is so young. He bit the cigar gently. Why do you say that? Young Mike doesn't know the loveliness of the gold pound. He wants to spend money, expand his power, and also wants to take over East Street. But he forgot that he only has 5 days. If he can't solve the Birmingham double murder case, I will not let him become a detective. Without his official identity, he is just a petty thief like the Indians. Even if he has more matchlock guns, it will be useless. He is too young and only knows how to fight. But he didn't investigate the case. This is where he is immature. But is it possible? He didn't investigate the case at all. Old Bill bit his cigar hard, and his old eyes became deeper and deeper. I remember he investigated the skin hunter and took away 2 black slaves at the same time. The skin hunter has left, but what about the black slaves? Did he really just take them back to trim the garden? Go and check. Don't let him frame the 2 black slaves for paying off the debt. But the black slaves, what a joke. Can black slaves be considered murderers? Today is a good day, and the sea breeze blows on his body and feels slightly cool. Mike went home and had a tender veal steak. While he was enjoying it, Wolf brought the black man Martin into the living room. Mike didn't say anything. He finished his lunch slowly. He asked Theodore to drive the carriage and took Martin and another black man, Albert, to old Peter's small farm. The farm was as quiet as ever. A few colorful birds were jumping back and forth on the ground. Old Peter, dear old Peter, look what I brought to your farm. You have 4 black helpers on your farm. Mike laughed and shouted, but he didn't hear old Peter's response. Instead, he heard the messy sound of things falling from the house. He hurried over and saw someone climbing through the window to escape, leaving old Peter lying on the ground with blood all over his head. Damn bastard! It's Appler. Theodore pulled out the Swedish Mora knife and wanted to chase and chop him, or maybe he wanted to kill him. No need to chase. Mike checked old Peter's wound and found that old Peter had a wound on his forehead, which should be caused by the handle of the knife. He bled a lot, but his life was not in danger. He breathed a sigh of relief, stood up and stared at the fleeing buck. His eyes were blue and calm, as if he was looking at the dead person. Old Peter, I think you need a sip of good beer. Mike bandaged old Peter's wound, and the calmer he appeared, the better. Only with a calm expression would old Peter feel at ease. It's nothing, really nothing. He just wants to know if you really took Albert and Martin away just to mow the garden. I believe you did, but I accidentally dropped the silver pound you gave me, and he wanted to charge a fee. Yes, a fee, and he pushed me down when he was trying to snatch it. He didn't want to hurt me. Old Peter was still worried that Mike would be angry. When Mike was angry, he was very powerful and often got into trouble. The fees are the rules I set, but is it his turn to make the decision here? Well, I won't be angry, old Peter. You really need a glass of ale and then lie down. Mike helped old Peter lie on the bed, thought about it, and left more silver pounds. Theodore was jealous, but God is my witness, he would never have an objection. After all, with Mike's promotion in the past few years, their income has also been rising. It's like getting 19 gold pounds some time ago. Mike broke the heavy gold and sprinkled it to them like golden rain. This is all Mike's money. If you want to divide it, you can divide it. If you don't want to divide it, you can definitely keep it. But Mike has never been stingy. Even the lowest brothers have a share. Boss, Appler has taken the fees to Inspector Harriman's territory. Do you want to notify Inspector Harriman? After leaving the room, Theodore asked Mike with a grin. Old Peter's farm is outside the city and does not belong to the 18 main streets of Fleck City. But in terms of the division of territory, it belongs to Harriman Charles, the 4th Street Inspector. Appler, blinded by money, robbed old Peter's silver pounds. Old Peter didn't dare to speak up, but if they were exposed, Harriman would never forgive Appler who broke the rules. No need. Mike didn't like some of Harriman's styles, such as driving the enemy into a narrow sea where 3 sharks were lingering. If people fell down, they would die. If they survived, Harriman would never chase them and make up a knife. I prefer to kill the enemy cleanly. What's the point of torturing people? There is no pleasure, and it is easy to leave hidden dangers. Mike looked at Martin. So I need the weapon you used to kill the Birmingham couple, and their scalps. Dear Martin, you don't want to live with the name of a suspect all your life, right? Yes, I don't want to. Martin became urgent. That's good. I need a murderer, but it can't be you. Besides, dear Martin, I remember you have 52 strong brothers. I need you to provide me with the 2 strongest ones to replace the 2 useless guys I bought for old Peter. Mike glanced at the 2 black slaves near the house. They knew that old Peter was pushed into the room by Appler, and they also heard the quarrel inside. But even if they came, they seemed to be dumb and lowered their heads and dared not say a word. It is indeed 3/5 of the livestock property. Mike sneered. The Black Marten was obviously angry, clenching his fists and threatening. He was afraid of Mike, and when he found that Mike ignored him, he ran and beat the two black slaves to the ground, and then stepped on them. Dear Inspector Mike, aren't you afraid that I will hold old Peter hostage? He wanted to resist a little because he lost face. You can try. Mike laughed, pinched a piece of cheese, and put it in his mouth, muttering, "If you are not afraid of being exterminated by me." Mike never thought about how he really looked when he was angry, but it was obvious that the kind of anger that would splatter blood all over the place did not suit him. Mike liked to talk big, with a smile, just as he liked big houses, big yards, and the sea. But Martin didn't dare to say that Mike was bragging. He was very afraid of Mike and envied Theodore to death. "Well, I won't do anything terrible that will provoke your anger, but I want to ask you, dear Inspector Mike, if my people are willing to be the same as Lord Theodore and his people, can they get 1/5 of the treatment? We don't expect to get real equality, but at least we hope to be 1/5 of a person, not 3/5 of livestock property." "Then you think too much." Mike walked out along the ridge of the field. "Even you don't want to. You said that you don't care about the color of your skin. I said you think too much, because in my eyes there are only two kinds of people, useful and useless people. You can try to be useful to me, but don't compare yourself with Theodore and his people. If you really want to compare, just catch up with the little brothers under Theodore and his people and see." Mike didn't mind adding 53 strong men, including Martin. They were very cheap. But you have to understand that your people may not all be the same as you. If you want to compare with my little brothers, if they run away, are afraid of fighting, and cause any casualties to my people, I will treat them more harshly. I understand. I will strive for it. The black man Martin's eyes lit up. Just striving is not enough. You need to learn from Theodore and others how to do things. Okay, I will. The black man Martin was very excited. His eyes suddenly fierce. "I'm sorry. You are sorry for yourselves." He strangled the necks of the two black men, killed the two compatriots who heard the conversation between him and Mike, and had no spine and might leak the matter, then hugged the bodies tightly, bowed his head and kissed the foreheads of the two black men. "Dear Lord Theodore, what should I do?" Martin glanced at Mike's back, turned his head and asked Theodore, "Follow me." Theodore threw a silver pound. It was the first time Martin got paid, and he was completely stunned. "We don't need money, and we have no place to spend it," he murmured. "Everyone needs money, and if you help the boss, you will definitely get the due compensation. This is the boss rule. You need to get used to it." Theodore laughed and put his arm around the black man Martin's shoulders. "Okay, little brother. Yes, from today on, you are also our little brother. I heard that you have an organization like the Avengers in Africa. Tell me about it. I like this, and our dear boss likes this too." Theodore and the black man Martin were chatting and laughing, and they looked very harmonious, leaving Mike walking alone on the farm. He saw many colorful birds chirping and jumping in the sun, and moles tiptoeing with their naughty little heads sticking out of their holes, which made his mood beautiful. It took him almost 2 hours to drive the carriage home. Like Theodore's work, he still had a lot of work to do. "Dear Wolf, I heard the word fee today. So I wanted to ask about our fee this month and in the future. Mike set the fees and charges according to the rules of the old Shanghai in his memory, and also carefully protected the thousands of people in Beixie Street, Dongxie Street, and Nanxie Street, including tenant farmers, hired farmers, fishermen, handicraftsmen, craftsmen, apprentices, and some small factory owners. But now things have changed, and everyone knows about the fees and charges. Beixie Street will of course be handed over to us, but Dongxie Street and Nanxie Street. Boss, Old Bell stole the rules you set, but he is obviously greedy and demanding. He did not distribute the fees to his men, but let his men extort like gangsters, so as to maintain the so-called loyalty of his men to him. Wolf smiled, fiddling with the dagger. Because of this, the fees for next month will generally be handed over to us, but some small factory owners are not worried about the intrusion of Old Bell's men. They have enough strength to deal with gangsters, so they want to save our fees together. Doesn't Old Bell charge them their fees? Mike frowned. It was hard to imagine that greedy Old Bell would give up the lovely gold pounds they used to collect it. But now that we have actually taken back East Diagonal Street and South Diagonal Street, Old Bell has spread the word that he will not collect fees for next month. He wants the friendship of these rich people, and at the same time wants us to offend rich gentlemen and ladies. Very good. I will give up some protection for these rich people. The meager salary of the brothers is worth our dealings with ordinary criminals, but it is not worth risking our lives to deal with the coming, rotten and smelly monsters in midsummer. They will pay more money, unless they never leave Flag City, which obviously they can't do, and they must understand that the oppression and exploitation of the rich cannot be applied to us. Mike smiled slightly, playing with a shiny gold pound in his hand. This is nearly a pound of gold, but except for this piece, he broke the others into pieces and turned them into money for his brothers to live on and mail home, as well as new and more powerful equipment for his brothers. For himself and his brothers, he needs to get the money he deserves, and no one can save or take it away. Let's go, Wolf. And you, Julia, you've slept for 20 hours. Mike snapped his fingers, and Julia's matchlock gun went off, and the circling petrol fell from the sky, so you can have an extra meal in the evening. The sky in Flag City has darkened. The sea breeze is blowing, and the flames of the oil lamps on both sides of the straight streets make the city dim. They compete with the stars, but unfortunately they are not as bright as the postmodern neon lights, so they can't compete. Dear Mike, I'm very happy to receive your call, even if you didn't treat me to dinner, but took me wandering aimlessly on your subordinate North Diagonal Street. Sigrid stepped on the road paved by Baker. Her long leather boots, inlaid with iron nails, made her good figure look like a goddess in the dark night. The moist sea breeze blew her bright purple long hair, which was still soft in the wetness, and brushed on Mike's face with the night wind. Achoo! Mike rubbed his nose and lit a cigar with fire paper. I'm sorry, Mike. I think you are allergic to beautiful girls, and you will be a bachelor for the rest of your life. Sigrid glanced at the fire in front of Mike's mouth and quickly took back a few strands of her hair that had accidentally fallen. But you called me out so late. You didn't just want to burn a few strands of my hair, did you? Of course, there is new progress in the case. Dear Chief Inspector Sigrid, you know I have 5 days, and it's very tight. But this doesn't mean I have to wait until the 5th day to keep my title of Chief Inspector of Flag City. Am I right? Dear old Inspector Bell and Inspector Appleday, Mike, Sigrid, Julia, and Wolf walked around for an hour and a half, and finally waited for Old Bell and Appler. The generous figures of Old Bell and the capable figures of Appler walked down the long street, and the moonlight cast long shadows. The other party was obviously not well informed, because if it was him, he would receive the news in 10 minutes. And then, in the second 10 minutes, there would be more than 10 gunmen ambushing around North Diagonal Street. My lovely little Mike, I heard that you found other clues. Old Bell asked with a smile on his face. Did you find the murderer of the Birmingham double homicide case? Sigrid also asked nervously. She liked that this matter was true, which could relieve her from the pressure from the rich and cut off the threat of Old Bell coveting her position as chief inspector. It's just that we found another suspect. Mike looked at Appler meaningfully, and the other party shrank his head and looked tough, so he smiled meaningfully. But the suspect is very suspicious. Perhaps on this beautiful night tonight, we can get the truth we want. Torches began to burn, illuminating a dozen figures hiding in the street corners. Among them were Mike's people, Sigrid's people, and of course Old Bell and Apple's people. Mike also saw a pale young man who was being carried by someone with half of his body looking this way. He subconsciously muttered, "Hemingway Green, my dear patrol brother. I used to be very close to the position of detective chief, and I used to be a detective, but now I'm not even a patrolman, my dear. Captain Mike." Hemingway gnashed his teeth and muttered, talking about him and Mike 5 years ago. At that time, they were not detectives, and were suppressed by the old detective. Later, the old detective died. Officially, it was the ghouls who killed people, but in fact, many people knew that it was Mike who led the people to do it. He was afraid of Mike, so he became Mike's subordinate, and because of his ability to do things, he was sent to East Slant Street as a patrolman by Mike. So when they heard Hemingway's hateful words, the two people who carried him left, but they didn't notice that Hemingway's right hand, which was supported on the stretcher, stretched out his index finger and thumb, pressed them together and rubbed them against Mike. "Boss!" He laughed again, and Mike laughed too. At this time, the lights of many houses on both sides of North Slant Street were extinguished. They were afraid of the power of several detectives, just like small and medium-sized Indian tribes were afraid of the muscles of the organized army. This did not mean that North Slant Street would fall into darkness, because more torches burned, allowing Mike, Sigrid, and Old Bell to see each other's faces clearly. Who is the suspect? Old Bell was more urgent than Sigrid. It's just that Sigrid is eager for Mike to catch the murderer, while he is just the opposite, hoping that even if Mike catches the murderer, he won't get enough evidence. There are two suspects, Mike said with a smile. One of them is Tom Sawyer, a skin hunter from the southern city of Mackenzie. I don't know if he has an old enemy named Jerry, but it has been found out that he didn't have enough time to commit the crime. Yes, he left when he was drinking, but the reason he left was because he killed 25 Indian women and children, and wanted to hide them before getting drunk, so that he could get a few pounds of sticky scalps. Well done, Sigrid praised, as if she had a deep hatred for the Indians. Chief Inspector Sigrid. Mike was stunned for a moment, staring deeply at Sigrid's face, which was more delicate than a Barbie doll. Yes, he did a good job. Tom Sawyer is just one person. It is a very capable act for him to kill 25 women and children in a short time without telling his companions. It's a pity that the bounty offered by the nobles can buy the scalps of Indians, but because the price is too low, it cannot buy the conscience of most skin hunters, which is rare but absolutely exists. He is dead and will be killed by his companions, dear Chief Inspector Sigrid. I don't care about his life or death. I just want to ask, where is the second suspect? Sigrid likes Tom's approach, but it doesn't mean she cares about a stranger. Yes, where is the second suspect? Old Bell cares more about this than Sigrid. As for the second suspect, Mike took a puff of his cigar. The smoke from the cigar did not enter his lungs. It was very thick and the flame flickered quickly. Remember I said, I have ruled out all the people in the city who have the ability to commit crimes and not be discovered. So I went to the port, but unfortunately, the captains who have been anchored at the port recently are all real big shots. They will not allow their sailors to do whatever they want on civilized land. So after I ruled out the suspicion of the sailors, I once again expanded the scope of the target. Who did you investigate? Sigrid asked hurriedly. Myself. Mike laughed happily. This world is too weird. Everyone may become crazy, including myself. I once thought, have I done something terrible that I don't even remember? So I tortured my soul and even my body first. Of course, I didn't find that I had a perverted tendency, so I set my target on Old Bell. Mike, are you crazy? How dare you doubt me? Suspecting Old Bell, who has fought for Fleck City all his life. Old Bell waved his thick arms angrily. Don't be angry, my dear Old Bell, because the first person I suspect is myself. And if dear Chief Inspector Sigrid has the money to commit the crime, the second person I suspect will not be you, but her, Mike said calmly. But your suspicion was quickly ruled out. Many people saw you return home that night, and you called a beautiful girl who was new to the house, very young but wanted to take a shortcut. I have to say that you are really amazing. The girl told me she was still awake at 3 in the morning because you tormented her since 11 o'clock in the evening, and you tormented her for 4 hours and didn't get to the point. Mike, Old Bell felt his face burning. Although he was old, this kind of thing has nothing to do with age for men. Okay, okay. I told you not to get angry so quickly. Mike shook off the cigar ash. Then I investigated Inspector Harriman of 4th Street. He was not in the city, so he was naturally not a suspect. So I continued to expand the scope of my target, thinking of investigating all the detectives and patrolmen. I suddenly remembered. Mike looked at Appler happily, as if he had suddenly realized something. Don't we still have acting Inspector Appler? Since we are investigating the probability of committing crimes in our own team, of course, we have to start from the top down. Dear Acting Inspector Appler, can you tell me what you did on the night of the Birmingham double homicide? The crime was committed around 1:30 a.m. Right, I was drinking with Theodore, Dunbar and Ollie. Apple sneered. They are all your people, but don't try to slander me by making evidence that I had time to commit the crime. Really? But you got excited while drinking and found the street girl who went halfway and didn't pay. Mike asked with a smile. I didn't slander you on this point, did I? I forgot to bring money, and we agreed to pay it all next time. Apple defended himself, but Sigrid's cold eyes made him feel that his defense was particularly weak. He knew what Sigrid hated, and even hated, as a man who was scheming for power. Come on. I mean, dear Apple, come on. You are just looking for an excuse. Even if it's an excuse, I just didn't pay. Yes, you admitted it. You just found an excuse to leave, so that you have time to commit a crime in the house of the Birmingham couple and commit a heinous crime. Mike didn't give Apple a chance to speak, and threw a bloody dagger. The dagger was so dirty that it was blurred. The dried, dark blood stains on it stimulated Apple's eyes like a raging fire. This is the murder weapon. I found it in your house, Mike said coldly. Apple was stunned for a moment. He looked around and found that they followed Mike all the way and unknowingly walked to the door of his residence on North Diagonal Street. The residence was bright, and the sound of rummaging through boxes and cabinets came from the well-painted snow-white house, as if his house was being demolished. A large number of eyes also stared at them. There was Sigrid's cold eyes, even a little bit of wanting to go with the flow. And there was also a pair of old eyes with a little doubt, and then suddenly firm. Dear Inspector Mike, regardless of whether Apple was a crazy murderer or not, Old Bell would protect Apple. Do you think that a dagger thrown casually is a murder weapon? The bodies of the victims of the Birmingham double murder case have been cremated. You can't prove that this is the murder weapon used by the murderer, but there are case records. The wound records can infer the size of the murder weapon, Mike said lightly. Because of this, the murder weapon is very easy to forge. As long as the size is right and human blood is applied, it will be fine. Can you prove that the blood stains on it belong to the victim? Old Bell took a few quick steps. Dear little Mike, don't forget, Apple is from our police department, a shrewd and capable deputy inspector. If you want to slander a deputy inspector and throw dirty water on him, will you do it to me in the future? To Chief Inspector Sigrid, to several dear big farmers, ranchers and factory owners, and even to the knights. Healy covered Mike with several layers of high hats. No one can slander a great citizen of Great Britain, the user of the land of the British Empire. The last layer was particularly heavy. The atmosphere suddenly became stiff, and the flames of the torches flickered. At this time, Sigrid, who had been watching, also understood. Mike seemed to want to kill Apple, playing a dangerous trick of killing two birds with one stone. It's a pity that if there is insufficient evidence, it is likely that he will be beaten back. This bite is really cruel. Old Bell's grasp of the situation is too accurate, which can make Mike unable to turn over at once. Inspector Mike just hasn't found enough evidence yet. He can suspect anyone. Sigrid wanted to help Mike step down. What a sunny and nice day. Mike suddenly spoke, leisurely enjoying the series of meteors streaking through the sky, which allowed him to see the truly beautiful night view of North America, and his mood was particularly good. But it's a pity that we have to take out human scalps in such good weather, and there is still no sticky scalp left on the human body. Wolf! Mike shouted softly, and the door of Apple's residence was kicked open. Wolf held a beautiful box inlaid with silver pieces between two fingers and threw the box over with a shiver. Dear Inspectors and Chief Inspector, this was found in Apple's home. 2 pieces of scalp were made into very beautiful works of art. Wolf seemed very cold, shrinking his arms to keep himself away from the box that fell to the ground. Excuse me, Inspector Bell, how can this scalp be fake? Mike pulled out Ali's French rapier and fiddled with the scalp. These are 2 scalps, one male and one female. The male has the same hair color and hairstyle as the victim, Mr. Birmingham. The female has the same hair color and hairstyle as Miss Sauce, Birmingham. Could it be that I worked so hard for many days just to kill 2 people to make a fake scalp? Who did I kill? Can you please find it out? Of course, I can't find it out. Even if someone with the same hair color and hairstyle as the victim happened to die in Fleck City, the body would be intact. This means that Mike really found the murderer. With Mike's ability, it is impossible for him to get the trophy but not catch the murderer. Old Bell's face was livid, and he clenched the matchlock on his back and stared at Appler. He didn't want to believe that Appler was the murderer of the Birmingham double murder case. But was it possible? Would Mike catch the murderer but not hand him over, causing a series of troubles to frame Appler? Mike didn't need to do this. He just needed to hand over the murderer, finish the case, and then he would be the real inspector of North Diagonal Street. Appler's title of acting inspector general will be abolished, and if Mike wants to deal with Appler in the future, it will be too easy. No, these scalps are not mine. Damn, Mike, you framed me. The veins on Appler's forehead jumped out. What you mean is, I got the murderer's treasured scalp, but didn't catch the murderer. Do I need to use the scalp to frame you? Mike waved Ollie's French rapier. The shiny silver light was very beautiful. Then try it. Appler, you are also an outstanding hero, and I believe you are more powerful than the real murderer, you said? I am 20 yards away from you now. You can try to escape from my hands. As long as you escape from North Diagonal Street, I will consider you innocent, and even send myself to the stake instead of you. Are you going to catch me alone? Damn it. There was hope in Apple's eyes, but the hope was quickly extinguished. He was finished. His reputation, rocks and property were all gone. The evidence was too sufficient, and Old Bill couldn't help him. He could only consider whether Mike would give him a chance. He knew that Mike was setting a trap for him. If he escaped, he would be convicted, but if he didn't escape, what would await him would be the rarely used stake by Chief Inspector Sigrid. Damn it, Mike, you are a monster who can catch zombies. Apple was very angry and walked towards Mike with no intention of escaping at all, blaming Mike. But when he reached behind Chief Inspector Sigrid, he suddenly attacked, and his big hand that could strangle a wild wolf stuck to Sigrid's beautiful, white and slender neck like a white swan, trying to kidnap Sigrid and escape. TSK, a desperate dog will jump over the wall. Mike had no intention of rescuing him. Instead, he opened his eyes wide and began to admire him. Apple's hands were very fast, but they missed. Sigrid seemed to have eyes behind her. She squatted down quickly and kicked Apple in the air. Before Apple could react, Sigrid had arched her waist, raised her plump buttocks high, and pulled her fists into her chest. She threw 3 powerful punches quickly and then retracted them, almost knocking Apple's gallbladder out. Before Apple landed on the ground, Sigrid flipped over. Her body slid out of a slender and beautiful circle, and the hard iron-nailed detective boots stomped Apple to the ground. Wham! Apple fell heavily to the ground. Wham! Wham! His whole body was convulsing, and he looked up in disbelief as he wanted to see the beautiful but actually very weak Chief Inspector in his mind, when a cold touch touched his side face. Apple was still confused and a little dazed when he heard 2 consecutive gunshots and the sound of a gun jamming. He fell into absolute darkness. General Sigrid. Chief Inspector. Old Bill stared at Sigrid, who was fiddling with the jammed spring wheel pistol with a face full of shock. Really, it was the first time he discovered that Sigrid was so good at fighting. Boss, I can't beat her. Wolf was also shocked. Sigrid's attack was too fast and too gorgeous. The moment just now was like a flash of lightning, and before he could react, he saw Apple's broken body with a smashed head. You and Ollie together can't beat her, and with Theodore and Dunbar, well, then it's possible to beat her. Mike whistled once, and the whoosh sound sounded like a horse riding, which attracted Sigrid's attention. Dear Chief Inspector Sigrid, your perfect body has even more perfect toughness and strength. Two zombies combined can't deal with you. I've only killed one zombie, but you've killed two. Sigrid responded to Mike's compliments with compliments, but hid another sentence that was a real contrast and would definitely affect her prestige as the chief inspector in Flex City. That was, she once wanted to teach Mike a lesson, but Mike pressed him on the huge round table in the inspector's office 8 times and made him pose in 18 different positions. From that time on, she never wanted to fight with Mike again. Mike's house is by the sea, and on a towering reef protruding toward the sea. This allows him to see a wider sea level and welcome stronger sea breezes. To the left are vast reefs, and behind him are green mountains and mist that make the entire Flex City loom. His large yard, full of fiery red roses, looks even more beautiful in it, allowing him to sit in the window and taste the freshest blueberry wine, enjoy the beautiful scenery, and smell the fragrance of flowers to feel refreshed. Mike, does this count as a final verdict on the Birmingham double homicide? A false murderer. Julia heard the conversation between Wolf and the others, walked to Mike, and hugged the matchlock tighter, feeling cold. I would rather kill 100 people than fabricate a murder. Mike, is this truth really good? You are still young. You are only 19 years old, so I didn't let you participate in this matter. You are only 17 years old. Mike, I want to protect you. My mental age is older, and I understand the truth that adults want. Mike took off Julia's big black framed glasses lovingly and stroked her short brown gold hair. But I want to protect you, not the way you have always protected me. Mike, tell me the truth that adults want. I want to try to understand some of it. Julia hummed like a kitten. This reminded Mike of when he first became a patrolman on North Diagonal Street. It was a murder case. No, to be more precise, it should be a case of illegal trafficking of indentured servants. He was only 14 years old and rushed into the crime scene, but found that a 16-year-old girl had already beaten to death the trafficker who wanted to violate her. The poor little girl shrank into the iron cage alone, without food, water, or sleep for 3 days. The only thing that could comfort her was the simple matchlock in her arms. At that time you told me to follow you. Julia knelt on the ground and put her face on Mike's thigh. Then you used your matchlock to protect me for 3 years. My dear girl. Mike smiled and continued to stroke Julia's short brown and golden hair. He felt that Julia should lie in the fields, full of yellow flowers, in Ireland, enjoying the sunshine and rain. Ding-a-ling-a-ling. The phone rang suddenly. He used the telephone line to roughly pull the gilded telephone over and turn the microphone sideways. It must be said that things made in ancient times are really durable. Mike, I hope you can tell me the truth. Sigrid believed Mike rationally, but emotionally and with her female intuition, she felt that Mike was a rare person who would not lie. My dear Mike, cunning old Indian dove, I remember a powerful guy said to you very painfully, old Indian dove, you are ruthless but talkative, but you said too much this time. You disrupted Old Bell's mood step by step, and then pushed Appler into the abyss of madness step by step. So, Mike, I hope you can tell the truth. Is Apple really the murderer of the Birmingham double murder case? The murderer is a black man, Mike said very confidently. A black slave. Are you kidding? Yes, a black man. Dear Chief Inspector Sigrid, you can clear the grievances of poor Apple, and then I will hand you a black man. You can send him to the stake. And by the way, tell the residents of Fleck who have just been relieved, as well as the rich people, several knights, and Lord Fleck that we have caught a black murderer. Look, you are drunk again, and you must be talking nonsense. Sigrid hung up the phone quickly. Huff. Ha ha ha. Mike threw away the microphone and laughed with his belly in his arms. Look, Julia, he laughed with great joy, not only with sarcasm. This is the truth that the adults want. He said. The next morning, Mike had a lot of work to do. For example, he sent a dozen little brothers into Fleck City, drove away some ruffians and gangsters on East and South Oblique Streets, and broke the legs of the leaders of these gangsters. These are people who work for Old Bell, which will make Old Bell anxious, and also allow him to enjoy the tender steak and some wolf peach scrambled eggs grilled by Julia. After breakfast, he would go to East Diagonal Street and South Diagonal Street to patrol and let everyone know Mike is still the regional detective of 3rd Street. Dear Mike, would you like to try the freshly baked apple pie? I made a hat for you. It's very beautiful. Hey, dear Agent Julia, do you need to adjust your glasses? The 2 streets were very lively, and they seemed to be cheerful with the arrival of Mike and others. Mike greeted many people and sighed, Look, Julia, we collect their fees, just like the gadfly sucking blood from the cow, but they respect us. But why? Why don't they respect the older Old Bell? Because although you collect fees, you let them live in peace. Theodore enjoyed the smiling faces of the residents and flexed his biceps at several poor girls who were not married. He attracted a lot of bold winks, but the winks were turned to Mike halfway. Old Bell also collects fees, but he collects them for nothing. His own little brother is bullying women. By the way, this morning there was a bastard bullying the girl from Old Nash's family. You know, I only like some good girls who love money and don't have to take responsibility. I don't have any interest in Old Nash's family. I just couldn't stand it and stepped on that bastard's words. He should not live. Ollie fiddled with the French rapier and laughed wantonly. Mike liked Ollie's impudence, which could let everyone know who had the upper hand between him and Old Bell, and he was ready to welcome Old Bell's upcoming counterattack. He was already the legitimate detective of North Diagonal Street. Old Bell couldn't uproot him, so he had to deal with him to ensure that he would not take away the various interests of East Diagonal Street and South Diagonal Street, slowly eroding and finally taking away the official jurisdiction. Mike, I've been looking for you. An ivory carriage made the whole street quiet for a moment. Chief Inspector Sigrid. Mike was very surprised. He had been walking around for the whole morning and thought he would meet the aggressive Old Bell, but he didn't expect that Old Bell didn't come, but Sigrid's beautiful carriage came instead. Good Mike, you brought enough people, 10 gunmen, plus the best fighter in your hand. Sigrid jumped off the carriage, looked around, pressed the spring wheel pistol, and smiled. I know what you are waiting for. Don't worry, you can be the former 3rd Street Inspector sooner or later. But not now. Old Bell is not in the mood to trouble you. He doesn't trouble me. That means he is in big trouble. Mike was very happy to hear this. Yes, it's a big trouble, and it's also my big trouble. Sigrid's face was not looking good. Something happened in Night Griffin's family. As you know, Night Griffin's previous injuries relapsed, and he died of normal causes half a month ago. According to etiquette, his biological daughter will soon be canonized as a knight and become one of the 3 knights of Baron Fleck. But she is missing. She was kidnapped. Wait, biological daughter? Mike held the unlit cigar in his mouth in surprise, because as far as he knew, Night Griffin only had one adopted daughter, 18-year-old Victoria Griffin. She was a proud and beautiful girl, and she was ready to be canonized as a knight and become one of the real big men in Flex City. How did a biological daughter suddenly appear? It's Virginia Griffin, the 10-year-old illegitimate daughter found according to Night Griffin's will. The illegitimate daughter and heir of the Night Master was kidnapped. Oh, that's really wonderful. It's a huge trouble. Mike happily put away the cigar, took out a small bottle of blueberry fresh wine, and prepared to find a place to have fun with his brothers. Yes, this is a huge trouble, but what does it have to do with him? Night Griffin's small manor is on East Street, under the jurisdiction of Old Bell. Unless Old Bell returns the official jurisdiction of East Oblique Street and South Oblique Street to him, and hands over East Street to him to form a 4th Street detective, he is willing to toast to God and say happily, I don't care. Dear Mike, that was a 10-year-old girl, an underage girl. She was kidnapped. Do you really feel happy and wonderful? Sigrid didn't know whether it was right or wrong to come to Mike, but she was very anxious. The case that happened to the Knight's heir put a lot of pressure on her, but it did not prevent her from pitying an underage girl. Well, Mike made unclear syllables, and he was non-committal about what Sigrid said, because in fact, the North American colonies were actually very strange. Just like this Knight heir, according to the laws of Great Britain, women could not inherit the title of knight unless they were pardoned. But most of the nobles in North America changed the law in order to consolidate their power, or in other words, change the rules. He also heard of a very famous guy, the Slayer of Fiery Purple Knight and Pink Ruby, a beautiful captain who was said to be able to fly. You mean to say, let me save a little guy who has already violated the law? Mike still lit a cigar, which would make his mind clearer. Do you care about the law, Mike? Sigrid asked. I'm a real law enforcer. Mike lit the cigar and found that he had not cut the cigar and could not wrap it. So he took Wolf's dagger and cut the cigar, of course. Dear Chief Inspector Sigrid, as the detective of the 1st Street in Flex City, I am willing to abide by all the rules of Flex City, such as watching a little girl inherit the identity of a big man like the Knight. You know I don't discriminate against women, but the case happened on East Street. Not to mention that I am just a small detective of the 1st Street, even if I am still the regional detective of the 3rd Street. East Street is not within my jurisdiction. You want Old Bell's East Street. Your appetite is too big. Mike, really? But compared with Old Bell, who swallowed up 2 blocks of my city, my appetite should not be too small. But that was a little girl who may be dead or alive, and she should not die for any reason. The Indians lost more children, but you said that Tom, the skin hunter, did a good job. That's different. Yes, that's different. We and the Indians are in a hostile relationship, and it is very likely that one of us will be exterminated in the future. But so far, I have never heard of Indians other than cannibals killing your underage children. But I have heard more than once that their children were massacred. Mike just said it casually. He followed his inner guidance in his new life and didn't want to think too much about right and wrong. Dear Chief Inspector Sigrid, I know that the case is difficult, and even an experienced old fox like Old Bill is stretched to the limit. But you must know, I have nothing to do with Dongzhi Street, and I have nothing to do with that little girl who is likely to become a big shot. I will not help my enemy for her. If I help Old Bill regardless of the past and let him free up his hands to deal with me, who will pay for my behavior? I will help you. No, don't say you will help me. When Old Bill has enough time to fight with me, my little brothers will be killed or injured. Compared with that innocent little girl, my little brothers are my children. If I can't bring them enough benefits, I can't take any risks with their lives. Well, I will try my best to fight for you. You know I am on your side. Sigrid's voice softened. She is not a weak chief inspector, unless it is for the innocent. It's not about trying your best, but it must. Enough, Mike. I don't have the final say over all the 18 streets in Fleck City. I will do my best to fight for you. The name of the Jackson family is at stake. Sigrid suddenly grabbed Mike's arm, stepped on her beautiful ivory carriage, and threw Mike over her shoulder into the carriage with a soft cloth curtain blocking the door. Mike naturally flipped into the carriage, lay on the spacious carriage seat, and more naturally took out the cranberry wine in Sigrid's carriage. Okay, you are a trustworthy person. Beautiful Inspector Sigrid. Sigrid always keeps her word, especially after betting on the name of the Jackson family, which Mike felt very strange. Mike didn't want to push Sigrid too hard, and threw 7 or 8 small bottles of fresh wine from Sigrid from the window. Julia, Theodore, Ollie, Wolf, and Dunbar. The 5 of you follow the carriage closely, and let the little brothers disperse for a while. We can't take so many people to the Knight's Manor. This is disrespectful to the late night and an unreasonable practice. East Street connects to the port in the east and the market in the west. It is a main street that is as prosperous as the 2 streets of Mac combined. Old Bill has been a detective for a long time. Before Mac became a detective, he had already occupied the best location in Fleck City. The manor of Night Griffin is in the center of East Street. Behind the snow-white carved fence gate is a large lawn of nearly 5 acres, as well as a fountain, garden and swimming pool in front of the house. Mark likes such a mansion very much. It is 3 times larger than his home, but the swimming pool is a little smaller, which is more than 10,000 times smaller than the swimming pool in his home. To maintain the mowing of the lawn, the hygiene of the room, and the daily life of the Knight's family, such a mansion needs at least 5 servants, right? Mark looked at the mansion at the gate, but did not jump off the carriage. There is an old butler, a housekeeper, and 3 ordinary servants. Sigrid is smart and very happy that Mac started to ask. Soon the maid came to open the door and the carriage drove in. Of course, Mike would not do anything to disrespect the knight. After all, knights are also nobles in their eyes, and the power of nobles is still expanding. He jumped off the carriage before it entered the gate, put out his cigar, and talked intimately with each maid. Dear Inspector Mike, I always thought you were a very scary person. A maid brought snacks, and another maid brought a tray with a few glasses of wine. This was a treat for the guests, and it was also a great courtesy brought by Mike's ability to speak and smile. But I'm not scary, right? Mike said with a smile. Yes, You are much more friendly than old Inspector Bell, our eldest lady said. When friends come, there is good wine, and when enemies come, there are her horses and swords. So we send the best wine, and I believe that the eldest lady will praise us for our good hospitality to the guests. I must also praise you, because you are really beautiful and lovely girls. Mike's compliments seemed to be free. Well, really free. Sigrid frowned as she listened to the conversation. She felt that Mike's humble attitude towards the maids was a disgrace to his position as a detective. However, as Mike's topic deepened, she was surprised to find that Mike talked about a lot of things about the kidnapping of the night girl. All the clues that she and Old Bell had carefully investigated for most of the day were actually talked about by the maids with a smile. A young maid even took out a photo of the kidnapped person. Is this Miss Virginia Sayre? Mike looked at the photo and found that it was a sweet-looking little girl with light golden hair tied very delicately. Her smile was also very sweet when she was holding a beautiful girl. Yes, dear Detective Mike, Miss Virginia is holding Miss Victoria. They have a good relationship. The young maid approached Mike and said, noticing that Mike had extinguished the cigar, she very considerately lit a copper candle and held it in her hand, so that Mike could take a clearer photo and could help him light the cigar at any time. She liked Mike's friendly attitude towards her, and even more so Mike's youth and handsomeness, as well as a pair of blue eyes that were always smiling. Are you here to help poor Miss Virginia? The young maid asked Mike. No, I just came to see because someone is already investigating the case. You know, I can't step into the scope of old Inspector Bell's authority, but your reputation is better, and your reputation for investigating cases is even greater. The young maid was a third-rank official in front of the Prime Minister's door. Her status was low, but she was obviously not afraid of old Inspector Bell. As for the other one investigating the case, that old guy, TSK, he was very cautious when asking for clues. He doesn't look like someone who can do good things. He just respects you, the beautiful girls in the lovely Griffin Knight manner. Mike praised again without leaving any trace, making the young maid's eyes water. The backyard of the Griffin mansion was also a lawn. Next to the snow-white wall grew an old tree with 3 fierce dogs tied to it. Dear old Inspector Bell, this is probably an internal crime committed by someone in the Griffin manor. Hemingway sat in a wheelchair like a wheelbarrow, pushed silently by a man. He was paid very well, and sweat beads appeared on his pale face, as if he was thinking hard about the case for Old Bell. It is very likely that Miss Victoria sent someone to do it. Old Bell lowered his voice. It can only be her, because the will of the Griffin Knight said, send someone to the southern city of Muckens to find his illegitimate daughter. If found, it will be Miss Virginia who inherits the title of knight. If not found, it will naturally be Miss Victoria who inherits. In 3 days, the ceremony of knighthood scheduled by Baron Fleck will be held, which cannot be changed. So Miss Victoria only needs to hide her cheap sister for 3 days, and she can naturally inherit the title of knight. She has enough motivation, but we can't doubt Miss Victoria. The Griffin Knight has always trained her as an heir. She has enough ability and connections. If we interrogate her, it won't take 3 days. If she goes crazy, she can drive us out of Fleck City in 1 day and turn us into broken corpses in the wild. Yes, the case has reached a stalemate and we don't have enough power to break it. Hemingway rubbed his forehead and asked tentatively, Can it be delayed for 3 days? I believe that after 3 days, Miss Virginia will come back as a matter of course. What if Miss Victoria kills Miss Virginia cruelly? Well, even if she remembers the kindness of Night Griffin in raising her and saves Miss Virginia's life, we are incompetent if we don't solve the case within 3 days. Damn it, I spent a huge price to force Little Mike to solve the Birmingham double murder case within 5 days. He solved it and killed Appler, the waste, but I didn't expect it would be our turn in just one night. With only 3 days, how can we solve this difficult case of a big shot? Old Bell was going crazy. He had always been dealing with big shots, but he never expected that today he would be stuck in a blind spot in the struggle between big shots. How could he solve the case? Yes, there was only one question. How could he solve the case? When the suspect could no longer be suspected, even the best detective would go crazy. Perhaps we can solve the problem from a different angle. Old Bell walked up the steps in the backyard, which led directly from the main hall of the mansion to the larger courtyard in front, with an extremely wide view. Following the transparent main hall of the mansion, Old Bell saw Mike, and Mike also saw Old Bell. Hi, dear Old Bell. Mike stepped on the glazed wooden floor of the front door of the main hall, making a clattering sound, and raised a half-lit cigar to Old Bell. Hi, dear little Mike. Old Bell greeted him affectionately, then turned his face into a sneer and spoke in a low voice. Hemingway, my dear brother. I mean, just if, what are the chances that we would hand the night girl kidnapping case to the powerful little Mike? Not very likely, unless we pay a great price. Hemingway immediately became alert. Can we not pay the price? Because our little Mike is very capable, very young, and very proud. If I stimulate him a few times, can I make him say that he can definitely solve the case and throw this difficult case to him? But compared with his pride, he is smarter. The title of Indian Old Dove and Immortal Detective is not easy to get. He relies not only on the terrible force like a monster, but also on his more cunning mind. Dear old Inspector Bill, Mike is a cunning little fox. It is difficult for us to deceive him without paying a price. Can we pay less? He is so proud. Old Bill asked, very distressed. Although he only investigated for more than 10 hours, he had no temper left for the night girl kidnapping case. Yes, he is very proud. Hemingway did not object to Mike's pride. Mike is very confident in solving the case. In the years I followed him, I didn't even see his expression of feeling difficult because of the difficulty of the case. Mike is always analyzing, always laughing, and always enjoying all the excitement and life in the process of solving the case. I remember he said a few very confident words. Let me think about it. They are, if it is a case, it can be solved. If there is a clue, it can be found. There are no unsolved cases and only incompetent cowards. Hemingway's eyes began to shine, and his excited expression flashed and turned into a ferocious sneer. So, we have a chance to throw the case to him, but according to my understanding of him, he only needs to walk around the Griffin Knight's manor. Once, yes, he has walked around twice, so he has understood our difficulties at this time. That bastard Mike will not help us for no reason, unless we return the official jurisdiction of East Bleak Street and South Bleak Street to him. No, these two streets are already semi-substantially in his hands. He is very greedy and will definitely ask for East Street, where Griffin Knight's manor is located. Dear old Inspector Bill, perhaps we can take a step back and the sky will be wider. Use the official jurisdiction of East Oblique Street and South Oblique Street, as well as the entire East Street to dig a hole for Mike. Mike will jump in, and there is a great possibility that he will not be able to climb out. Gulu, the price is too high, right? Old Bill held the cigar tremblingly in his mouth, without cutting it or lighting it. Dear old Inspector Bill, this is a strange case where it is easy to find a suspect, but you cannot torture or even interrogate the suspect. How dilemma do you think Mike will be in? Just like our situation now. Hemingway's pale face was instigated with a devilish smile, which was filled with entanglement, pain and hatred, like a terrible devil crawling out of hell. I can think about it. Dear Hemingway, you are really my most intelligent brother. Old Bell also thought Hemingway was a little scary, but it was understandable. They thought Mike was too proud, too confident, and too strong. Yes, this was Mike's weakness. But Old Bell thought it was also the weakness of Hemingway, a young man who was only 2 years older than Mike. After all, Hemingway was smart and ambitious, and he was unwilling to be inferior to others. He had been suppressed by Mike for so many years, so he should have this kind of devilish complex expression. And the enemy of my enemy is my friend. So Old Bell was very satisfied with Hemingway's attitude at this time. The price is too high. Yes, it's too high a price to pay, Old Bell said with a little distress. But I know that little Mike is a difficult enemy to deal with, and it takes a certain price to deal with him. I will consider this, dear brother Hemingway. I promise that even if it's not now, one day in the future I will give you a chance to trample little Mike under your fine calfskin boots. Thank you 100,000 times, dear old Inspector Bell. Hemingway smiled with relief, and his pale face hid a few traces of viciousness. You are welcome, my dear brother Hemingway. Old Bell finally lit a very thick cigar, and looked at Hemingway's face sideways through the flame and smoke of the cigar. Observing Hemingway's expression, Old Bell was very satisfied with Hemingway's subtle expression, but he did not notice that Hemingway had his back to him, but was facing Mike's palm, slightly trembling, and his thumb and index finger were pressed together and rubbed lightly. Hurt? Ha! Hemingway almost laughed out loud in his heart. Yes, it should be the heart shape, a very peculiar gesture and also a very peculiar word. Hemingway remembered that this was a gesture that Mike taught to Julia, Theodore, Ally, Dunbar, and Wolf when he was very drunk. It was particularly intimate and lovely. In his own understanding, it means, you help me, I help you, as close as brothers and never betrayal, which is equivalent to a frank heart-to-heart talk. Give me the crutches. Hemingway tried to stand up half of his body. Dear old Inspector Bell, my boss, he said, since you have not made up your mind to throw the night girl kidnapping case to that bastard Mike, I have to work hard to find more clues. Saving a night's air cannot deal with Mike, but it can make our reputation better. Yes, go ahead. I remember your efforts. Old Bell had largely let go of his guard against Hemingway. A useful person needs trust, and a proud young man like Hemingway is even more so. Old Bell didn't think anything bad could be done to Hemingway with his current lame condition, so he let Hemingway go looking for clues alone. He walked towards Sigrid, who seemed to be supervising in the middle of the hall, and pulled Sigrid to speak in a low voice, trying to find out what was going on, and to find a way to pass the difficult case to Mike without paying too much of a price. The turmoil caused by a night's air was too great, and it was believed that Sigrid would trust little Mike more and would be willing to let the powerful little Mike take over the case. A little trick can make a powerful ally. Old Bell thought so, because according to the situation, it was indeed the case. Mei Yuan, hi, dear Chief Inspector Sigrid. With the usual greeting, the energetic old fox and the beautiful chief detective girl started chatting. On the other side, Mike and Hemingway paused by each other. Both of them stopped for a moment and snorted angrily, which made Old Bell very satisfied. But Mike didn't speak, and Hemingway didn't speak either. The two young men of similar age really passed by each other. What a beautiful house, a real mansion besides barren Flex estate. After passing Hemingway, Mike quickly smiled and walked into the backyard with a half-smoked cigar in his mouth. The backyard was a large emerald green lawn, an old tree, and a snow-white wall. 3 ferocious dogs were tied to the old tree under the wall. Seeing Mike and Wolf enter the backyard, the 3 strong dogs all made threatening whimpers. Wang Cai followed in from behind and gave a woof. 2 of the dogs fell silent, lying on the ground with their muscles bulging in a defensive posture. The last one was so powerful that it was eager to fight with Wang Cai. Wolf, this is where Miss Virginia was taken away by the kidnappers. Can you see anything? Mike glared at the 3 vicious dogs, and immediately there were bursts of whimpering. The 2 dogs pretended to defend themselves, and the very brave vicious dog jumped behind the old tree with its tail between its legs, whining and not daring to show its head. TSK, poor Chihuahua. Mike felt that he was too fierce. After all, since he was 15 years old, he didn't take any creatures in the evergreen broad-leaved forests of North America seriously except for pythons, let alone 3 ordinary trained vicious dogs. And the reason why Mike didn't compete with the python was that he felt that the damn scales of the python were not very resistant. Boss, there are traces of climbing on the wall, and I can't see any other clues for the time being. Wolf looked around, came back with a wry smile and spread his hands. So it's still the same old rules. I'm going to go out to keep watch, right, boss? Mike nodded, and Wolf immediately looked depressed and ashamed. He dejectedly entered the back door of the mansion's hall to keep watch. But he soon became happy and felt that he was still useful. He also wondered if he needed to find an excuse to poke a bloody hole in Old Bell if Old Bell came and affected the boss. The crime concentration of the kidnapping case should not be very high, and the oppression of the counterattack will not be very strong. When there was no one in the backyard, Mike squatted down, hugged the old dog Wang Cai, and took a deep breath. He took a breath, and when he closed his eyes, he saw a bright golden pendulum ticking in the dark deeper in his mind. Du Wang. The strange thing is, this time there was no long wait, and Mike's face lost all color in half an instant. The pendulum rang suddenly, as if 2 huge carriages had had a fierce collision. Mike's face suddenly turned pale, and his transparent bright golden eyes returned to blue. He also hurriedly hugged the old dog Wang Cai, who felt that he was hurt and wanted to go crazy. Too fast, too fast. The effect of the golden sea eye suddenly started, and stopped in half an instant. Mike seemed to have swung a heavy punch at the air, and the huge force did not hit the opponent, but rebounded and hurt himself. He did not consume any physical strength, nor did he suffer the counterattack of the sinful smoke, but he really took a heavy punch from himself. Covering his forehead and looking around, he found that the bright sunshine illuminated the entire courtyard. Except for the always sick blood-red sinful smoke in the sky, everything that was very abnormal felt normal. What a clean yard. Mike laughed. Because he has seen some people with clean bodies, but he has never seen a clean crime scene. Interesting. It seems that the housekeeper of Griffin Night Manor, our dear first witness, lied. This is not the real crime scene. Mike took out a piece of fire paper with the remaining half of the cigar and laughed softly. There are 3 telephones in Griffin Manor, connected to each other, in the office of the late Griffin Knight, Miss Victoria's study, and Miss Virginia's lovely pink and cream bedroom where the telephone was just installed not long ago. These are not open to the public, but in many cases, the rules can be infinitely relaxed for security personnel. Hey, dear boss, you don't know how much I look forward to this conversation. Hemingway lay on the dolls in Miss Virginia's room, waiting by the phone, and finally waited for 2 clicks on the tiny owl call. The first click was Wolf cutting off a telephone. The second click was Mike picking up the receiver on the remaining telephone. And the last tiny owl call was Mike saying, "Your boss is your boss. Here I come." Dear brother Hemingway, I don't understand why you pretended to betray me. You know, I don't need any spies, let alone you paying the price of having a leg broken to be this spy. Mike took a puff of cigar and asked Hemingway, whom he thought highly of, solemnly. Yes, Mike thought highly of Hemingway. There is a big reason for this. Let's put it in an analogy. The emergence of a force requires civil officials and military generals. Mike has many military generals. The honest Dunbar is like Diane Wei. Theodore is like Xiahou Dan. Ollie is like Eugene. Wolf is much worse, but he has unique means and can be regarded as Shikiang, the flea on the drum among the 108 heroes of Liangshan. But he doesn't have a civil official, and Hemingway is proficient in Spanish and other languages, writes good articles, and can also survey and map the sea. This mysterious patrol brother is likely to have a relatively high-end background, eats slowly, and his mind is full of twists and turns. Dear brother Hemingway, you know, I have been protecting you, and I was shocked to hear your betrayal. Mike is still thinking about Hemingway's nautical chart. After all, in this age without tanks or airplanes, the supreme force is the warship. Not to mention the ocean-going warships that only the Spanish Empire has, which carries 72 guns. Just a small offshore boat with 2 guns is enough for the captain of the boat to have the identity and status comparable to the Knights of Flag City. If it weren't for Mike's generosity, and Captain Jason was worried that Mike, this tough young man, would be hot-blooded and play the role of a pirate to rob ships in the port. Captain Jason, who has 8 guns, would never be so polite to Mike. But I need to make you believe, this is worth it. This is true for you and me. Hemingway smiled and said, Old Bell is a wild fox who has lived for many years and has not left any weaknesses in Flag City. Just like you, you have always been decisive in doing things. You are a very powerful person and a person I admire very much. But we can only pretend to be friendly with Old Bell. Boss, we need special means to deal with him. For example, this time, I planted a seed in his heart, a seed that uses giving up the official jurisdiction of East Oblique Street and South Oblique Street, and completely giving up the prosperous East Street to trap you to death. The stingy Old Bell will not agree, but if we press step by step, water and fertilize this seed, Old Bell's resistance will not be as fierce as before. He has hope in his heart. That's not worth breaking a leg, Mike said. The leg can be healed, but the benefits obtained cannot be repeated. Hemingway's voice was a little excited. Boss, my dearest boss, you and Julia, the second sister, Theodore, Dunbar, Ollie, and Wolf are friends of life and death. I am far behind, but now I can be considered a leg friend, right? Brat, you are really a smart brat. Mike smiled and shook his head. Thank you for the compliment, boss. But boss, how sure are you about the kidnapping of the night girl? 3 days is too short. Hemingway is worried that Mike cannot solve this strange case. If Mike is really trapped, Hemingway's own regret is secondary. His life will also be hanging on the muzzle of Julia's second sister's musket and the belts of Theodore and Ollie. Julia and Theodore's brains combined are not as good as Hemingway's, but when it comes to hunting, Hemingway will definitely raise the white flag and shout balls at the first time. The housekeeper in Griffin Manor lied. The backyard is not the crime scene of the kidnapping case. Mike provided the information. Yes, boss, not just the shrewd and capable housekeeper. I suspect that everyone in the whole manor is lying. This is a case intertwined with lies. The key is that we must be cautious and careful to expose the lies and not be too rude. After all, everyone in the whole manor is holding a huge pearl, and they are all under the protection of the huge light of the pearl. Dear Miss Victoria is this pearl, but it doesn't matter. She is not unprovoked. What you mean is, the case can be solved. Yes, we can find clues as long as there are clues. Ha! There are no unsolvable cases, only incompetent cowards. Dear boss, I remember what you said, and it made me understand how beautiful this world is. We are still young. We can set sail. We can even use the ropes to tie the sails to pull down the sun to burn the sea dry. Hemingway felt extremely excited, but it did not mean that he would lose his mind. But boss, only 3 days. We only have 3 days, he said. Yes, it's a pity that they only have 3 days. Hemingway believed in Mike's ability, but he also asked, but boss, can we try another way and be patient temporarily? We just need to stay away and wait for Old Bell to fail to solve the case and then add insult to injury. Old Bell has a wide network of contacts, which can't bring him down, nor can it give us the prosperous and charming Dongzhi Street. But his disadvantage is our advantage. We just need to be patient. What if he solves the case? Mike asked. Even if the case is solved, it is part of our job. Old Bill doesn't benefit much, and we don't suffer any harm. Even though Mike on the other end of the phone couldn't see it, Hemingway still shrugged happily. But I don't want to endure it. After all, if you endure ovarian cysts for a while, you will suffer from breast hyperplasia. Mike doesn't want to have a woman's disease, and he would rather break one of Old Bell's legs and let dear Old Bell be reasonable, rather than saying with confidence, I am very wronged to help Mike take care of 2 blocks. Ha! This is really an interesting saying, but I told dear old Inspector Bell that 1 step back, the sky is wide open. It suits him very well, because he is old. Mike smiled and said, our dear Old Bell is already past the age of retirement, but he still wants to fight and can't wait to oppress the living space of us young people. Isn't he afraid of being beaten to death? Then he hung up the phone. Through the brief chat, Mike got everything he wanted to know, and this pleasant chat could not continue, because if it lasted too long, it was likely that Old Bell would find out that Hemingway had never betrayed him, and then early one morning, Returning tide would return Hemingway's swollen body. We must protect Hemingway, and also be on guard against Hemingway. Mike took a puff of the thick smoke, enjoying the bitter and sweet taste of the cigar. This taste made him sober. He thought Hemingway might not have betrayed himself, nor was he a double-faced agent. This is well-founded, because in addition to the regulations, Mike also formulated a series of superior rules. These rules are very clear and transparent, giving the patrol brothers and the younger brothers below very luxurious dreams, so that there are many heroes under his command. Yes, it is a dream, similar to the kings and generals. After all, in the strange area of the colonies of North America that is full of hope, the nobles eat and sleep and then eat, and go out to pretend to have a good life when they have nothing to do. It is simply too attractive to the younger brothers below. Half a cigar can be savored for a long time, bringing out a faint fragrance in the spacious and bright mansion. After leaving the office of the Lake Griffin Knight, Mike walked all the way and found that the lighting of the whole mansion was very good. It must be very comfortable to live in it. He walked all the way to Miss Victoria's study and saw Wolf waiting at the door. "Okay, dear Wolf, you can wait here for a while." Mike asked Wolf to continue guarding the room. When he entered the room, he found it was extremely spacious. In the middle was a huge arc-shaped desk and a very high chair without a backrest. Mike could imagine Miss Victoria sitting upright and reading a book in a knightly manner. He could even imagine the old-fashioned look on Miss Victoria's beautiful face under her blonde hair. He couldn't help but want to laugh. On the back were two concave six-layer bookshelves filled with various books with brown covers. Mike flipped through them and found ancient books such as The Knight's Code, Six Swords Precepts, and Never Shed Tears, which described the various rules of ancient knights in food, clothing, housing, and transportation, as well as knightly virtues, knightly swordsmanship, and some formal novels about ancient knights. All the books were well preserved, as if brand new, but Mike twisted the papers and soon found the ones that were most read. "Boss, have you found any useful clues?" Wolf leaned against the door lazily, but Mike knew that Wolf was very alert. "It seems that our dear Miss Victoria is very fond of swordsmanship and chivalrous virtues." Mike put the books he found back in their original places. A thin book called Chivalry's Code, a thick book called Six Swords Precepts, and then the thicker and heavier French fencing and English fencing, as well as detailed explanation of the lance. "There can be no direct clues, dear Wolf." Mike emphasized the word and took a puff of cigar with a smile. "I just want to know about our dear Miss Victoria. She is lovely, isn't she?" "Yes, boss. Especially seeing these words she wrote. My stomach is laughing. She has enough virtues to be your wife." Wolf held his stomach and laughed. "I swear to be kind to the weak. I swear to bravely fight against violence. I swear to fight against all wrongs. I swear to fight for the unarmed. I swear to help anyone who asks me for help. I swear not to hurt any woman. I swear to help my brother knight. I swear to treat my friends sincerely. I swear to be loyal to the one I love until death." Mike also saw these words, which were pressed under the two books and had been turned out by him a long time ago. He also read them carefully and appreciated the sharpness in the beautiful small words. This represents the character of Miss Victoria, but under huge interests, character is not difficult to change. Brother Wolf, let us hope that the lovely Miss Victoria will not be changed. After all, if she is a kidnapper, things will be really tricky. As Mike spoke, he took out bright red cranberry ink from the inner pocket of the detective's uniform. After twisting out the quill pen, he wrote in a puff of thick cigar smoke, "Identity of the kidnapper, first. Miss Victoria. 70% probability." After thinking for a while, he crossed out the 70% and changed it to 30%. It was his preferential treatment for the lovely. In Mike's impression, what a person says and does is basically determined by his own personality. He does not rule out the possibility that Miss Victoria suddenly goes crazy because of huge interests, but he will not ignore any other possibilities. Tell a joke. Mike is a good detective who is dedicated to investigating the case and is selfless. Wolf, I think we can go out. Mike found what he wanted in Victoria's study. Okay, boss. Then the next stop is the bedroom of dear Miss Victoria. I think there will be more interesting little things in it. The kind of beautiful, very good little things. Wolf closed the study door as usual, very quietly, without making any sound. You can go by yourself. If you are caught by others, I promise to tie you up and parade you through the streets in a comfortable way. Mike laughed and threw a cigar to block Wolf's stinky mouth that had not been brushed. Mike was on the third floor of the mansion, where Miss Victoria's study was located. There was a fourth floor above, where the late Griffin Knight used to work and live. This represented a strict hierarchy, and Griffin Knight's status was above his adopted daughter, Miss Victoria. Where is the bedroom of our poor victim, Miss Virginia? Mike asked. On the second floor. I just went to see it, and my dear Hemingway brother just left there. It's hard to imagine that the Hemingway brother would go into the bedroom of a 10-year-old girl. His interest is too strange. Put away your weird ideas, Wolf. This only proves that you are the real pervert. Mike smiled and looked at the hall on the first floor, and found that old Rox and Sigrid were sitting at a round table made of tanned rhinoceros leather and chatting. Mike knew what old Belle wanted to talk about with Sigrid, and shrugged indifferently. Hemingway's left leg was broken, and it was inconvenient for him to climb the stairs. So he went into Miss Virginia's bedroom on the lower floor to wait for the call. But it's very strange. Virginia is Knight Griffin's biological daughter and the only heir designated in the will. She should occupy the room on the third floor instead of being pressed under Miss Victoria. She just moved into the manor recently. Maybe. Is it just because it would be troublesome to ask Miss Victoria to move? You will never imagine how strict the rules in the Knight family are, my dear Wolf. Mike said disdainfully. Knights don't belong to the nobility, do they? But knights are definitely the most loyal henchmen of the nobles. The nobles have set countless virtues and countless rules for the knights, and the knights abide by these rules as if they are protecting the lives of their biological mothers. That's what they call glory. They can die, but glory cannot be lost. What do you mean say? Miss Victoria is very dissatisfied with being robbed of her inheritance by Miss Virginia. That's normal. Because you suddenly have a brother, you are very happy, dear Wolf. But if this brother is about to take away all the property that originally belonged to you, I believe you will also be very dissatisfied. It's a pity that my father was an alcoholic and drowned in the Shannon River in Northern Ireland without leaving me half an Irish pound. But boss, does this mean that you need to modify the record and increase Miss Victoria's suspicion by more than 10 percentage points? Not for the time being. The night girl kidnapping case is not our case. East Street is not our neighborhood, isn't it? Mike walked downstairs, stepping on the stairs made of fine wood. His habitual smile made Mike's pale face look a little strange and weird. Qin Haiyan's empty release did not lose his physical strength, nor did it hurt him, but it made his ki and blood a little unsmooth, and he needed a happy and intense exercise. This is not a place to exercise the body. Mike didn't care, and walked into the hall with a brisk pace. Old Bell was still chatting with Sigrid, talking about this and that, just wanting to pay very little, or even no price, to let Mike take over the case. This was something Sigrid was willing to facilitate, but because of the agreement with Mike, she kept handing Old Bell, making Old Bell's face red with anger, forming a sharp contrast with Mike's pale face. "Mike, you don't look very good. Is there an accident?" Sigrid asked with concern. "Oh, dear little Mike." Old Bell quickly shut up, not wanting Mike to understand his urgency to get rid of the tricky responsibility of the night girl kidnapping case. "Nothing, just a little disgusting, a little disgusting." Mike took a look at the cigar in Old Bell's mouth, took a puff of his own, and exhaled a long smoke. "You know, dear Chief Inspector Sigrid, I have some strange hobbies. That is, I don't like to smoke the same cigar as others. Bumping cigars. Yes, bumping cigars. It will make me have a desperate impulse to turn against the other party, be killed by the other party, or kill the other party. Of course, the biggest possibility is that I kill the other party." Old Bell couldn't get off the stage. Keep holding the cigar. Mike can help him. He will be embarrassed if Mike pulls the cigar out of his mouth. If he takes it off himself, he will be embarrassed immediately. His face is green. "Okay, I'm just joking," Mike said with a smile, and then walked out of the hall. The front yard of Griffin Manor is lush and green. It is green and spacious. The water from the fountain flows into the blue swimming pool along the canal, moistening the garden land surrounded by white fences. Mike saw Theodore chatting with an older maid. They were chatting happily and showing off their muscles. Ollie was even more showy. He posed in the pony field, paved with yellow soil, and fought with the current owner of the Night Manor. "You are really an excellent French swordsman." After a few rounds of fighting, Miss Victoria failed to defeat Ollie. "Your swordsmanship is wonderful, dear Miss Victoria." Ollie's face was covered with the gentle and romantic smile unique to the French. The French rapier threw out a few sword flowers, like silver star-like lightning. "I'm not good enough, because I can't defeat you in a quarter of an hour." "No, half a quarter of an hour will do. You are learning regular night swordsmanship, and you have learned it very well." Ollie praised sincerely, and Mike, who was listening next to him, almost left his stomach off. "Yes, half a quarter of an hour will do. If you use your life to fight, at most half a quarter of an hour, Ollie's rapier will make Miss Victoria covered with wounds." Ollie, who has been fighting since childhood, has 100 ways to make the regular Victoria continue to be injured. After consuming the opponent's physical strength, he will not hesitate to destroy the flower. "Hi, dear boss." Seeing Mike, Ollie shouted happily. After all, when Theodore was still trying to get the maid to talk, he had already hooked up with Miss Victoria. This is something worthy of Mike's praise. "Ollie, the boss of the powerful French swordsman." Victoria frowned, licked a strand of long golden hair into her mouth, made it gently, and looked at Mike, who was walking over dangerously. "A pale, weak, sickly person. Is he the legendary Indian old dove?" Victoria looked down on the handsome pretty boy, and she didn't like the rude man with a cigar in his mouth. With her identity and status, and her face and figure that would be particularly favored by ordinary people. She certainly didn't need to save face for Mike. If she didn't like him, she would say it out loud. Are you Inspector Mike? I heard that you defeated an Indian warrior. Ridiculous. What's a mere barbarian warrior? Victoria looked down on Indians. In her opinion, inferior people are inferior people, and those who defeat inferior people may not be superior people. Dear Miss Victoria, our leader has killed 2 zombies. Ali and Wolf smelled the smell of a good show, looked at each other, and felt excited. This is even more ridiculous. What's the difference between an unarmed zombie and a beast without claws? Ali, I doubt whether he has the ability to be your leader. He looks so thin. In fact, Mike's shoulders are very broad, similar to Ollie's, and the shape is more beautiful. But Victoria obviously compared Mike to a knight wearing armor. Can a person be compared with a knight in heavy armor like an iron barrow? Absolutely not. Except Dunbar. Mike didn't care that Victoria felt a little against him. After all, she was against him because she admired Ollie. Admiring Ollie meant that she agreed with his vision of looking up and employing people. Mike looked at Victoria and found that Victoria was really like the rumors, a chic and handsome former knight heir. From the standard of women, she was also a beautiful woman who was only slightly less beautiful than Sigrid. Victoria was like a gorgeous rose and a sonorous lily. Her long golden hair fluttered on her symmetrical triangular high collar with wide folds. The collar was buttoned in front of her chest into a double-breasted shape and was worn with white sheath short underwear. The front hem of the long coat on the lower body was rolled up and pinned, revealing the bright red lining, which looked very slender and beautiful. Would you like to try it? Dear Miss Victoria. Mike stretched out his hand, and Ollie handed him a French rapier. Okay, Victoria, who was obsessed with swordsmanship, got into position and used a nice long sword. At this time, Mike put his left hand behind his back, held the French rapier in his right hand, and placed the lower third of the sword tip in front of his eyes. French rapier. Victoria's beautiful azure eyes lit up. Oh, I forgot. You should like this kind of swordsmanship more. Mike smiled and swung out a whistling lightning from the tip of the sword, and the posture of holding the hilt also changed slightly. English fencing. Local, very formal starting posture. Victoria was obviously interested. It seems that you know a lot of swordsmanship. Is there anything else? French rapier and English fencing are very powerful, but they are much worse than the knight's longsword. They are too soft. Maybe the legendary Jade Girl swordsmanship in the Middle East is more suitable for you, or the Jade Girl Heart Sutra, but that requires you to practice with me. Mike said seriously. His feet were standing randomly in a certain position. This made Victoria feel very strange, and she attacked with great interest. The knight's longsword made a sharp whistling sound, and without hundreds of thousands of swinging exercises and without the sweat of an entire manor, this kind of sword weighing more than 10 pounds would never make such a sharp whistling sound. Beautiful, Mike exclaimed, and then, Shwaka! Mike rushed forward suddenly, swung the sword upward, and threw the rapier back to Ollie. The movement was very beautiful in one go. Victoria was stunned, and after a long time she murmured a vague word, thug. She was extremely surprised, dazed, and dumbfounded. Because it was just one time, even the sound of the collision was very crisp, and under Mike's terrible strength, the French rapier brought an extremely violent speed and impact force, and directly cut off the knight's longsword. Victoria's hands were still shaking, and she asked the maid to bring afternoon tea, and she couldn't hold it steadily several times. He's just stronger. Yes, he's just a little stronger. This sucks. Victoria whispered to Ali, "Your boss is indeed powerful. What if I wear the knight's heavy armor and pick up the knight's lance? I can kill him with one charge. As the heir of the knight, I am not good at foot combat after continuous training, but the knight's lance that can only be used with the help of a horse can crush him to death. Right? Dear Miss Victoria, I must remind you, I don't want to hear similar words again. Because even if Boss Mike is a thug, he is a thug worthy of everyone's respect." Ali tasted the fine black tea in the knight's manner and pointed to the edge of the horse field in the style of a French romantic aristocrat. Victoria subconsciously looked over and found that Mike grabbed the very majestic, but actually decorative, steel knight's lance that her respected father, Griffin Knight, could not use, and swung it a few times like waving a branch. Mike seemed very happy to be able to circulate his blood, and his face gradually returned to normal. Well, he is a thug worthy of respect. Victoria shuddered unconsciously, called the maid, and told her to prepare some afternoon tea with the most serious attitude. Afternoon tea was held in the hall. Several very exquisite teas and snacks represent leisure and relaxation, as well as enjoyment and even power. After all, the current North American colonies are different from the future United States. Ordinary people still have to work hard to live, and it is impossible for them to have enough time to enjoy life. On the west side of the hall, there was another scene. Victoria personally received Mike and Sigrid, accompanied by an old butler and 3 maids. Of course, it was not Miss Victoria herself who received Old Belle, but the housekeeper of the manor. Old Belle didn't know the housekeeper's name, so she didn't introduce herself. "Try our handmade cookies and the fresh blueberry wine brewed in the manor. This is what you deserve." The housekeeper looked to be in her 30s, very old-fashioned, stiff, and very proud. The housekeeper's etiquette was impeccable, but her words were not, and she had a condescending taste. "Okay, thank you." Old Bill didn't look angry at all. The housekeeper was a member of the knight's manor and could represent the knight himself to a large extent. The knight was a very cool watershed between ordinary people and nobles. Even though the housekeeper was of much lower status than Inspector Bell, it was a great honor for her to come out to entertain them. There is no harm without comparison. Old Bell looked at Mike and Sigrid with a little jealousy. "Try this sloth-shaped blueberry cookie, my dear Sigrid. The blueberries in it were picked by me when I went to the wild, and I killed a tree python as thick as my arm in the middle. In addition, this is the work of Pamela, my dear housekeeper. She is a good hand at baking cookies, and she bakes them slowly over a low fire for 6/4 of an hour." Victoria smiled at Sigrid. "Inspector Mike, you can try this cranberry cookie in the shape of a big bear. You are a respectable thug with greater strength than a big bear." She was also very polite to Mike. "See, that's the difference." Old Bill couldn't guess what Mike had done. Why did he receive such courtesy from Miss Victoria? But forget it. Old Bill couldn't even figure out why Sigrid was treated so well. Even though Sigrid was the chief detective of Flag City, she was nothing in the eyes of the eldest lady of the Knight family. Damn it. Hemingway, can you tell me what Little Mike did? Or what did Little Mike and Sigrid do to Miss Victoria together? Have they been damn bad partners together? Old Bell speculated maliciously. "If it is as you said, I think we need to return East Diagonal Street and South Diagonal Street to Mike, and then hand over East Street as an atonement. Dear old Inspector Bill, we can't afford to provoke Miss Victoria. Even if she is no longer the heir of Griffin Knight, she has a much wider network of contacts in Flex City than you do. Hemingway responded with a serious analysis, but he almost laughed and cried in his heart. Because if, of course, just if Boss Mac was really willing to sell himself, I believe that with Boss Mac's handsome face and ocean-like blue eyes, as well as Boss Mac's monster-like strength, they would have developed Flex City long ago. Hemingway knew that those empty, lonely, and pretentious ladies were very realistic, not lacking money or power, and were willing to use many things in exchange for their great happiness. Well, dear Hemingway brother, I'm just talking. The respected Miss Victoria is a serious person. Old Bell hurriedly changed the subject, not wanting Hemingway to mistakenly think that Mac was much better than him. On the other side, Miss Victoria ate half a plate of cookies and drank 2 glasses of blueberry wine in an extremely gentle and elegant manner. She felt bloated and stood up to say goodbye more elegantly, saying very elegantly, "I'll be away for a while." Okay, Mac and Sigrid both stood up. The master left, but the Rocks and maid were still serving, and even the housekeeper came over, standing aside with her waist straight and her chin slightly raised. Mike looked around at everyone and smiled. "Dear Chief Inspector Sigrid, you seem to have a good relationship with this place. Victoria and I are friends." "How good friends?" "The kind that are as close as sisters. It's just that she is good at swordsmanship and is a good girl who knows how to work hard." Sigrid acted nonchalantly, but Mike smiled even more happily, looking deeply into Sigrid's calm lavender eyes. "Really?" Mike approached Sigrid and asked in Sigrid's ear, "What if she is a kidnapper?" "You." Mike's words made Sigrid speechless and even a little bit want to cry. "No, she won't," Sigrid said in a voice that only she and Mike could hear. "But she hasn't asked about the progress of the case since just now. She doesn't care about Virginia's disappearance. She is very conflicted. Virginia robbed her of her right to inherit the knighthood, which made her very conflicted and very painful. This is not a reason for you to doubt her. This is exactly why I doubt her, and why Old Bell doubts her. But Victoria is a good girl. She is a real knight, with all the virtues of a knight. Mike, I know you are a good detective. You will not miss any clues and the possibility of solving the case. But I want to remind you that Victoria is a good girl. Well, I don't want to marry her. Why does it sound a bit like a blind date?" Mike sat back with a smile. Because Victoria had come back, washed her palms, wiped her hands with a deerskin towel, and then sat down. Except for the initial questioning of Mike, Victoria maintained her usual elegance and intimacy with Mike like a friend. But Mike felt alienated and responded with a purely polite attitude. "Dear Miss Victoria." Old Bell suddenly came over. "I think it's time to talk about Miss Virginia's disappearance." Old Bell's face was full of pain, and his Nordic beard was drooping at the corners of his mouth. "I'm very sorry to tell you, dear Miss Victoria. We haven't found any clues yet. But the most important thing now is not to catch the kidnapper, but to find Miss Virginia and ensure her safety. I think we should send someone to search and find all traces, so that Miss Virginia can return safely." "Then do it, old Inspector Bell." Victoria's expression was very calm. "But Miss Virginia was kidnapped on East Street. I think you don't know that although I am in charge of East Street, The guys working on East Street are no longer my people. They were poached by Inspector Mike, who made Inspector Mike the actual controller of East Street. If I want to find Miss Virginia, I need Inspector Mike's full assistance. Mike only dealt with East Oblique Street and South Oblique Street. Old Bill was lying with his eyes open. Old Bill wanted to drag Mike into the water no matter what. Of course, it would be better to give Mike the full responsibility for the night girl kidnapping case. Hey, dear old Bill, to be honest, I have seen shameless people, but I have never seen such shamelessness as you. Mike knew that old Bill was shameless, but he didn't expect him to be so shameless. He almost dropped the remaining cigar head into his mouth when he smoked half of the cigar to the end. Mike was on sick leave for 8 months, not to mention Dongzhi Street, which was originally under the jurisdiction of Old Bill. Even his own Dongxie Street and Nanxie Street could just get back substantial benefits, and there was no official jurisdiction. Old Inspector Bill, I think you are wrong. Dongzhi Street is not Mike's, and Mike's influence in Dongzhi Street is not enough. Sigrid helped to speak. Dear Chief Inspector Sigrid, don't you want little Mike to take over the case? He is a good investigator. Old Bill hinted at Sigrid crazily, and he was almost about to directly tell her the interests. Because from Sigrid's point of view, if Mike, who is an expert in investigating cases, is in charge of the case, the chance of solving the case will be higher. This is a big case. If the case fails to be solved, Sigrid will also be implicated. But what Old Bill didn't know was that Mike had already reached an agreement with Sigrid. He can take over, but not without benefits. Okay, dear Old Bill, don't think about getting something for nothing. Mike said directly, you don't have the ability to solve the case, and you are anxious to shirk responsibility. Yes, I can take over the case, but you have to return the jurisdiction of East Oblique Street and South Oblique Street to me. In addition, I want East Street. If I don't have the real jurisdiction of East Street where the crime occurred, I have no confidence in solving the case. No, I just need your assistance, dear little Mike. For the safety of Miss Virginia's life, I need to transfer you to assist me in a series of work. You must cooperate with me fully. Old Bill was reluctant to give up East Street connected to Flagport, so he had to settle for the second best and wanted to share the responsibility with Mike. Enough. At this moment, Victoria, who seemed to have been patient for a long time but was actually only half a minute, suddenly became furious. In the name of the Griffin Knight, she looked down on people like Old Bill who shirked responsibility. There is also one thing. Victoria also looked down on Mike, because this thug detective who had made her respect him just now. What is he doing now? Is he trying to get benefits in front of the family of the kidnapped? This is very strange. So strange that Victoria feels like meat on the chopping board, the kind sold by pound. I've said enough. Victoria grasped the hilt of the sword at her waist, her face full of anger, and she wanted to chop the person who was just sitting there doing nothing. Okay, Old Bill, since you have no ability, just hand over East Street to Inspector Mike. I won't let Griffin Manor be protected by an incompetent inspector. Okay, dear thug detective. If you want benefits, I will support you to take the benefits you want. But if you are just sitting there doing nothing like some people, I will let you know what the anger of the night is. Victoria looked at Mike. She felt that Mike was a thug, a terrible and respectable thug, and a strong thug like Mike, who could break the knight's sword in her hand and easily wield the pure steel knight's lance. According to the rules, a strong thug with more developed muscles than brains simply didn't give her too much sense of security. In a word, for some reason, she temporarily put aside her dissatisfaction with Mike. Of course, Sigrid concluded. Old Bell still wanted to resist, but he shut up when he remembered the difficult case. It's just a street. No one will die. The night girl kidnapping case is so difficult. If Mike fails to solve the case, with his extensive network of contacts, he can definitely take advantage of the situation and kill Mike, and everything he lost can be doubled back. Old Bell thought so, gritting his teeth, because before Mike failed, there seemed to be a golden light in front of his eyes, and the gold pounds on Dongzhi Street and part of Flagport all grew wings and flew away. It doesn't matter, it's just 3 days, 3 days. Thinking of Hemingway's previous suggestion, Old Bell felt that he should go with the flow instead of resisting at a higher cost. Since Mike and Old Bell, the parties involved, were present, Sigrid, the immediate superior, chief inspector, was also present, and Miss Victoria, who was of a high status and was qualified to be a witness, was present. So after signing and stamping, Mike had absolute jurisdiction over East Street and was promoted to inspector of 2nd Street, including North Oblique Street. In addition to the actual ownership of East Oblique Street and South Oblique Street, Mike had gone from being inspector of 1st Street to being inspector of 4th Street, on par with Old Bell and Harriman Charles. No, Old Bell was much worse. After losing East Street, he plummeted and became officially 5th Street, but in reality he could only own 3 streets. Congratulations, dear Mike, inspector of 2nd Street. Old Bell wanted to laugh very much, but unfortunately he couldn't. I should say congratulations to you, inspector of 3rd Street, Old Bell, who has nothing to do. Mike emphasized the 2 words, 3rd Street, expressing his great regret that he was unable to obtain the official recognition of East Oblique Street and South Oblique Street because they were not involved in the case. But he was also very satisfied. The prosperous East C Street represented the golden pounds that ran when they collided. So Mike called Ali and Wolf and told Ali to summon the brothers outside the city to select for new patrolmen in order of rank, and like Wolf led the brothers at the lower level to settle in East C Street. The urgent and efficient action made Old Bell unbearable, and he didn't even want to see Mike's lively mood. Very good. Shall we start investigating the case? Mike glanced at Old Bell's back as he left, and smiled at Victoria. This world is very fair. Just like the knight's motto, there is always a reward for giving, and if you get it in advance, you should give it immediately. Is that right, dear Miss Victoria? Yes, dear Thug Detective. Victoria suddenly felt something was wrong, and nodded slightly with a stiff neck. At the grand gate of the detective's office, the bright sunshine from the southeast coast of North America fell slightly, illuminating the courtyard mixed with silver powder. 4 strong men in cold patchwork coats walked quickly. They were in such a hurry. Their steps were as fast as galloping horses, and their agile bodies made it seem as if 4 jaguars were running out of the dense broad-leaved forest on Central Avenue. They laughed and threw away their cold coats, revealing their white skin and sparse beards, as well as eyes of different colors, but all filled with boundless wildness. Dear Ollie, I've waited for a long time, and finally waited until today. Brother Ollie, You don't know how much I look forward to seeing the sunshine in Fleck City. Zachariah Campbell finally walked out of the dark green, broad-leaved forest of North America and became a member of the Chief Patrol Brothers. Stupid dog. Next, it's even harder. It's no longer fun to take action. But we have hope, don't we? Dear brothers, we used to be bugs underground, ignorant idiots who only knew how to chop off 2 pieces of apple pie with a knife and eat them. It's my kid. I gave us new life, told us what hope is, what the future is. I understand these things. So, I hope that the dear residents of Flake will not be afraid of me. I have changed my mind, and I'm no longer the scoundrel who stabbed himself a few times in the cheapest tavern to cheat for wine. Alice Clive, Edmund Kirk, Zachariah Campbell, and Norman Quick put on their brand new patrol uniforms and put on their tall patrol hats carefully, eating their trusts under the fearful gaze of the patrol officers on duty in the detective department. They have been reborn. Okay, little bastards. You are the 4 most powerful bastards among the little bastards. Alice scolded in a French aristocratic tone, but God guarantees that he and his ancestors have no aristocratic blood. So when he saw Wolf coming casually, he quickly changed his pretended aristocratic style into a serious, stupid look. Get out! Boss Mike needs you to get to Dongzhi Street as quickly as possible. Our dear brothers are already waiting there. If you delay any longer, I will suggest to Boss Mike that you be replaced and let our dear brothers take your place. Wolf smiled and drove the man away, putting his arms around Ollie's neck. Dear Ollie, we and our dear Boss Mike now own 4 streets, he said excitedly. It's just 2 streets. Ollie felt a little regretful. According to the records of the detective department and all official approvals, Boss Mike has the jurisdiction over East Street and North Oblique Street, but the East Oblique Street and South Oblique Street taken away by Old Bill are not. Yet, in the name of the boss. Yes, when I think of this, I can't wait to kill that bastard. Appler is dead. I've seen his body. His head was blown up by Chief Inspector Sigrid. Ollie shrugged his shoulders. I will burn it. According to the rules, Appler's body must stay for 3 days. So I started washing his feet since yesterday. We have more Protestant holy water than we can use, right? So I wash my feet in the morning, at noon, and at night. I will pour all the foot washing water into the Iron Maiden containing Appler's body, and then put up 2-story high thorn sticks to burn it. Add 1 more layer, 3-story high thorn sticks. We need a huge fire to celebrate, Wolf said excitedly. East Street is a beautiful street, and the place connecting to Flackport is even more beautiful. God, every time I pass by there, it seems like I am stepping on gold, and the alleys paved with shells seem to be filled with beautiful sapphires. I have calculated that with the fees of East Street, plus North Oblique Street, and East Oblique Street and South Oblique Street that we actually own, maybe we can save enough money to buy a cannon in 2 years. Our boss Mike has made a fortune, dear Ollie, but we have to solve the kidnapping case of the night girl. Otherwise, before boss Mike gets rich, we have to consider killing someone first. Ollie fiddled with the hilt of the French rapier and began to think. Come on, there is no case in North America that the boss can't solve. Wolf blindly trusted Mike. Yes, if there is a week. No, even if there is only 5 days. I believe that the boss can find the kidnapper very easily, but there is only 3 days. Dear brother Wolf, Boss Mike only has 3 days. No matter how short the time is, I believe in the boss. Wolf muttered softly, and suddenly his eyes widened. Wait, you don't want to kill Miss Victoria, do you? She likes you very much. A decent girl is only worth 5 silver pounds in my eyes. Ali said more seriously than a decent good girl. Wolf guessed correctly. Ali was really considering killing Victoria. Because if the Griffin Knight had no relatives, naturally no one would care about the kidnapping of the night girl. This does not violate Ollie's principles. When it really comes to some kind of last resort, Ollie will never mind taking some damn risks to help his dear Mike Head pave the way. Okay, Ollie, you are really a bastard who is not worthy of girls' love. I really don't know why so many lonely girls like you. Wolf didn't agree with Ollie's idea, but he didn't object. He pulled Ollie towards the direction of Griffin Manor. Boss Mike still has 3 days, so they need to help Mike. It's good to do our jobs, and they shouldn't think too much about other things. Griffin Manor is as spacious and quiet as ever. Before dusk, many candles on the brass candlesticks were lit early, and the lights in the luxurious rooms were on. The thin moon slowly hung in the sky. Mike entered the backyard at the moment when sunlight and moonlight intertwined. He lit another cigar with candlelight, exhaled smoke, and looked at the old tree where the 3 ferocious dogs were tied. Of course, the 3 ferocious dogs had already hidden behind the tree with their tails between their legs when they heard his footsteps, revealing their butts sticking up to the sky. First of all, let's sort it out, Mike asked. According to the testimony provided by Pamela, the housekeeper, the kidnapper climbed over the wall from here, took away Miss Virginia, and left some cruel words. Don't you already know all this, dear little Mike? At some point, Old Bill came back and deliberately lit the same cigar as Mike's. Old Bill felt it was not worth it, because even if he was angry and embarrassed, he could not leave, but should always pay attention to Mike's reasoning process. If Mike could not solve the case, he needed to be the first to take advantage of the situation. That is the clue you know, not mine, dear Old Bill. Also, since you acknowledge your failure, just shut up. The underground class in the North American colonies was very strict. Mike was the de facto detective inspector of 4th Street, and Old Bill became the de facto detective inspector of 3rd Street. So Mike did not have to be polite to Old Bill. Of course, because Old Bill was still officially the detective inspector of 5th Street. At certain times, such as at the detective inspector's meeting that was held less than twice a year, Mike still needed to call Old Bill, you. Okay, dear little Mike, you continue. Of course, I need to continue, and if you disrupt my thoughts again, I will send someone to throw you out. Mike puffed a puff of smoke at Old Bill, exhaled 2 smoke rings, and looked at Pamela, the housekeeper. If I remember correctly, you should be the first and only witness. Now I need you to provide all the clues you can provide. As you wish. Dear Inspector Mike, Pamela is a middle-aged woman, not beautiful, and the long-term coldness on her face makes her expressions seem to have solidified long ago. First, the kidnapped person is Miss Virginia, who is 10 years old this year. This is a photo. Second, the kidnapper is a man, about 8 inches shorter than you, and his shoulders are not as broad as yours, but about 2 inches narrower. He is wearing a dark brown robe that covers his head, so his face cannot be seen clearly. Third, he told us to prepare money, but did not say the specific amount, and then he carried Miss Virginia over the wall and escaped. He is very skilled. He must be an old hand. Papa. Mike clapped his hands and praised, as expected of the housekeeper in Griffin Knight manner, smart and capable. He said all the key points in a few words instead of describing many irrelevant words. But I would like to ask, since you can't see the kidnapper's face clearly, how do you know that the kidnapper is a man? His voice is very thick. Maybe he is pretending. Yes, he is pretending, but the sound of a man with a thick voice is definitely different from that of a woman with a thick voice. Housekeeper Pamela was very calm, not even impatient, and answered Mike's question very steadily. The kidnapper also said, "If we have the courage to find you, Miss Virginia will be dead." The tone used was very disrespectful to Miss Virginia, and it also insulted Miss Virginia's noble birth. Inspector Mike, we belong to Griffin Manor, which strictly abides by rules and chivalry. So we immediately asked you, who are responsible for such incidents, to come and solve the case. We also hope that you will not waste time and find the kidnapper who took Miss Virginia away as soon as possible. What you mean is, I should leave the manor now and go out to look for him as soon as possible. Mike took out a bottle of bright red cranberry ink and changed to lines of font very casually. The font was very simple, which was identity of the kidnapper. First, Miss Victoria, 70% probability, cross it out, 30% cross it out, 10% housekeeper Pamela, 90% probability, Victoria. Victoria had been following Mike, keeping a terrible calm without saying a word. She seemed like a real knight who had been awarded a medal with incomparable strength, as if the sky would not change at all. But when she saw Mike's parchment, her face changed drastically. Inspector Mike, you actually doubt me? And also my dear housekeeper Pamela. Victoria grabbed the hilt of the sword and faced Mike in a posture of imminent attack. This is a shame. Housekeeper Pamela also changed her expression. Yes, this is an insult to the Griffin Knight Manor. It is an absolute insult to the noble spirit of chivalry. Little Mike, you are going too far. Old Bell shouted even more happily, dancing with joy, and almost pointed at Mike's nose to accuse him. Nowadays, nobles hold on to their pride, and knights hold on to their honor, and both are very sensitive. Old Bell, who blamed Mike for the kidnapping of the night girl, was afraid of this. Seeing Mike stepping into the trap, it was a wonderful feeling. Little Mike is still too young. Yes, he is too young and too impulsive. Old Bell was waiting to see Mike get humiliated, and was also ready to report the matter to the other two real knights in Flex City, the treasurer, Knight Thorndyke, and Knight Manan of the Matchlock team. Mike suspected the people in Knight Griffin's manor, and even suspected Miss Victoria. This was an insult to the late Knight Griffin and a provocation to all knights. Old Bell believed that the chief financial officer, Knight Thorndyke, would not mind cutting all expenses for Mike and his staff. The hot-tempered Knight Manan of the Arquebus team might even launch 2 rounds of volleys at Mike and his brothers. Ha! Ollie and Wolf, you came at the right time. If Old Bell continues to talk nonsense, can you help me throw him out? Mike saw Wolf and Ollie coming back together, and after giving the order with a smile, he put his palm on Miss Victoria's hilt. I'm sorry to offend you, but I will doubt anyone, dear Miss Victoria. He said, anyone? Yes, including myself. I've heard of your reputation. You like to use the process of elimination, eliminating one suspect after another from countless suspects, and finally find the real villain. Victoria took a deep breath. Just like the Birmingham double murder case a few days ago, I heard that you first suspected yourself, saying everyone may become a lunatic, including yourself. You asked yourself if you had done something terrible that you didn't even remember. So you tortured yourself first, and then suspected Old Bell, and finally found the real murderer of the Birmingham double murder case, Inspector Appleday. Victoria was looking for a reason not to duel with Mike, and couldn't help looking at the green-faced old Bell, thinking that this old guy who reused the perverted murderer was too hateful. Okay, Inspector Mike, Victoria stated in a formal manner. You have your own way of solving cases, and you use your unique way to protect all the residents in the neighborhoods under your jurisdiction. I agree with this, so I will not care about your offense to the night manor for the time being. But if it is finally proved that your offense is groundless, I will swear in the name of Griffin, I will definitely double let you know what is the inviolable dignity of the night. I'm glad that you didn't challenge me to a duel right away, otherwise, some dark old guys would think you are guilty. Mike also glanced at Old Bill. This immediately made Old Bill's face turn greener, and he asked Victoria, "Can I continue to question him?" "Dear Miss Victoria, you can continue to question. Pamela, answer him completely and don't hide anything." Victoria suddenly regretted letting Mike investigate the case. To be honest, if Old Bell expressed doubts about herself, Victoria would immediately have a life and death duel to defend her dignity. But she was not a fool, and would not duel with Mike unless she was offended to the end. She couldn't beat Mike, and then it would be Uncle Knight Thorndyke and Uncle Knight Manan who would come to fight. Victoria strongly suspected that the two knights couldn't beat Mike either, and the final result would only be Baron Fleck intervening and using the power of the nobility to kill Mike. This was not what Victoria wanted, and it would bring disgrace to Griffin Manor and the two Night Elders. What else do you want to ask? Victoria let go of the hilt. I want to ask about those 3 dogs. Mike pointed under the tree. They all look like good dogs, but they are a little timid. Can't they bark? No, they are all excellent breeds. My father used to take them with him when he went hunting. Victoria had already noticed the dog's buttocks sticking out from behind the tree and felt embarrassed. Seeing that Mike's face was not right, she said, "It's just that you are a little too fierce." "Dear Inspector Mike, I heard that your first fame was that you killed a jaguar when you were young. After so many years, countless villains and monsters have died at your hands, and you even knocked down a Spanish bison with one hand. They are afraid that you are normal, but they are not afraid of kidnappers, especially when the kidnappers take their owners away from the manor. Yes, they are all good dogs." "Bingo, very good. They are all good dogs." Mike snapped his fingers and took a puff on the cigar. "But I heard from the maids that when they arrived, they only saw Pamela, the housekeeper, yelling in the backyard, asking them to get the matchlock in the lobby and to chase in a hurry. But they didn't hear any other sounds. To be precise, they didn't hear the dogs barking." "Pamela, I need an explanation." Victoria immediately looked at Pamela. Old Bell also looked at Pamela nervously, very worried that Pamela would be the kidnapper, and even more afraid that Pamela would confess in panic. If Mike solved the night girl kidnapping case so easily, his heart would not be able to bear it. He is old and will definitely have a stroke. There were no barking dogs, because Quick, Rox, and Keith were the same as they are now. They were too scared and all hid behind the trees. Pamela remained calm. "Dear Miss, I am very worried about Miss Virginia's safety, because I think the kidnapper is a thug like Inspector Mike. The kidnapper was very agile and climbed over the wall with Miss Virginia in his arms. You know, although our wall is made of white bricks that are not very hard for the sake of beauty, it is a full 12 feet high. The other party is a powerful figure." Victoria thought and looked at Mike. "Then Inspector Mike, this cannot be used as evidence. There are many heroes in any colonial city in North America. They are so powerful that they can make jaguars that bite their prey and refuse to let go run away with their tails between their legs. Yes, this cannot be used as evidence." Mike said with a smile. "Very good, Inspector Mike. I admire your careful logical thinking in details, but please show more concrete evidence. Why do you suspect me or Pamela? Otherwise, I will regard it as an insult to Griffin Knight Manor. I will not challenge you because I can't beat you, not because a good swordsman like you is not a knight, but I will use all legitimate means to wash away the humiliation. I also respect the chivalry of Griffin Manor, dear Miss Victoria. Mike looked down on the knight's dignity that was so stubborn that he felt it was perverted, but it did not prevent him from liking the other's chivalry. Swear to treat the weak well, swear to fight for the unarmed, swear to help anyone who asks for help, swear to treat friends sincerely. Just looking at these few points, Mike is very willing to be the unarmed weekend. Go there for help in the eyes of the knights who abide by virtue, and he doesn't mind being their friend. Of course, even in Great Britain, where chivalry is most prevalent, there are not many such good things. This is just Mike's tentative provocation to a lovely suspect like Miss Victoria. In addition, I also admire Pamela's calm demeanor. She is worthy of being the housekeeper in Griffin Knight Manor. But dear Pamela, perhaps you are impeccable in etiquette and mental outlook, but you are not a skilled criminal. You overlooked a detail that must be cautious. Mike was calmer than Pamela. He picked up a glass of blueberry wine from the young maid's tray and could even be said to be leisurely. I don't know what you are talking about. Dear Inspector Mike. Pamela straightened her waist like a housekeeper and raised her chin slightly. She was still proud. Wolf! Mike shouted. Wolf came over and saw Mike pointing to the place where he found the traces of climbing on the wall. He immediately understood and ran over with a smile. He climbed over the wall very easily. He jumped onto the top of the wall and took pictures with a camera as big as his head. Like telephones, North American cameras are very strange. They are not the ancient upright ones that Mike remembered. They are very large. They are similar to Polaroids. They can spit out a wet black and white photo after shaking. Put the photo in the wind. It only takes a few seconds for the photo to dry and the image becomes clear. Please look at this photo. Mike showed the photo to everyone, especially to Miss Victoria. According to Pamela, the housekeeper, the kidnapper carried Miss Virginia over the wall. As I said before, the kidnapper is 8 inches shorter than me and his shoulders are 2 inches narrower than mine. He is heavier than Wolf, especially when he was holding Miss Virginia. But please see, the old traces are much lighter than those left by Wolf. They are more like those left deliberately by a lighter woman. I think everyone understands that someone wanted to create traces of the kidnapper's departure, but she didn't have enough weight. Wow, boss, you only taught us to distinguish between horse hoof prints and wheel prints, but you didn't teach us this. Wolf became excited. Miss Victoria didn't understand Wolf's excitement about learning new things. She just stared at the photo. As Mike said, the old marks were much lighter, but the ones left by Wolf were deeper, because of the fast and powerful upward climb. A small piece of white wall brick was cracked. Silence, constant silence. At this time, it was already dark, with only lights, candlelight, and the dark night. Mike, Victoria, Sigrid, and Old Bell stared at the housekeeper Pamela. Among them, Old Bell's face was ashen, and he was trying hard not to have a stroke. Pamela, in their sight, began to tremble, and suddenly knelt on the ground. Miss, I'm sorry. Pamela burst into tears. Why did you do this? Pamela, why did you lie? Pamela watched Victoria grow up and was very considerate to her. She couldn't believe that Pamela would kidnap Virginia. Yes, why did you lie? Say someone kidnapped Virginia, she asked. No one kidnapped Miss Virginia. Really? Not at all. Pamela gritted her teeth. Miss, you are the heir to the knighthood. You have been practicing swordsmanship and horsemanship since childhood, and only you have the ability to support the Griffin Knight Manor. If Miss Virginia inherits the title of knight, she is only 10 years old and she doesn't know anything. I just want to hide her for 3 days and let you inherit the title of knight. Shut up. And tell me, where is Virginia? Victoria closed her eyes in pain. According to Pamela, Virginia was hidden in a secret room in the manor's wine cellar. Mike and Victoria immediately asked Pamela to take them to the wine cellar, accompanied by Sigrid, the unwilling old bell, and the young maid holding the brass candlestick for lighting. Dear Inspector Mike, you are so awesome. The young maid leaned close to Mike's ear, rubbing Mike intentionally or unintentionally. The wine cellar was on the second floor underground, and the secret room was even deeper. The narrow staircase was dimly lit. Mike responded, and when the young maid's surprised and suppressed cry was heard, suddenly the light of a torch came down. "Oh no, miss!" The old butler of Griffin Manor took 3 steps at a time and rushed down the stairs with a clang, almost falling down. "Someone just called and asked us to take out 20 gold pounds before they would release Miss Virginia," he said with horror on his face. This time the young maid was really shocked. The light of the candlestick trembled a few times, and shadows were cast on the walls on both sides like ghosts. "This is impossible," housekeeper Pamela shouted. "I found Miss Virginia in the secret room at the bottom of the wine cellar. Only the knight and I know about this secret room. Miss Virginia can't escape from the secret room, and it is even more impossible for her to be caught by others for ransom. But everything is possible, isn't it? Dear little Mike." Old Bill's hope was rekindled. Yes, everything is possible. Mike did not deny this point of view. He looked at Miss Victoria's expression and found that Victoria's only expression was no expression. Where did the other party ask to send the gold pounds? He asked. That hateful guy didn't say, but just asked us to prepare 20 gold pounds. The old butler's tone was hurried. But we don't need to prepare, right? Although 20 gold pounds are a lot, there must be reserves in Griffin Manor. The Night Manor has the confidence of the Night Manor. Mike believes that Griffin Knight will not store a large amount of money in a simple bank that has not yet developed in Flex City. Yes, I can take out 20 gold pounds now, but on the name of Griffin, I will not bow to evil, Victoria said firmly. Mike shrugged his shoulders, did not comment on Victoria's attitude, and asked the old butler, "Did you hang up the phone?" "It has been hung up. That hateful guy. He only said one sentence. That is, let us prepare 20 gold pounds, otherwise he would kill Miss Virginia, and then hung up the phone. I will kill him. Yes, I will definitely kill him." The old butler was very excited, holding a torch in one hand and a matchlock in the other. Mike took a look at the calluses on the old butler's hands in the dim firelight and found that the old butler was not bragging. He was a good gunman. "Well, since we have hung up the phone, we can only wait. While waiting, we need to continue to go down and take a look at the secret room. Maybe dear Miss Virginia is eating snacks in the secret room. We can rescue her and then catch the little guy who may just want to take advantage of the fire." Mike smiled tepidly and continued to walk down. Soon he went down the stairs, walked past 2 rows of wine racks full of oak barrels and quite dusty, and pulled out a dusty wine bottle. It was a really good bottle of wine. It should have been stored for many years. Mike turned the old oak cork. "This bottle has been stored for 15 years. The old butler was very polite and still did not forget to reply. "You can tell by the dust," Mike said. "Good wine like this cannot be moved after it is brewed, and the dust on it cannot be wiped off. The slightest bump will affect its taste. So I'm not polite." Mike opened the cork with a bang, took a sip, and felt the pure fruity aroma flowing between his lips and teeth, which made him feel refreshed. The slight sour and sweet taste also made his shoulders tremble. At this time, Pamela tried hard to push open the 2 wine racks, and she didn't know how many bottles of good wine were wasted. Behind the wine rack was a very small door, the same color as the wall, and it used a rare built-in lock in the door. Pamela took out the copper key that was placed close to her body from her bosom and opened the door with a crisp sound. The door opened to the inside, and then Pamela stood at the door in a daze, covering her mouth, and tears fell down. "No!" Pamela let out a suppressed low cry and collapsed to the ground. Well, without thinking, Mike knew that Miss Virginia was gone. Victoria quickly stepped forward and wanted to step into the secret room, but was pulled by Mike. "Dear Miss Victoria, I understand your urgency, but I also hope you don't destroy the scene." Mike went in to take a look and found that it was a very small room with some empty wine bottles placed neatly. It was easy to see that there was no sign of struggle. Mike checked the door lock again and asked the young maid to call Wolf. Boss, the door lock was opened from the inside. Let me see. It's a very skillful technique, but it's a bit low end, and there are scratches on the inside of the door lock. Wolf is a good hand at dealing with locks and quickly checked it out. It should be Virginia who opened it herself. She has a great interest in door locks. Victoria said with a straight face. Interest? Yes, just interest. It's good that you understand this. Dear Inspector Mike, Miss Victoria's expression was a little strange, even a little like she was about to explode. Mike carefully looked at Victoria's expression and suddenly smiled. Okay. The group returned to the hall on the ground and sat on chairs. The lights in the center of the hall were on. The town of Flake does not produce light bulbs, and light bulbs are easy to break, so Griffin Night Manor cannot use electric lights. Candles are burning all around, and the candlelight and lights complement each other, which seems a bit confusing. You don't seem to care much about Miss Virginia, dear Miss Victoria. Mike wrote and drew on the paper. Victoria was stunned for a moment. A smart girl should understand the meaning behind others' words, so she became angry. She leaned over to look at the paper written by Mike in bright red cranberry ink and found that it read, Kidnapper's identity first. Pamela Housekeeper, 90% probability, crossed out, 100%, double marked line, second. Miss Victoria, 70% probability, crossed out, 30% crossed out, 10%. Then it was 11%, 12%, 13%. Mike kept erasing the percentage of suspicion of Victoria and replacing it with a larger number of suspicion. You still doubt me, Detective Mike. Victoria was not just angry, she was furious. Everyone was surprised at Mike's boldness. Sigrid helped to say a few words, hoping that even in the more serious situation, Old Bell would not dare to fan the flames. They found that Miss Victoria was approaching the edge of madness. It was very likely that the next moment would be a duel of throwing gloves or a more direct life and death fight. But you have concealed a lot of things, dear Miss Victoria. Mike leisurely enlarged the numbers on the parchment, occasionally took a sip of wine, and then wrapped a cigar. Just like why Miss Virginia is a good locksmith. She is only 10 years old. For example, why are you so indifferent? Victoria trembled slightly. Think about it first. After all, you swore to treat the weak kindly, and I don't think a 10-year-old girl is strong at all. Come here. Victoria suddenly grabbed Mike, and Mike followed him to the front yard. Because there were no meteors, the blood-red moon made Mike squint his eyes, and he heard Victoria's slightly trembling words. Victoria, with a painful expression, called the young maid and drank a glass of wine, and then drove away everyone except Mike. I don't like Virginia, Victoria said softly. I understand, Mike said, with a cigar wrapped around his neck. I even think you are very calm. If it were me, and the brother suddenly came out to take away all my property, I would definitely punch him hard in the face. You are a bastard. Victoria stared at Mike seriously. Now it seems that you are too. Oh, no, I'm not. I hate Virginia, not because she robbed me of my inheritance right to the knighthood and the entire Griffin Manor, but because I have met her. Victoria spit out the secret with great difficulty. Her mother is a gardener in the southern city of Muckens. She is also an alcoholic woman and likes to smoke a weird kind of tobacco. When my father first knew of her existence, I begged him to take her back, but I found her mother like a lunatic in Muckens, and she had long since become a thief. Don't you want to know why she is such a good locksmith? I can tell you. I first met her 3 months ago, and I saw her climb over the wall, open the lock of the neighbor's house, and steal a handful of copper pennies. I swear, in the name of Griffin, I really wanted to kill her at the time, and I could also kill this black bingo insulting the honor of Griffin Knight, but I didn't do it. Should I say you did the right thing? Mike asked. Why not? I have been very patient. But please don't forget, you have a good father. But Miss Virginia has only a crazy mother, and maybe I know what the strange tobacco you are talking about is. It is a huge monster that is more terrible than a vampire. Victoria revealed a very interesting secret, but except for reducing Victoria's suspicion, it did not help the new case at all. Mike returned to the hall, and soon after, Theodore, Wolf, and Eli walked in. Julia didn't like to look for people, and she had been sleeping in the hall like a kitten all day. Boss, we have searched the entire manor. There is no second secret room, and Miss Virginia has not been found. Wolf wiped the sweat from his face and said, "It seems that our dear Miss Virginia escaped from the secret room and was captured by someone again, and it was a more vicious kidnapper." Mike thought for a moment and drew the outline of a clock on the parchment. According to the confession provided by Pamela, the housekeeper, she delivered breakfast to Miss Virginia in the secret room at 8 in the morning. We arrived at Griffin Manor at 11:30 in the afternoon. Wolf, go out and tell the newly appointed patrol brothers and the younger brothers to check if anyone nearby has seen Miss Virginia during this time period. Okay, boss. Wolf took the order and went out. Why is it at this time period? Why wasn't Virginia taken away in the afternoon? After hearing what Mike said, Victoria felt a little concerned about the case. Not much, but it was there. But Victoria obviously didn't know Mike, which made Mike, Sigrid, and even old Belle couldn't help laughing. After all, Mike came at 11:30, and Mike brought a lot of brothers with him, so no one could kidnap a 10-year-old girl under Mike's nose, and Virginia couldn't sneak out of the manor by herself. This was Mike's confidence. It was Sigrid's trust in Mike, and it was old Belle's absolute attention to Mike, a powerful opponent. The candlelight kept adding lamp oil, and the backward tungsten filament bulb obviously did not reach the technological level in Mike's memory. As the time went by, it became dimmer and dimmer, emitting a dim yellow light. Suddenly, a sound of footsteps was heard, and Wolf jumped into the hall with energy. His calfskin boots on his feet were stained with water. "Boss, I bring bad news." "What bad news?" "Has no one living near the manor seen Miss Virginia?" Mike felt a little surprised. "Yes, boss, no one has seen Miss Virginia, and naturally no one has seen the appearance of the kidnapper. The respected 10-year-old girl is like a tiny rag doll who was kidnapped and fled away through a tunnel or from the sky. Boss, the kidnapper is an old hand. Then we can't find any trace of the kidnapper's departure." Mike smiled and took a puff of his cigar. Too much cigar smoke made his mouth astringent, so he drank half a cup of boiled water. "The kidnapper is really a powerful person," Mike said. "He is very familiar with East Z Street, knows every alley, and understands most of the activities of the residents of East Z Street. From 8 a.m. to 11:30 p.m. is the time when residents are active frequently. The kidnapper can plan a route that will not be seen by any resident, proving that he is a cunning old fox. Dear brother Wolf, you are right. This is really bad news. But for our dear old Belle, this is good news, isn't it?" Hoo-hoo, old Belle pretended to sleep with an old snoring sound. Since Miss Victoria showed a little concern, old Belle would not show any gloating emotions. Old Belle could provoke Mike, but he would not provoke Victoria, who had no interest in him. He just opened one eye towards Mike and smiled a little, saying that he was happy to hear that Mike couldn't find any clues. "In this case, the clue is broken. What should we do next?" Sigrid asked beside him. "Wait," Mike gently spit out a word "wait," which was a bit incoherent in the usage of North American sentences, and in return he received many puzzled eyes. "Okay, I can explain that kidnapping cases are completely different from other cases, such as homicides and thefts. The kidnappers need to ask for a ransom and get the ransom. Otherwise, there will be no interest and no need for the hard kidnapping. We just need to wait for the phone to ring, and I believe the kidnapper will send his own little tale. Then wait. Sigrid, by the way, Mike, do you want some cookies?" Victoria told the maids to get something to eat, and she felt a little regretful that she couldn't eat the cookies that Pamela had carefully baked. Soon the cookies arrived, and Victoria took the cookies and put them on the table, just in time to see Mike writing and drawing on the parchment. "What are you writing?" she asked. You don't want to see it. Mike continued to write. The one who was kidnapped is Virginia, the biological daughter of my late father. Dear Inspector Mike. Victoria walked to Mike's side and forcefully demanded to see the parchment Mike had written on it, using her identity as a witness. Mike shrugged his shoulders and moved the parchment towards her, allowing her to see the outline of a clock that had been erased. Does erasing mean that the clue has been broken? Is it the time period from 8:30 in the morning to 11:30 in the afternoon just now? Victoria had received a good education and quickly understood what Mike meant by erasing the outline of the clock, and continued to read on. It was written below, kidnapper's characteristic 1, familiar with Dongzhi Street, or has visited the place 10 times. No, more than 30 times. Kidnapper's characteristic 2, embellish, smear vigorously. Victoria carefully distinguished, but could not distinguish the kidnapper's characteristic to that Mike had erased vigorously. Why did you erase the second characteristic? She asked, and glanced down again. The possibility of the existence of the mastermind is 50%. The identity of the mastermind is. The suspicion of the eldest lady is 10%. Victoria screamed, Mike, you are still doubting me. I said I wouldn't suspect anyone, including myself. You painted out the kidnapper's feature too and didn't let me see it, because you suspected I was the mastermind. You have other clues in your mind, and you don't want me, who might be the mastermind, to see it. Victoria began to tremble as she spoke. God is my witness, except for the time she saw Virginia stealing. She has never been so angry now. Okay, Victoria, he won't even let me see it. Even if I ask him to investigate Virginia's disappearance, there is no doubt that he suspects that I am one of your accomplices. Sigrid stood up to smooth things over. This is not what Mike wanted to see, because he was provoking Victoria and observing and distinguishing Victoria's expression from it. Dear Miss Victoria, has anyone told you you are really beautiful when you are angry, and your bright golden hair seems to be burning? Mike was very happy that Victoria's expression was very normal, and regretfully took the parchment and changed the Miss Suspicion to 3%. 10% change to 3%. Should I be happy to buy you a glass of wine? Dear Inspector Mike. Victoria grabbed the hilt of the sword. She couldn't bear it anymore. There's no need to bear it anymore. Victoria didn't know this sentence, but at this moment she understood the same meaning. Of course, a duel was impossible, so she pulled Mike to practice swordplay, to fight hard, to vent her anger. Even if she had a chance of winning against Mike once out of 10, she had to beat the down dog, chop into pieces Mike's straight high-collar detective uniform, and even cut off Mike's belt. Then she was abused by Mike. When Mike returned to the hall half an hour later, he didn't sweat a single drop of sweat. Do I have to wait all the time next? Victoria's long golden hair was soaked with sweat to the ends of her hair. She asked Mike breathlessly, I will wait for an interesting kidnapper overnight, but if the kidnapper disappoints me, I will be more rude to him the next morning. 3 days. No, 2.5 days later is the time for Baron Fleck to Night Griffin, and Mike doesn't have much time. But it doesn't mean that Mike doesn't even have a night. He squinted for a while, and when he heard the sound of jingling bells, he suddenly opened his eyes. Here it comes. Mike moved the handle of the telephone. This is an old hand-cranked telephone, similar to the one in Mike's home. It was pulled down from Miss Virginia's bedroom on the 2nd floor, with a very long and definitely not seen black telephone line. I want you to prepare 20 gold pounds. Remember, you must prepare gold pounds. If there is 1 silver pound or the amount is not enough, the little girl will be dead. The kidnapper deliberately lowered his voice. Mike listened carefully for 3 seconds and showed a very subtle smile. Don't hang up. Mike learned from the old housekeeper that the previous call was very short, and hurriedly called the kidnapper. What do you want to do? Say, what do you want to do? The kidnapper's attitude became increasingly fierce. When do we hand in the ransom? Dear sir, you know, 20 gold pounds is a big number. We need time to raise silver pounds, copper shillings and even copper pennies to exchange them for 20 yellow and heavy gold pounds for you," Mike said with a wrong tone. "Griffin Manor is not so stingy. I can take out 20 gold pounds now." Victoria felt that Mike looked down on her and Griffin Manor, and also looked down on the legacy left by the Griffin Light. SHH. Mike quickly covered the lower half of the microphone and stared at Victoria with a look filled with one word: "Stupid girl." He didn't let the kidnapper hear Victoria's words, but heard the kidnapper's more ferocious mixed accent with a hint of Spanish accent. "I only want gold pounds. 20 pieces." The kidnapper's voice became even more muffled. "Okay, sir. We'll do as you say and exchange them for gold pounds." "Very good. I can give you 3 days to exchange them. After 3 days, I will tell you where to put the gold pounds. Don't think about telling the patrolmen and detectives, or even the damn detective. I will keep a close eye on you. If you want Virginia to live well, be honest." "Wait, don't hang up." Mike stopped him again. "Is 1 day okay? We'll go out to exchange them early tomorrow morning, and we can get together 20 gold pounds in the evening." "There will be gold pounds tomorrow." The kidnapper hesitated, and Mike seemed to hear a slight sound of swallowing saliva. Mike continued to try to distinguish, and vaguely heard a sharp whine, a turkey's cry, and the curse of the black language. The black people were cursing the dying turkey. It must be a fat, big turkey with sharp claws. Mike smiled unconsciously. "Yes, we can collect 20 gold pounds tomorrow evening. We won't tell anyone. We just hope Miss Virginia can return to the manor safely." "No, it must be 3 days later." The kidnapper's attitude suddenly became firm. "Why must it be 3 days later? That will delay Miss Virginia from becoming a real knight, and Miss Victoria will replace her as the new Griffin Knight. I said 3 days. Get out." With a crisp sound of click, the kidnapper hung up the phone. "Ha!" The kidnapper asked for the ransom to be paid in 3 days. "This is good news, right? Dear little Mike, you can set up a dragnet in 3 days and catch the kidnapper." Old Bill suddenly woke up from his slumber. Using the opportunity of delivering the ransom to catch the kidnapper is definitely the best way to deal with the kidnapping case. But the kidnapper asked for 3 days later. This is very interesting, because 2.5 days later is the day when Baron Fleck will canonize the new Griffin Knight. Baron Fleck will not wait for a 10-year-old knight heir. If Virginia is not present, he will canonize Victoria, the heir decided at the beginning. But for the pride and dignity of the nobility, Baron Fleck will vent his anger on Mike and accuse Mike of being unfavorable in solving the case. "Dear Inspector Mike, the kidnapper made a strange request, didn't he? So you are more suspicious of me, right?" Victoria and Sigrid looked at each other, and like Old Bill, they felt that there was no way out. Mike could only arrest the kidnapper when the ransom was delivered in 3 days. But compared with the apologetic look Sigrid gave Mike, Victoria was more angry. "You suspect me, because this damn kidnapper is clearly framing me," she said viciously. "Yes, the kidnapper made a strange request. 3 days later." "Ha!" Mike looked at Victoria, noticed her cute expression of gritting her teeth, and shrugged his shoulders. "Yes, I increased the possibility of you being the mastermind by 1 percentage point. So, do you want to practice sword again?" "No." Victoria was so angry that she couldn't bear it anymore, but it didn't matter. She could bear it again. It was just a phone call, and there was no clue, let alone the possibility of catching the kidnapper. So Miss Victoria, who couldn't beat Mike and didn't want to get angry again, began to see the guests off. Old Bill was the first to stand up happily. Feeling that the kidnapping case was at a stalemate, the old fox didn't want to have anything to do with it, so as to avoid involving him when Baron Fleck asked for accountability. He only needed to wait for Baron Fleck to hold Mike and Sigrid, the chief inspector, accountable and find ways to climb up. But Mike didn't leave his seat, holding a cigar in his mouth, tasting the bitter and sweet aroma of the cigar while taking out a brand new parchment. "Do you have any other ideas, Mike?" Sigrid sat back quickly and grabbed Mike's hand. I got 5 clues in this call. No, 6. Mike began to record. Because there were too many clues, he was a little sleepy and worried that he would forget a lot of them after a while. Just one phone call and you got 6 clues. Little Mike, are you crazy? Old Bill's body stiffened instantly when he wanted to leave. He was so surprised that he opened his mouth, because the cigar he happily held in his mouth fell to the ground with a snap, and the splashing sparks were very beautiful. Yes, 6 clues, that's right. And they are all clues that can be used to investigate the identity of the kidnapper. Mike put the tip of the quill pen on the paper, smiled and raised his head. But you should go, Old Bill. I won't teach you anything, just like you didn't teach your little brother any knowledge. Dear Miss Victoria, can you help me send Old Bill off? Your swordsmanship is very beautiful. Victoria quickly drove Old Bill away, and then sat on the chair next to Mike, with her hands folded and her back straight, showing her good upbringing and the demeanor of a knight family. Of course, it would be better if the side point could be slightly away from the tip of Mike's quill pen. Yes, she was very curious. Victoria thought hard, but couldn't think of any clues in the brief conversation between Mike and the kidnapper. She couldn't think of any clues, and couldn't help asking, did you really find 6 clues? Clues that can be used to investigate the identity of the kidnapper? Yes. 6. Mike stopped after writing only one word, and he needed to continue thinking. Mike said 6, so it must be 6. Victoria, you have only heard of Mike's reputation, but I have watched him solve more than a dozen very difficult cases with my own eyes. Sigrid buried her body in the back of the chair, revealing only a pair of eyes and long bright purple hair upon the edge of the table. He has a unique way of thinking, so that I can never guess his thoughts, but in the end I always have a terrible thought of, oh, so that's it. This is actually very simple. I seem like a fool. Victoria was very surprised, because she had never seen Sigrid give such a high evaluation to someone. Really? Sigrid? I thought he was just full of muscles. Victoria muttered maliciously. On the contrary, I used to think that Mike only had brains. Look, he is so thin, much thinner than his subordinates Dunbar and Theodore, but… Cough! Sigrid obviously remembered something that was not so pleasant for her. Was she defeated for the first time? Or was it the first time that she wanted to teach someone a lesson but was taught the opposite by Mike, and was pressed on the huge round table in the inspector's office by Mike Tuples in some weird postures? I can hear it. Mike raised his head unhappily. Also, dear Miss Victoria, speaking ill of others is not in line with your chivalry. Okay, stop. I know what you want to respond to me. You want to tell me speaking badly about me to my face is in line with the spirit of chivalry because you don't talk about me behind my back. Is that right? I didn't mean to say that. Victoria showed a surprised expression. Mike guessed what she wanted to say, which was not difficult, but Mike continued to write while talking, and quickly wrote out the first 4 clues. These 4 clues were clues that she had not discovered, or that she had discovered but had not considered, or that she had considered but felt would not be of any help in investigating the identity of the kidnapper, but they were written down one by Mike. It read, Clue 1, phone call. Clue 2, turkey call. Clue 3, black people's curses. Clue 4, Spanish accent. Victoria subconsciously asked, phone call? What kind of clue can a phone call be? Inspector Mike, I can't understand your thinking, just like I can't understand your monster-like strengths. There are not many telephones in Flag City. Mike gave his reasons, but it won't be too few. Yes, it won't be too few. Let me think about it. Mike drew a circle casually, and the tip of the quill pen dotted irregular red dots on it. Flag City has 18 formal streets, and each street has a public telephone, plus 2 separately installed in the port. There are only 20 telephones, dear Miss Victoria. I think you must be stupid. Do you think what is placed in front of you is not a telephone but a turkey? Although telephones are luxurious, they can be found in many places, including Griffin Manor where you are standing now, and the residences of many wealthy people. You can't rule out the possibility that the kidnapper sneaked into certain places to use the telephone. That depends on the third clue, the black man's cursing. I heard it too, and I don't think there is anything strange. I just feel that the black slaves are a little presumptuous. Such black slaves need whips, just like we need white bread and milk when we get up in the morning. You are wrong, dear Miss Victoria. Mike drew a circle on clue 3. In addition, what you said is also very correct. That is, such unruly blacks will be whipped. You may not pay much attention to blacks, and you have not found the difference between blacks in rich people's homes and blacks in other places. I can guarantee that there is only one possibility for blacks who have the courage to curse while working. That is, blacks are in a place where there are more assholes everywhere. It seems, maybe the kidnapper did make a call from one of the 20 public telephones. Well, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and check those 20 telephones. Victoria, who finally understood a little under Mike's guidance, began to give orders. She was obviously very guilty, but she was so cute when she was trying to hold on. How to check the 20 public telephones? Do you think only one person has called each one? What should we do? It doesn't matter. There are still turkeys calling. Mike laughed and called Wolf to whisper a few words. Wolf went out happily, because every time Boss Mac investigated a case, his worldview would be refreshed. And this time, like before, he saw the dawn of catching the villain, and the final victory was not far away. Victoria, however, had a headache. Her big blue eyes were a little shaky, and she tried hard to connect the phone with the slave's curse and the turkey, but she couldn't connect them. She felt dizzy and even started to have a headache from thinking so much. Oh my God, what does he mean? Victoria asked Sigrid, who couldn't figure it out and could only shake her head. It's actually very simple, Mike said with a smile. Today is not Christmas, is it? I admit that there are a lot of turkeys in Flag City, and many residents raise a few, ready to slaughter them on Christmas. But there is a key point here. They will be slaughtered on Christmas Eve. So the only reason to slaughter them now is greed, and I believe that people near 12 payphones will not suffer from a terrible disease called greed at the same time. You are right, greed is very terrible. Victoria and Sigrid touched their stomachs at the same time. It's very strange. They are so slim, but they feel that they have gained a few pieces of meat every day. So, okay, Mike is right. Greed is terrible. In fact, checking turkeys is not as simple as Victoria and Sigrid imagined. Almost all black people are afraid of trouble. When faced with inquiries, they keep their mouths shut and can't get a fart with a slap. Residents who are worried about getting into trouble will not admit any interrogation unless their dining tables and garbage dumps are searched. Of course, this is very simple for Mike, because he has a very lovely property, the Black Marten. Black people are not weary of black companions chatting and greeting each other. They like to talk to Dory. So within 2 hours, Wolf called. The other end of the phone was at Port Fleck, not far away. Victoria, the old housekeeper, drove a large open carriage with the Griffin Manor logo. Mike liked this kind of carriage, because when he lay down with a cigar in his mouth, he could see the white morning light that penetrated the clouds of sin through the smoke, and the sound of the early tide of the sea was whistling in the distance. What are the other 2 clues? Victoria suddenly asked. Which 2? The 5th and 6th. You didn't write them. Victoria's voice suddenly changed. It was still very nice, but with anger. You don't tell me. Dear Inspector Mike, you don't tell me because you still doubt me. She had already put on a simple knight's armor and grasped the hilt of the sword. Well, you have become smart. Mike moved his arms and asked, Dear Miss Victoria, do you want to practice? No, I don't want to. Victoria refused decisively and let go of the hilt of the sword. Soon they arrived at the port. Several ocean-going sailing ships set sail. Some ships that were still staying had many sailors coming out. They had to buy a lot of supplies and clean the decks again under the orders of the captain and the first mate. The sun was getting hotter and hotter, and Mike saw the waves rolling in from the horizon. They hit the reefs, and the splashing waves looked like broken jade. They crashed into the port, and the wooden port was shaken, which was very comfortable. Hi, dear Wolf, I think you have good news for me, Mike shouted with a smile to Wolf next to the red-painted telephone hut. Maybe there is bad news, dear boss. The little cutie who manages the telephone booth is not cooperating. Wolf came over with a smile. Mike was very satisfied with Wolf's approach, because dear Mayor Baron Fleck was very far-sighted. Baron Fleck built 20 public telephone booths and made a lot of money by using communications. It cost 3 copper pennies to make a call, and he could chase people away at any time. It was really cute. You did the right thing, dear Wolf, Mike said with a smile. The people who manage the phone booths are the ones who collect money from our respected Mayor Baron Fleck. They need to be respected, and we must respect them, Mike said seriously, and before he finished speaking, "It's Inspector Mike. It's great to see you." The red-painted phone booth, which seemed to be painted with blood, opened its door, and the bearded man walked out. He was a little hunchback, but he raised his chin high. "Your patrol brothers are so rude." "Yes, they actually want to check the list of all the people who have called. You know." The bearded man grabbed a handful of copper pennies in the phone booth and rubbed them twice. "This is for the benefit." So, bam! Mike kicked the bearded man away, and the bearded man hit the wall of the telephone booth and vomited. "Great! Someone is stopping us. So I think we have found the villain who kidnapped Miss Virginia. In the name of the Knight of Griffin, we can torture him, and if we can't find Miss Virginia, we can kill him." "Miss Virginia? This is not me," the bearded man wanted to explain, but unfortunately Mike didn't listen and kicked him into the sea again. "Isn't it just bullying? He can do it too." On the other side, Victoria and Sigrid had already walked into the red-painted telephone booth and took out the records. Just flipping through them, Victoria drew out a nice long sword, looked into the sea as if she wanted to cut someone, and scared the bearded man into the cold seawater in the early morning. "What's wrong?" Mike asked. "Too much, and too confusing." Sigrid showed the records to Mike. The dense and chaotic names on it made Mike dizzy. After a rough count, he bit his cigar gently. "More than 100 people in no chronological order?" he asked. The bearded man was the one who collected the money and recorded the list. All the names of the people who had called would form a thick book, proving that they had contact with the city and even with nearby cities such as Muckens. They could also provide a lot of money for Mayor Baron Fleck and consolidate his rule. Does it feel a little familiar? Yes, colonial North America is so magical, but rules are rules, and people are people. According to the rules, the bearded man needs to record the name of the caller from top to bottom, as well as the start and end time of the call, which will allow Mike to find the kidnapper accurately. But the bearded man was obviously lazy and only wrote the name casually, and it can even be said that he didn't care about the writing angle at all. He just found a blank corner and wrote the name, without writing order and time marking. The only thing that made Mike feel relieved was that after the interrogation, he found that the bearded man was very familiar with the residents nearby. The names recorded were all real names, not made up. Okay, a total of 153 people. These 153 people are all residents nearby, and they are all very familiar with Dongzhi Street. Sigrid glanced at the bearded man soaking in the seawater, and stepped down hard with the chief detective's boots inlaid with iron nails. "There are too many suspects, Mike. We don't have enough time to track them down. The clues are broken again." Victoria was a little disappointed, but also inexplicably relieved. She didn't know why she paid attention to the case of Virginia's kidnapping. Maybe it was Mike's unique way of handling the case that attracted her. But God is my witness, she really hated Virginia, the 10-year-old girl who was guilty of theft and wanted to occupy and tarnish the glory of the Griffin Knight. "Who said the clues are broken?" Mike suddenly laughed. "But how can we investigate 153 people? We don't have enough manpower and time to investigate and monitor everyone. Instead of investigating them, We might as well wait for the kidnappers to take the ransom and arrest them. Have you forgotten the fourth clue? The Spanish accent. Yes, you still have the fourth clue, dear Mike. But I remember you wrote a question mark after the fourth clue, and I didn't hear much Spanish flavor in the other party's mixed accent. Sigrid recalled, I have dealt with Spaniards, and their accents are very strange, not much similar to the kidnappers' accents. Then I can guarantee you must be dealing with pure Spanish. Dear Chief Inspector Sigrid, Mike has come into contact with more Spaniards, pure-blooded, half-blooded, quarter-blooded, and even mixed-blooded ones of 1/8 and 1/16 blood, and he can't figure out what country they are from. Speaking of the bloodlines of various countries in North America, it is definitely a mess. During the most chaotic times, more than a dozen countries were fighting each other, with 7 or 8 battles a day. A city might have dozens of occupiers in turn within 30 days. The result is that 9 out of 10 children born don't know who their biological father is. Wolf, take the records to the archives of the detective department to check. Exclude all the honest people who don't have Spanish blood and have never had contact with the Spaniards, and copy down the remaining list and give it to me together with their files. Mike knocked his boots on the ground. Okay, boss. Wolf mounted his horse and left. Victoria, who heard Mike's words, was stunned for a moment and slowly grasped the hilt of the sword. Are you sure you are Spanish? Victoria said softly. Her face changed a little. Maybe, perhaps, and I can't guarantee it. Mike shrugged his shoulders. Because the kidnapper might have some Spanish blood, or he might be a white person from another country living among the Spanish mixed-race people, or even not a human. Because North America is so wonderful, everything is possible. Next, Mike returned to Griffin Manor and sat on the large chair in the hall. While eating, he thought about the 5th and 6th clues that he had not said out loud. Sigrid was already seriously ill with the disease of gluttony. She could not resist the temptation and ate 3 blueberry pies and a small cream cake. As for Victoria, she seemed to have no appetite and kept playing with the hilt of the knight's sword. I'm full. Mike stood up and said to the young maid, Can you take me to visit the room on the 2nd floor? The young maid was slightly stunned, and then her face was full of joy. She was happier to find that Victoria did not stop her. She took Mike to the 2nd floor with trembling steps. After Mike entered Miss Virginia's bedroom, she followed in, gently closed the door and leaned against it. Master Inspector Mike. The young maid's eyes seemed to be wet, and she lifted her white apron. I've heard that some nobles would be in a good mood after breakfast. The young maid wondered if Mike was the same as them. He must be, right? Mike was so young and strong, and she didn't mind having something happen with him. Has Miss Virginia always lived in this room? Mike lit the cigar with a fire paper. Yes, Miss Virginia has always lived here. Lighting a cigar was not a signal to do something. It could even be said to be a refusal. The young maid quickly put down her white apron and answered Mike carefully. Miss Virginia came to the manor half a month ago. The eldest lady asked her to live on the 3rd floor, but Miss Virginia refused, saying that she didn't like living too high up. Mike paused with his mouth wrapped in the cigar and turned around to look at the entire room layout. The layout was very cute, even a little too warm. The whole room was pink in color, very warm, with large and small rag dolls piled up on the 4 walls, and these dolls reached their peak around the bed. Virginia's bed was against the wall on both sides, blocking the corner, which was absolutely inconsistent with the style of the Night Manor, which liked to put the bed in the center of the room and far away from the window. Does Miss Virginia like to pile the biggest stuffed dolls beside her bed? Mike asked. Yes, her bedding is also very thick. Is it not for warmth, but also because she likes to block the edge of the bed? Yes, dear Inspector Mike. I also find it strange, but Miss Virginia likes it this way. Okay, I get it. Mike suddenly felt a little pitiful for Virginia, a 10-year-old girl. He pulled away the stuffed dolls blocking the bed, reached into the thick velvet bedding, and fumbled out a photo frame. This is a blank photo frame, without a photo. Has there always been no photo in it? Mike touched the photo frame and found that it was a disassembled type. Yes, it's the photo I showed you. When the photo was taken, Master Griffin Knight was still awake and asked for 3 copies to be developed, one for him and the 2 ladies. I remember Miss Virginia liked this photo very much and never took it apart. What about Miss Victoria? Does she like this photo? Mike still remembered the photo. It was a cute little girl with light golden hair tied very delicately, and she smiled sweetly when she hugged Victoria's neck. This, Miss doesn't like it very much. The young maid obviously lowered her voice. Very good. I think I found something very interesting. Mike nodded and returned to the lobby on the first floor. Wolf ran in with dozens of files. The files made a heavy sound on the table, but then Wolf took out a parchment that was much lighter than the files. It was a list of suspects. There are only 36 people left. You did a good job, Wolf. After Mike looked at the list, he did not rush to look through the suspects' files, but slowly wrote on the parchment. He wrote, possibility of the existence of the mastermind, 100% mastermind 1. Victoria, suspicion 30%. He hadn't finished writing here, but Sigrid pressed the table tightly when she saw the font. Mike, the American chief inspector, who had just been eating breakfast calmly, let out a suppressed exclamation, thinking that Mike was too bold. Yes, this is too bold. At this time, Victoria also saw the bright red font written by Mike, staring at Mike coldly. Her suspicion increased to 30% at once, and she felt that Mike's clear small handwriting was so dazzling, but she was not angry. She pointed to the sick file and asked Mike, are they all Spanish? To be precise, they are all mixed race with Spanish ancestry. Mike understood what Victoria was thinking. That is, compared with her anger at herself, her hatred for the Spaniards was obviously a little deeper. As the earliest colonists to arrive in North America, Spain came to this new world as a conqueror and absolute ruler. The Spanish army, led by Cortes, easily defeated the Aztec Empire in Central America. As for other loose indigenous tribes, if anyone disobeyed and wanted to cause trouble, the Spanish army would kill them and they would be put out immediately. The Spaniards also established 3 types of strongholds, namely mission stations, military stations, and villages, in an attempt to monopolize the entire North America, and frantically fought against countries that wanted to share a piece of the pie, including Great Britain. Mike knew that Griffin Knight was seriously injured when fighting against the Spanish army. Because of his serious injuries, he was transferred to Flag City and died due to the recurrence of his own injuries. God is my witness, dear Miss Victoria. They are just some mixed bloods. Mike reminded with a smile. I know, but they kidnapped Virginia. Victoria drew out the knight's sword and used both hands to poke the ground. Her graceful body stood straight, and her long golden hair swayed with a strong wind in the hall. In the name of Griffin, Mike, I will no longer care about any form of your offense to me, but you have to catch the Spanish kidnapper. I will chop off his head with my own hands and put it in front of the tomb of Griffin's father. That night, Victoria became more enthusiastic than ever about the kidnapping case. She could not calm down and went to the front yard to practice chopping. But what Victoria did not notice was that not long after she left, Mike continued to write and shocked Sigrid, and even made Wolf whistle in excitement. Possibility of the mastermind, 100% mastermind 1. Victoria, suspicion 30% mastermind 2. Virginia, 30% mastermind 3. 100%. There is a possibility that Virginia kidnapped herself. Mike, she is only 10 years old. Sigrid could not believe Mike's reasoning and thought that children were pure. But boss, I care more about this mastermind 3. Why is it a question mark? And the possibility of his existence is 100%. Wolf was thinking frantically. His brain was about to burn, but he still couldn't figure it out. But he fiddled with the dagger even more excitedly. You mean, if the mastermind 1 or even 2 can be confirmed, there will be 2 or even 3 masterminds in this case. Wow, this is a really interesting case. Yes, This is a challenging and very interesting case. Mike's expression was very calm, because the possibility of no confirmation was just a number in his eyes. Then, I need to tell you the fifth clue. Mike tapped the tip of the quill pen and said, Wolf, I need you to eliminate the fifth clue. You have to be very serious, because this clue may turn 36 suspects into 5 suspects, or even less. If we are lucky enough, we can only have one suspect. Boss, what do you say is the fifth clue? Wolf asked impatiently. He liked Boss Mike's universal method of elimination, and the rocks and mysterious were always the most attractive. After seeing Mike's first 4 clues, the remaining 2 clues made Wolf's heart itch like a cat scratching a mouse. The fifth clue is, the other party is a bumpkin. Yes, I don't have any derogatory meaning, but I say it in a very serious manner. The other party, the kidnapper, may be a capable veteran in committing crimes, but in life and society, he is just an ignorant bumpkin. He has no knowledge and is uninformed. So among these 36 suspects of Spanish descent, we can eliminate some knowledgeable and decent people. Why do you say that? Boss, to be honest, I admire the kidnapper very much. Wolf began to look through the files. I am also curious about this, because this kidnapper is a veteran, and it is obvious that you have used a lot of your brain. Sigrid also came over. Because of the phone call, Mike said with a smile. I have reminded him. Yes, that's right. I reminded the kidnapper twice. The first time I told him, 20 gold pounds is a big number. We need time to raise silver pounds, copper shillings, and even copper pennies to exchange for the yellow and heavy gold pounds. He didn't doubt it. I remember it was like this. Victoria thought you underestimated the legacy left by the Night Griffin. Oh, I understand. She is such a silly girl. Sigrid suddenly realized. No, dear Miss Victoria is a noble lady, just like you, dear Chief Inspector Sigrid. Can I take this as a compliment? Sigrid felt something was wrong, and her lavender eyes stared at Mike. Of course. God is my witness. This is my most sincere compliment, Mike said seriously, not giving Sigrid time to think. Then the kidnapper said he could give us 3 days, and I replied that 1 day would be enough, exchanging in the morning and collecting in the evening. The kidnapper showed a hint of surprise. He was very eager to get the gold pounds as soon as possible, and was also surprised that we could prepare so much money so quickly. What then? Why do you say the kidnapper is an ignorant country bumpkin? It's obvious that the kidnapper doesn't know the family background of the Knight family. He doesn't even have a vague guess. He only knows that he wants 20 gold pounds. I even think I can bargain with him, just like buying a skinny little turkey, from 5 copper pence to 3 copper pence. Yes, he has no knowledge. The biggest contact is that he knows that 20 gold pounds can make him live a happy life. In his opinion, nobles and knights should eat meat every day. This is his only understanding of luxury life. What do you mean? I know the family background of the Knight family. You also know the family background of the Knight family. Even your brothers know these situations. The kidnapper doesn't know these because the kidnapper's contact is very narrow. He is not a well-informed person. Dear Chief Inspector Sigrid, I am very happy to find that you finally understand it. This shows that your ability to understand, well, it is only a little worse than Wolf. You see, he has long understood what I mean, and has read more than a dozen volumes of suspect files. Sigrid, what can I say? Nothing to say. Sigrid knew that even if 10 of her were added together, they would not be able to solve 1/10 of the cases that Mike had solved. But she had her pride and confidence that she could easily kill 100 Mikes in some aspects or places. Okay, I hope you can solve the night girl kidnapping case as soon as possible. I won't care about anything else, she said. Not long after, Theodore and Eli came to help Wolf check the files. Mike watched them review the files and felt a little sleepy, so he called the young maid to bring a few cups of coffee. He took one of the cups and drank a few sips, then spilled the rest on the tray. Are you not used to it? Sigrid asked with concern. I don't need to drink too much coffee, because I think I can go to bed in less than half an hour. Mike found that Wolf, Theodore and Lai put all the files on the left, but not one on the right, and he became happier and happier. There are only 2 files left, Mike smiled. According to our habit, the one on the right is the suspect. It seems that we are lucky, but there's no file on the right yet. Mike, what if we can't find a single suspect? It turns out there's already a suspect. Mike laughed even more happily because he saw the first file on the right, picked it up and glanced at it, and suddenly showed an extremely solemn look. It's not him, Mike said affirmatively. Name, Becky Smith. Age, 36. Gender, male. Bloodline, 1/8 Spanish, 1/8 Irish. The rest of the bloodline is unknown. The file was densely packed with details, but Mike only saw the name and age, and by comparing them, he knew who this person was, and directly marked a negative cranberry red ink cross. But boss, there's only one file left. Wolf raised the parchment file in his hand. This person named Becky Smith is one of the drunkards. We met in Little John's Tavern when we were investigating the Birmingham double murder case. I remember that he was drunk and wanted to disturb Julia's sleep, and Dunbar broke 3 ribs. He couldn't have carried a 10-year-old girl for too long without being discovered while holding broken ribs. So he was not a kidnapper, Mike said, lighting a cigar. But the last one, boss, the last one is only 14 years old. Could he be a kidnapper? When you eliminate all the impossibilities, no matter what is left, even if it is impossible, it must be the truth. Mike was stunned when he heard the suspect's age, but after thinking carefully, he could kill a cow when he was 14 years old. Okay, let me see the last file, he said. Name, Walpole Edward. Age, 14. Gender, male. Bloodline, 1/4 Spanish, 1/4 British, 1/4 Swedish, 1/4 unknown. Bloodline. Job, Tanner apprentice. Family members, mother, Mandy Edward. Seeing this, Mike took a puff of cigar and asked, did he follow his mother's surname? Or is his father also named Edward? We don't know about this, but only his mother is registered in the file. Even if his father's surname is Edward, he will not be on the list of files in Flex City. Just pretend that he has no father. But now I think this case is becoming more and more interesting. Mike didn't want to sleep. At this moment, his eyes were bright, and his blue pupils seemed like the most polished sapphire. Everyone was sent out to monitor the last suspect, Walpole, and rescue Virginia, the 10-year-old heir of the night. Mike walked out of the manor and walked along the central street, which was also paved with colorful baker's cloth. It must be said that the scenery of the central street in Flex City is still very good. There are cafes and restaurants nearby, and gypsy girls with the same distinctive figures and personalities walking around, and white clouds in the distance. The only thing that makes Mike feel bad is that the road conditions are really bad. The road paved with shells is good to say, and it looks colorful and very beautiful, but it squeaks when walking on it, which makes him miss the smooth and convenient ground in the 21st century very much. After all, the motherland known as the infrastructure maniac even has village roads paved with cement, and the feeling of running is too beautiful. Mike, are you sure it's Walpole? He is only 14 years old, and it is impossible for him to catch Virginia out of Griffin Manor. Sigrid looked through Walpole's files for the 10th time. Did I say Virginia was taken out of the manor? How could she, a 10-year-old girl, run away from the manor by herself? She left the heir of Griffin Knight alone to wander around the world. What a joke. Wait, what did you say? Sigrid found that Mike was smiling all the time, as if to say that she was right, and she felt something was wrong. Remember the possibility of the existence of the mastermind he wrote about? Mike asked. You mean, you suspect Victoria is the mastermind? You are overthinking. I also think Virginia may be the mastermind. Mike smiled and walked into the restaurant next door. He needed to expend his brainpower next, so he felt hungry in advance. The small restaurant on Central Street was bright and clean. Mike ordered 5 servings of black pepper veal steaks, and stared with interest at the mother and daughter who were arguing at a table near the door. The mother and daughter spoke in low voices, and their faces became ugly because of anger. But Mike was sure that the mother and daughter would go out shopping happily together after the angry quarrel. A family, Mike sighed softly. I never like to compare the feelings and interests of a family. What do you mean? Sigrid felt that she couldn't get around it. She was clearly talking about the case, so why did she talk about something else? Looking at the waiter bringing the steak, she couldn't help but add, I ate a lot just now, so 2 more pieces of veal steak will be enough. You ordered too much. You just ate more than a lot. Okay, dear waitress, 2 more of the most tender black pepper steaks. Okay, this is a tip. Mike is not a stingy person, but to be honest, he doubts how Sigrid can maintain her current good figure after eating 3 blueberry pies and a small cream cake, and now eating 2 steaks. And there is a true story in his memory. A woman flew from a certain place to a certain place, and her netizen treated her to a $6 spicy hot pot and asked her 13 times in one night. 13 nights. It's scary to think about it, and he doubts whether he can afford the cost of 2 steaks. After all, according to the price ratio, his waist can't bear it. The steaks here are really good. Mike, give me another one. Just like you. 3. Sigrid was obviously eating very hard. As long as you like it. Mike pushed his portion over, and when the new one came up, he took a bite and found it tender and juicy. So he finished his portion slowly, then took out the parchment with bright red font written on it before. It read, Possibility of the Mastermind, 100% Mastermind 1, Victoria. Suspicion 30% Mastermind 2, Virginia. 30% Mastermind 3, 100%. Mike thought for a while, then gently added and changed a few strokes, reducing the suspicion of Miss Victoria to 10%, and then increased the suspicion of Virginia, the kidnapped victim, to 100%. You reduced the possibility that Victoria was the mastermind, but made Virginia the absolute mastermind. Sigrid was stunned. The cut veal chunks slipped from her mouth, and the fragrant sauce dripped onto the golden badge representing her identity as Chief Inspector. Yes, Virginia is definitely the mastermind, at least one of the masterminds. Mike spread out Walpole's file, and also spread out all the information about Walpole that Wolf had found in the market. First of all, Walpole is just a 14-year-old boy with no criminal record, not even petty theft. We have completely ruled out the possibility that Walpole is a veteran criminal or a criminal genius. So you guessed wrong. Walpole is not a kidnapper. Sigrid asked with a little surprise. But we have ruled out all the suspects. Only Walpole is left. Mike smiled and said, The Spaniards who stayed in the British colonies are generally decent. They were reluctant to give up their comfortable lives, so they stayed. And because they all lived well, we were very lucky to rule out 34 people. After excluding the drunkard Becky with broken ribs, there was only one suspect, Walpole. Let me see. It turns out that Walpole's mother Mandy had no Spanish ancestry, and the powerful Spanish warships refused to send Mandy to the Spanish colonies for free. So Walpole decided to stay and live a precarious life in our British colonies. TSK, poor filial child. Why must Walpole be a kidnapper? You said he was just a child. Children who break the law are guilty of the same crime as adults. Dear Chief Inspector Sigrid, if a child kidnapped your own sister and killed her, would you say the murderer was just a child? Mike's voice was very soft, but Sigrid felt that every word of Mike was like a muffled thunder, hitting her hard on the top of her head. You are right, Mike. Sigrid's eyes turned red, and she asked, then, what about Virginia? Virginia is only 10 years old. Will she be killed? Probably not. I've said that she is one of the masterminds who kidnapped herself, but it's not safe. After all, there are many precedents of masterminds being killed by pawns. Mike ate while talking, not caring about the huge gap between Sigrid and his words. Soon he was full, stretched and stood up. Finally, I feel comfortable. He rubbed his stomach and said, Staying up late will increase the burden on all organs in the body, so staying up late is not good, and you must eat after staying up late. Okay, now we can go see the only suspect Walpole, and we also need to buy some fruit to visit his dear mother Mandy Edward. I heard that Mandy is sick. My God, this is really very bad news. Walpole lived on East Street, close to the port on the east. Mike once thought that the port was the most prosperous place, and the housing prices naturally rose. But North America was completely different from the beautiful country he lived in his previous life. The port was not a prime location, but a hotbed of chaos and sin. Sailors, hooligans, fugitives, and even part-time pirates mingled among them. If you kicked open a wooden box that blocked your view, you might find a naked body of a gypsy girl. This was not an accident, but reality or life. Let the poor gypsy girls pay some fees. I can protect them. Standing at the port and looking at the seagulls, Mike said something without thinking. Can you protect them? Mike, your East Street only occupies 1/6 of the flag port. Sigrid knew who Mike was talking to and stepped aside. Wolf's messy brown hair emerged from the chaotic debris next to him. Okay, boss. Wolf knew that Mike liked the disadvantaged race, so he nodded directly, and then pointed to a large ship at the outermost edge of the port. This was really a large ship, 3 times larger than the surrounding ships. 10 wooden boards of different colors from the side of the ship were exposed on the left side of the ship, which were the gun ports, proving that this was a battleship-type transport ship carrying 20 cannons. When necessary, the wooden board will be opened to the left, and the black muzzle will be pushed out, proclaiming the strong sovereignty of Great Britain at the edge of the sea or land. That is a transport ship heading to the mainland. It replenishes supplies here and also purchases canned adult killed. Boss, Walpole is on the ship, and the little guy kicked by the sailor is him. Wolf has good eyesight and can see Walpole's servo face from 2 miles away. Mike nodded slightly, and a faint light flashed in his blue eyes, reflecting the scorching sun on the sea. Good news, our dear Miss Virginia should still be alive, Mike said with a smile. I know you have a special way of reasoning, but why is she still alive? Where is the evidence? Sigrid was very happy to hear the news, and still wanted to know Mike's reasoning process. She wanted to learn to be a good chief detective, instead of going through the motions and being treated as a beautiful face. Because of his temperament, he doesn't look like a murderer. This sentence made Mike himself laugh. In fact, it was because Mike saw it, and saw the sinful smoke of Walpole very accurately. In Mike's eyes, Walpole was covered with a thin layer of gray fog, which swirled and intertwined, as if it could turn into a terrible death sight at any time, but it could not take shape because it was too thin. Moreover, Mike sent people to investigate Walpole. This young man, who had hardly done any bad things and had no ability to do good things, was very ordinary. Without the ability to offset the evil smoke, the thin smoke naturally meant that the other party had not killed anyone. How long will Walpole stay on the ship? Mike asked as he put out his cigar. He is just a small apprentice. He has to do all the chores and stand in front of the craftsmen and the relatives of the boss, who transports the goods to be bullied by the sailors. Boss, you know that sailors who have been frustrated at sea for a long time will definitely find a weak persimmon to bully for 2 hours. Well, you keep watching. In addition, dear Chief Inspector Sigrid, do you mind visiting a poor woman in your jurisdiction? She is a strong witness. What witness? A strong witness to prove the mastermind behind the scenes. When Mike investigates a case, he likes to get to the bottom of it. Yes, he may not hand over the real murderer, but he must find out every doubt. Damn obsessive-compulsive disorder, Mike muttered softly, and when he walked out of the port, he picked up a basket of fruit from a stall. A silver shilling flew out in the sunlight, which made Sigrid's eyelids jump. She really wanted to question why Mike was so generous with his salary, but after thinking about it, she didn't ask. Next, Mike and Sigrid turned into the alley. The alley was dirty and narrow, with no sunlight, damp, and a more decayed smell. Mike kicked over a pile of garbage on the ground, and several rats squeaked and stood up. They were not afraid of people, and bared their teeth at Mike and Sigrid. And then Sigrid shot them 3 times. This is not a place to live. Sigrid reloaded her spring wheel pistol, but most of the good residents who support the city live in such a dirty and messy place. Mike looked at Sigrid's spring wheel pistol with some greed, thinking that it would be best to get a pair. In addition, we are here. There is a very narrow wooden door over there. After opening it, it is Walpole's home. It is less than 10 feet inside, probably not even as big as the toilet in your home. Click. Mike opened the wooden door, or to be more precise, he should move the wooden door. A more damp smell came to the face, with a strong smell of medicine, and then a broken wooden bed and dirty bedding on the ground were revealed. Mike saw a woman in her 30s looking up at him with difficulty. Surprisingly, the woman had a face that was thin due to illness, but it was more delicate and beautiful. One blue and one yellow, 2 eyes of different colors stared at him with extraordinary taste. Inspector Mike. Mandy Edward tried to call once, but the voice was so weak that it was almost inaudible. Do you know me? Mike felt a little strange, because the life of ordinary people was not wonderful, and it was very likely that they would not be able to walk out of a street in their lifetime. A beautiful woman like Mandy was even worse. She had to hide herself and rarely saw people outside, including him. I used to watch you from a distance, dear Inspector Mike. Mandy suddenly had a lot of strength, leaning half of her face on the quilt and said, I once thought of using some things in exchange for Walpole to live a better life with a little more ease. I considered many people, but none of them could do it, because they would teach Walpole, a good boy, bad things, and then make Walpole their sword, or shield, a consumable that could be discarded when broken. Then I thought of you, but found that the only thing I had was not worth half a copper penny in your eyes. You are a respectable lady, dear Mandy. Mike used honorifics. He understood what Mandy wanted to say. A mother who had nothing but her beauty was worthy of admiration for doing anything for her children. But I'm here, Mike said. I'm surprised that you have insights and knowledge that are completely inconsistent with your status. Because of this, I believe that any comforting words I want to say will be exposed by you. So, Mike paused. Walpole did something wrong. Mandy helped Mike say it, using an affirmative tone. Yes, he is very likely involved in a kidnapping case. For 20 silver pounds. Mandy smiled bitterly. The doctor said that my condition is very serious and it takes 20 silver pounds to cure. My poor Walpole foolishly believed it. 20 silver pounds. This is a really interesting number. Mike nodded. Yes, an interesting number. But it's not a big number, Inspector Mike. Mandy said softly, Dear Inspector Mike, I know you are a capable person and a kind gentleman. It's just a case of 20 silver pounds. For God's sake, I hope you can have mercy and help me educate my child. Don't give him too heavy a punishment, okay? Yes, but the kidnapped person is Miss Virginia from Griffin Knight Manor. There is a mastermind behind the kidnapping, dear Mandy. Oh my God. God. I used to be a maid in Griffin Manor. Mandy screamed continuously, and her breathing became rapid and intermittent. She tried to endure the pain of the disease and tried hard to spit out the name of the mastermind. It's him. If there is a mastermind, it must be him. Her voice kept getting faster and faster, but she fell into a coma before she could say the name. Mike also saw the bright light spots oozing out from Mandy's body and slowly falling on Mandy's skin, just like the clear dew on the green leaves in the morning. Tell me who is the mastermind. Sigrid had been silent, holding her breath and enduring the damp smell in the small room. Now she couldn't keep silent. Forget it, dear Chief Inspector Sigrid. Mike closed his eyes and let out a long breath, then cut off the cigar and lit it. Mandy can't testify for us. She has a very bloody problem. She wanted to say more, but she couldn't even say her last name. It's sad and ridiculous, isn't it? Why can't you say it? Because she is very clean. She came clean, and she will go clean. She will run to the arms of God. The patient cannot accept the smell of cigars, but the dead. Mike knows why a living person begins to emit white spots. It means death and cannot be saved. So he took off his coat, slowly covered Mandy's face, took out a silver pound and engraved his name, Mike, on the table next to him. Although lost, Sigrid was very satisfied with what Mike did, because the corpse collectors on East Street in Flag City will soon find Mandy's body. For the sake of Mike and the silver pound, they will give Mandy a good wooden board, surrounded by fresh flowers, waiting for her and Mike to take the time to deal with it personally. Okay. Mike raised his voice. We need to find Walpole, save dear Miss Virginia, and then give Walpole a suitable punishment. Dear Chief Inspector Sigrid, I promised Mandy that I would not punish Walpole too severely. I once promised, and promise is a very sacred thing. She is dead, isn't she? Sigrid did not respond to Mike. Staring at Mandy's body with rapid breathing. Yes, she couldn't hold on a few days ago and relied on her attachment to her children to survive. Now that I promised her, she no longer insists. She is a poor mother. I don't want her to be more pitiful. So 20 gold pounds or silver pounds or something. Let's talk about it another day. Mike pushed the broken wooden door as wide as possible to let in the scarce sunlight and fresh air in the narrow alley, and then left with Sigrid. They returned to the port and waited until lunchtime. They saw Walpole use his only copper penny to buy white bread and quietly ran towards the southern coast. Boss, there are complicated reefs and shoals over there. Shouldn't we just catch him and interrogate him directly? Wolf asked with empty hands. It was just a 14-year-old child, and there was no need to use the dagger that he could play with. It was too cruel. Are you worried that he can run away? Mike laughed. Of course not. No matter how complicated the terrain of the reefs and shoals is, he can't escape our pursuit, even if he jumps into the sea. Boss, when it comes to underwater skills, no one in Flag City can be Ollie's opponent. He can stab to death 3 French swordsmen who are stronger than him underwater. Things seemed to be settled, and everyone saw the final light, but Sigrid was unwilling to believe that a 14-year-old child would be a kidnapper, even if the child had sufficient motives to commit the crime, and there was a mastermind behind this case. She didn't want to believe it. She was looking forward to it, and even praying. But not long after, Walpole stopped outside a reef cave and shouted, Virginia. Hi, dear Walpole. Virginia ran out of the dark cave, grabbed the white bread that Walpole bought and gobbled it up, asking while eating, Did my sister promise to give you 20 silver pounds? Walpole, I know you are very anxious, but please wait for 2 more days until my sister inherits the title of knight. Okay, this is the only thing I beg you for. Are you full, Virginia? And I'm sorry, Virginia. Walpole suddenly pulled out a dagger. 20 silver pounds can only cure mother's disease, but 20 gold pounds can allow mother and I to live comfortably for the rest of our lives. I know you won't agree. You won't forgive me. You will tell everyone that it was me who did it. So, a 14-year-old child, trembling and quickly, stabbed a 10-year-old girl in the heart with a dagger. What a sinful age. Children know so much. It makes me a little regretful of a promise I made. Mike shook his head, quickly pulled out his spring-loaded pistol and pulled the trigger. His marksmanship was obviously not as good as his swordsmanship, but it didn't matter. Behind him, Julia, who was squinting and shaking her big black-framed glasses as if she was asleep, woke up quickly and fired even faster. The flame from the muzzle of the musket went straight to Walpole's dagger, knocking the dagger away and scaring Walpole like a shrunken quail. Who? Walpole was begging for mercy rather than questioning. The 14-year-old boy held his head and shouted loudly, but suddenly there was another gunshot, and he slowly fell to the ground, revealing a large wound on the back of his head. Blood gushed out and dyed the wet reef red. It seems that my promise cannot be fulfilled. In addition, dear Miss Victoria, didn't I say that I only hope you can come alone? When Mike came, he sent someone to inform Victoria, But Victoria did not come alone. She also brought the old butler McCarthy Murphy. It was the old butler McCarthy who shot and killed Walpole, and his own straight-waist slowly hunched. "Dear Inspector Mike, can your little brother put down the knife?" McCarthy tried to stay calm. Just now, when he wanted to shoot, Mike's little brother, who notified Victoria, put the knife against his waist, and he had no doubt that if Mike wanted, he only needed an order and he would not have the chance to shoot. "Okay, William." Mike remembered the name of each little brother and said with a smile, "Although dear old butler McCarthy killed the kidnapper and made it impossible for us to continue looking for the mastermind, he said he would kill the kidnapper, right? We should understand his anger at the kidnapping of his master and his urgency to maintain the honor of the Griffin Knights, so put down the knife." "Hey, that's not right. We can visit the kidnapper's mother. Maybe we can find clues about the mastermind. But not now. Dear Miss Victoria, I believe you have a lot to say to Miss Virginia, right?" "Yes, I have a lot to say." Victoria heard the conversation between Walpole and Virginia. How to say it? Virginia wanted to give up the inheritance rights to herself, which made her very touched, but her pride would not allow her to be given up by a 10-year-old girl, let alone the thief who had tarnished the glory of the Griffin Knight. "Virginia," she asked with a face as cold as ice, "you plan to kidnap yourself, just to return the inheritance rights of the Griffin Knight to me?" "Sister." Virginia was obviously scared. Walpole was shot in front of her eyes, and blood splattered on the back of Walpole's head, white and red, like a sad and beautiful flower that suddenly bloomed and withered. She was very scared, trembling, and ran towards Victoria, throwing herself into Victoria's cold and hard arms because of the simple knight's armor. "Sister, sister," the 10-year-old blonde girl kept shouting like a delirium. Being hugged by Virginia, Victoria's straight body trembled a little, and she felt a little at a loss. Mike sat on the reef, wrapped in a cigar, and watched Victoria's current appearance with interest. Proud former knight heir. Mike smiled in his heart, and was very satisfied to see Victoria stretched out her hands very uncomfortably, and then put her two armored hands on Virginia's shoulders very stiffly. "Sister." Virginia trembled. "Sister." The little girl suddenly became anxious. "Sister. I finally have a sister. I don't want sister to dislike me. I know you are unhappy that I took the position of heir, and I don't care about this. I just want sister to be happy. I want sister to forgive me. I want sister to like me." "Hey, you." Victoria didn't know what to say. "Sister, I know I was wrong. Can you forgive me? Can you accept the gift I gave you before and return it to me if you don't like it?" Virginia asked more urgently, her small hand holding a smaller orange thing. It was obvious that she had been holding it for a long time, and her sweat was shining. Victoria still didn't know what to say. After all, she had never been mentally prepared to accept a sister who was not related to her by blood, let alone a sister who had committed the crime of theft. But Virginia directed and acted in the kidnapping case herself. It was wrong to say that she did it, but the purpose was to return the inheritance rights to her. She was in a complicated mood, and her azure eyes trembled. "Okay, I can answer for her. She forgives you." Mike grabbed the little girl's gift and found that it was a small brass badge with the two words, "Good Sister," written on it. Can it be called a Good Sister badge? The simple childishness made him laugh, and his mood became better, so he clapped his hands. "Okay, dear Chief Inspector Sigrid, can you please take everyone back? The night girl kidnapping case has ended. As for the final ending, such as finding the kidnapper's mother, Mandy Edward, to understand the situation, I am too tired today. I need to take a walk alone or with someone else and rest for a while. I will do it tomorrow. Okay, everyone follow me." Sigrid looked at Mike deeply. Sigrid, Julia, Wolf, and others took Virginia away, including the old housekeeper McCarthy. According to the rules of Griffin Knight Manor, McCarthy needs to prepare a banquet, and the reception is also to thank all those who have contributed. Walpole's body was also carried away, leaving Mike and Victoria sitting and standing. After a long time, Victoria suddenly squatted on the ground, but the simple knight armor was not convenient for squatting, so she could only squat halfway, and finally stood up. Give it back to me. She walked to Mike and stretched out her hand to Mike. Nice badge. Mike handed the good sister president to Victoria and laughed strangely. I remember you said that Virginia stole a handful of copper pennies. Interesting. Didn't you notice? This badge is made of copper pennies, the same copper used to cast copper pennies. You are a devil. Why are you telling me this? Knights will not accept stolen goods, let alone keep them. Victoria subconsciously wanted to throw away the good sister badge, but she held it tightly in her hand. Yes, it is stolen goods, but it is also all that a little girl, who has no father's love since childhood, and only has a crazy mother can give when she suddenly knows that she has a sister. Mike patted Victoria's shoulder. Okay, I know you want to. Practice sword again. I'll let you go this time. No, let me lean on your shoulder. Victoria suddenly choked and became weak. It costs money, 10 copper pennies a minute. 5 silver pounds first. If possible, Victoria wants 5 gold pounds. She is an orthodox British knight, educated as a knight's heir since childhood, and has a firm belief in knighthood. But she can't understand why a 10-year-old girl, who she just met and has no blood relationship with, has such a strong attachment to her. Yes, that's right, attachment. Faced with Virginia's wonderful feelings for her, what did she do as an orthodox knight? When did you suspect that Virginia was the mastermind? Victoria asked softly. The first time I entered the manor and saw the photo. That is, the first hour you entered the manor. Victoria stared at Mike's shoulders in shock, her deep blue eyes with a hint of cyan. Yes, that photo is very beautiful. Mike smiled and said, you have a cold face, but Virginia is smiling. The smile of a 10-year-old girl is beautiful and very pure, which cannot be faked, unless Virginia is born a bad seed. Well, you haven't heard of bad seeds. There are no movies yet, but no one can be so pure. Yes, human nature can be evil, but it is too difficult for a person to become a pure evil hero at the age of 10. No one can have such a terrible experience, except me. Mike slowly cut off the cigar and said something humorously that Victoria couldn't understand. Victoria didn't want to think now, but even so, Mike's words gave her a great shock. The sudden idea really scared herself. You are so scary. I and many other people seem to have no secrets in front of you. That's because you are too young. You should go out more and see more. The world is so big, there is not only one Griffin Manor. Yeah. Victoria hummed and rubbed against Mike's shoulder. Mike moved his butt to the wider reef, half of his body turned sideways, trying to keep a distance from Victoria, and then lay back. He didn't want to fall in love, and he didn't want to provoke Victoria. A little girl who always adhered to the chivalry, had never touched the feelings between men and women, and was absolutely crazy about the feelings between men and women. His eyes were fixed on Victoria's brilliant golden hair, as if he was peeping into Victoria's body. The short time was very difficult to endure, because his shoulders were wet, in Mike's impression. Knights would not shed tears, so he suspected that Victoria had fallen asleep, and it was Victoria's saliva that wet his shoulders. Half an hour later. Hey, it's over. Give me another 5 silver pounds. Victoria opened her eyes slightly with a smile. But the case is not over yet. Mike shrugged his shoulders and shocked Victoria. I have cast the net, and I must catch the fish. The thief will not leave empty-handed. Cough, cough. What I mean is, a good detective will not let go of any mastermind. He said seriously. What do you mean? Victoria was obviously getting nervous and asked, Isn't the case over? The kidnapper is dead. My sister. Yes, she is my sister. I promise that no one in this world can hurt her again, unless they step over my dead body. She has been rescued and will be canonized as a Griffin Knight the day after tomorrow morning. She will get everything a child deserves. Everything. Even more. I mean, the Mastermind 3. Dear Victoria, have you forgotten that this case is very interesting? Mike touched his chin, and Victoria became more nervous. She suddenly remembered Mike's style of investigating the case. Normally, when law enforcement officers across North America and even the world would try to find the kidnapper, Mike had already deduced the possibility of the mastermind's existence. Mike investigated the case very quickly and was extremely cautious, and he would not let go of any possibility. What's more terrifying is that Mike not only listed one mastermind. I remember, you said the possibility of the mastermind's existence is 100%. Virginia is the mastermind too, and you have already determined that the possibility that she is the mastermind before finding Virginia is also 100%. Mike, you are such a terrible detective. I can't even imagine how criminals across North America will shout your name. At least in Flex City, all criminals are funny jokes in your eyes, right? The possibility that masterminds re-exists is also 100%. Mike took out a piece of fire paper and lit a cigar. Then, you wrote it. The possibility that I am mastermind 1 is 30%, changed to 10%, and then 11%, 12%, 13%. You never stopped doubting me. Who said that? Let him out and I'll beat him up. To be honest, Mike smiled a little shamelessly and said seriously, I won't doubt a young lady who believes in chivalry. Rox and Victoria were not in a hurry and took a walk on the beach. The beaches along the southeastern coast of North America were sunny, with all kinds of sailboats everywhere and fishermen and girls preparing to go fishing on the beach, which made Mike feel relaxed and happy. He even had someone bring him a cup of coffee and quietly enjoyed the red afterglow of the sunset in the evening. When they returned to Griffin Manor, dinner was ready. The tender veal steak and the boiled turkey were greasy, and all kinds of fine wines were placed on the long table. Except for Old Bell's livid face, everyone seemed very happy. The spacious first-floor hall was filled with various North American accents. Then Mike got drunk, drank several large bottles of fine wine, and snored on the table. Little Mike's snoring is so loud. Maybe God will bless him to die comfortably in the huge snoring. Old Bill really suffered a great loss. Rather than cursing Mike, it is better to say that he was just venting his inner depression powerlessly. Yes, Inspector Mike's snoring is very loud, but it does not prevent him from being a very capable inspector. The old butler McCarthy spoke for Mike, and even gave Old Bill a hard look when he saw the guests off. Then it got dark, and McCarthy asked the young maid to take Mike to the guest room, accompanied by Julia and Dunbar, the big and strong man who was Mike's personal bodyguard. McCarthy looked up at the second floor and found that the lights in Victoria and Virginia's rooms were off. Then, with the unique demeanor and respectfulness of an old butler, he slowly bent down and retreated into his room on the west side of the hall on the first floor. The door closed very lightly. The bloody night greeted all kinds of underground activities exclusive to Flag City. There is a special bar on the east side of the Central Street, where life and death fists are played. Countless heroes who have just arrived have achieved success in it, or become a cold corpse in the Iron Girl. The flag port further east is full of suppressed exclamations, and some gypsy girls who are just singing and performing are dragged into cramped corners by crazy sailors. And there are huge bands and clans behind the cargo boxes. Of course, this is not the gypsy girls. It was not the struggle of Lang beating the cargo box. The sailors were beaten black and blue. If the captains had not had a good relationship with Mike, they would have been fed to sharks. Hey, Fizz. Yes, Fizz. Dear gypsy girls, you have such good figures that even I can't help but be tempted. But dear Mike said that you only need to hand over 30% of your income to be protected by Mike. Mike's brothers kicked the sailors into the sea and collected labor fees from the captains who came to pick up the sailors. After collecting the labor fees, the gypsy girls cheered in surprise and hurriedly called friends and raised money everywhere, fearing that they would lose Mike's favor without protection. This made the port area very chaotic, but a dark shadow nimbly sneaked into the alley without being seen by anyone. Mike is a powerful detective. Lord Griffin was not as good as him when he was young, but he is just an exception. He is strong, but his brothers are too weak. The shadow smiled with white teeth and climbed over the wall less than 8 feet behind several people. Then he moved the worn wooden planks deeper in the dark alley without making any sound. Excuse me, Mandy. The shadow opened the door of Mandy Edward, the dead Walpole Edward's house. It was pitch black inside, and the pungent smell of many drugs was overwhelming. Mandy, I don't want this, but you've been tortured enough, haven't you? With the help of the thin moonlight from outside, the shadow stretched out his hands to grab the neck of the man on the thin wooden bed. But suddenly the man turned over and said with a smile, "My snoring is really loud, so thank you for speaking. For me, even if your help is not sincere at all. This voice, you are Inspector Mike." The shadow turned around and wanted to run. Mike did not stop him, took out a cigar, and the light of the dagger helped him cut the cigar. After Wolf helped Mike cut off the cigar head, the light of the candle also lit up. It was Victoria who lit the light herself and put the flame to the corner of Mike's mouth. The candlelight reflected Mike's face, making Mike look very good, and his blue eyes were shining. "Dear old Butler McCarthy, don't run away. After all, the place where Mandy lives is too bad. There is only a narrow door and no windows. Look, my dear brother Dunbar is blocking the door. He is very strong. You will be, well, you have been beaten back by him." The door suddenly became dark, and Dunbar's burly and terrifying body blocked the entire door. McCarthy also bumped into Dunbar's fist and was thrown back fiercely. He hugged the matchlock and screamed in disbelief, "Inspector Mike, why are you here? You shouldn't be here. Miss Virginia's kidnapping case is over. You said it yourself. You should get drunk at the celebration party and enjoy the great merit you have already achieved." Accustomed to being a butler, McCarthy still uses honorifics. But I also said that I would talk to Walpole's mother. Mike enjoyed the taste of the cigar, which was astringent with a hint of sweetness and refreshing. Because he didn't inhale it into his lungs, it didn't hurt his strong body at all. Yes, I said it twice, and you heard it both times. I have to say that you are really a person who has experienced many ups and downs. You heard my 2 tentative words, and your expression didn't change at all. You also carefully prepared a celebratory dinner for us, but you overlooked one point, a very important point. What did I overlook? I didn't leave you any clues to doubt me. You overlooked the issue of ability. Ability. Yes, ability. Mike stared at McCarthy with a smile on his face, but his eyes seemed to penetrate the person in front of him. Although you didn't reveal any clues, I have checked. Walpole is not a capable or talented child. He could not have found a route that would not be seen by any residents and took Miss Virginia away in the morning when the residents were busy. We have previously deduced that the perpetrator was a very capable veteran, so it could not be Walpole. But you have locked Walpole as the only kidnapper. You still let me kill him. Because all the impossibilities have been eliminated, the remaining one, no matter how impossible it is, will only be the only truth. Then reverse the reasoning. We can conclude that the kidnapper is not a single person, and Walpole, as the kidnapper, is just a small chess piece pushed out. Mike patted the bed, and on this bed, during the day, there was a woman named Mandy lying, Walpole's mother, alive. I'm really sorry, Mandy, Mike said softly. I promised you to take care of poor Walpole, but Walpole disappointed me so much. For 20 gold pounds, he actually wanted to kill Virginia, who was willing to help him get 20 silver pounds to save his life. Betrayal is unforgivable, and there is only death in the opposite direction. So I let McCarthy kill him. Then, having said that, it was McCarthy who brought Walpole into the abyss of sin, and it was also McCarthy who killed Walpole with his own hands. I will make compensation, so that what happens next can make you feel a little more comfortable in heaven. What Mike said to the dead made McCarthy feel sick all over in an instant. His IQ was rubbed on the ground by Mike. What do you want to do to me? He clenched the matchlock gun suddenly. The gallows or the stake. Choose one. I'm a very democratic person. No, I just want to. You mean you are thinking about Miss Victoria? like the housekeeper Pamela. So you help Virginia push open the two large wine racks blocking the door of the secret room. Let Virginia, who had pried open the lock, leave the manor, and handed her over to the child of Walpole? Yes, you thought so at first, but you didn't expect Walpole to ask for a ransom of 20 gold pounds. You became greedy, so you didn't find Walpole immediately and kill him, but wanted to wait for Walpole to get the ransom, and then you would rob him. No, I didn't. Do you really want to be like Pamela and not be punished too harshly? Mike interrupted McCarthy again. Okay, don't expect Miss Victoria's mercy. If you continue, maybe I can also make a deeper reasoning, such as why did you give Virginia to Walpole instead of someone else? Why does Walpole have Spanish blood? I have investigated. Griffin Knight was seriously injured in the war with the Spaniards. He left the battlefield after being wounded heroically, but you and Mandy did not. From the time point of view, Mandy was pregnant that time. You and Mandy escaped back together, and you have been together. Did you watch Mandy being insulted by the Spaniards? Or did you use Mandy, shamelessly using Mandy, so that you could save your life and escape back? Bastard! McCarthy screamed in fear, which surprised Victoria and shocked her even more. Obviously, Mike poked McCarthy's sore spot, so that this calm old butler who always smiled and had extremely high wisdom and gun skills became crazy. Victoria extinguished the last thought of saving McCarthy, and was also afraid and admired Mike's terrible ability to analyze the old past more than 10 years ago with only a few clues. Is this true, Uncle McCarthy? Victoria's voice trembled greatly. No, he's lying. Why should he talk nonsense about things that happened more than 10 years ago? McCarthy gritted his teeth frantically and aimed the black muzzle of the matchlock at Mike. It's terrible. This young detective named Mike is really terrible. He just used Walpole once, and the secret that he had hidden for half a lifetime was actually deduced by Mike. Yes, Mike has no evidence, but Mike must never say such a dirty thing again. The muzzle of the gun was pointed at Mike, and the black muzzle of the gun could spit out deadly flames at any time. But when the muzzle was still sliding out a smooth arc in the air, a huge hand grabbed the barrel of the gun, and the metal on the glove collided with the barrel, making a crisp sound. Then the sound was harsh, as if the glass was cut hard by a glass cutter. And everyone present also felt that the intimate sound of cheap diamonds and glass was simply the most terrible thing in the world. Boss, you spent too much money on this glove. It's a bit bulky and not easy to use. Dunbar used a metal glove to grab the barrel of the gun, so that the muzzle was not aimed at Mike, but at Victoria beside Mike. Dunbar just didn't like to use his brain, but he was not without a brain. Knowing that Victoria must not be hurt, he suddenly exerted force. Snap! A very crisp sound. Then Victoria suddenly realized the most terrifying thing in the world was not the sound of the glass cutter scratching, but Dunbar's gloves. Because the entire barrel was flattened by Dunbar, and irregular metal burrs pierced out, she had no doubt that Dunbar could use this glove to crush a person's head, just like a strong man crushing a fresh wolf peach. Ha! Dear Dunbar, it seems that this glove is as bulky as you, and as easy to use as you. Mike whistled happily, estimating that the cost of making a glove of half a gold pound was simply too valuable. No one would use half a pound of gold to make a mere glove for his men. He was different. He would use money to exchange for everything that could make his brothers stronger. Money is just a tool, and now it seems that the glove tools brought by money tools are very useful. Boss, I was wrong. Dunbar admitted his mistake quickly, and stroked the gloves he had just received today with a smile on his face. This burly German man was so honest, just like a primitive man stroking a big wooden stick he had just received. Ready to use the good things, he found 2 handful food in an entire cave, but it made Victoria feel cold in her heart, fearing that her body would be pinched by such terrible gloves, or any part of the knight's thin armor. Mike, he is also your brother. How many powerful heroes are there among your little brothers? Victoria was unwilling to admit that as a mere inspector of the district, Mike actually had far more heroes than Griffin Manor. Ollie is an excellent French swordsman. Your Irish female gunner, the black glass girl agent who always squints and seems immature. Her gun also makes me feel very threatened. And the annoying wolf. I must admit that I can't stop his sneak attack. He is not just a thief, but also a very powerful killer. He can play with the dagger in a variety of ways. The muscles on Victoria's face were tense, and she looked even more appreciative. Now there is one more. Yes, his name is Dunbar, right? I have no doubt that even without using this very fine metal glove, he can strangle the strongest Spanish bison with his arms. The four of us together can't be the leader, Dunbar replied subconsciously, and after thinking for a while, he said, the four of us together can't be the leaders, little brother. That one can easily kill. Dunbar. Mike stopped Dunbar, and then elegantly performed the British gentleman's etiquette to Victoria. My brothers and sisters are all good, and I have always believed in this. So I accept your compliment, dear Miss Victoria. Well, you also hide a powerful brother. Victoria's azure eyes shook for a while. Curiosity and some strange feelings made her want to know who the brother Mike hid was. How old? What is his bloodline? How close is he to Mike, etc. But this is impolite. She who regards herself as a knight can only bear to ask with difficulty. Okay, dear Miss Victoria, now everything is over. The kidnapping case has been completely solved. We can also enjoy the night and quiet, go home and have a good sleep. Mike made a proposal. Okay, then. Victoria still couldn't bear to part with the old butler McCarthy. McCarthy watched her grow up. But just if possible, whether it's hanging or burning at the stake, please give him a few gallons of liquor beforehand. Mike, I beg you. I know his crimes are enough to make him die the most tragic death, but I still don't want him to suffer too much. A few gallons of liquor, or a hit on the back of his head. Okay, Mike, I don't want to. Mike took a puff of his cigar. Why? Victoria was very unhappy, because it was just a small favor, but Mike refused. Rejected her. You don't want to know more. Dear Miss Victoria. Victoria is a stubborn, chivalrous girl. Mike has prepared a lot of arguments to make Victoria change her mind, but he suddenly took action, and his agile body rushed to McCarthy, who wanted to speak like a cheetah. Miss, the biggest reason I did this is because of Griffin. McCarthy's voice had just come out of his throat, and before there was any substantive content, Mike pinched his throat. Let him speak. Mike. Victoria trembled inexplicably. I said, you don't want to know more, dear Miss Victoria. But I have the power to know everything, even if you once let Pamela lock Virginia up. Mike interrupted Victoria, his voice like a knife. For example, at the beginning, you knew that Virginia was not kidnapped, and you knew where Virginia was imprisoned. Yes, I didn't want to say it, but you are really an unqualified mastermind. You didn't care about this case at first, because you knew that Virginia was just locked up in a secret room in the wine cellar by Pamela, until Virginia really disappeared and Walpole called to demand a ransom. Miss Victoria, your attitude changed so quickly that I could label you a few times, such as, the proud heir of the knight is unwilling to do it himself. The proud heir of the knight cannot let Virginia really disappear. The proud heir of the knight watched coldly with contradictions and pain. The proud heir of the knight, after watching coldly, cared about the life and death of a 10-year-old girl. Dear Victoria, you are also a mastermind who did not directly do it. Mike. Victoria leaned against the dirty wall. The secret she had been hiding was exposed, and this secret, which she thought was very dirty, she, who was proud of her chivalry, could not even refute. You, Mike. All right, arrest me. I won't resist. I know you have no evidence, but I swear in the name of Griffin Knight that I will not lie. I must admit your inference, but I want to know the truth. I have the right to know what McCarthy knows and the truth you have deduced. Let McCarthy speak. Mike, I want you to let go. Let McCarthy speak. Victoria suddenly jumped up, grabbed Mike's high collar, and her face was so close that Mike could even feel the temperature of Victoria's pale lips. "Why did I arrest you?" Mike asked. "You said it. I am also one of the masterminds behind the scenes. I must." "Must what?" Mike laughed, but to be honest, he was not used to being almost touched by a beautiful woman in a knight's uniform, so he simply held the cigar in his mouth and sprayed it. "Pamela just hit Virginia, right? So you spared her. I agree with your approach. What law will you use to deal with your behavior of concealing Pamela's prank if you are caught?" It should be said here that the laws of the Jamestown Colony, including the mainland of Great Britain, are not perfect. There is no such thing as concealing clues and committing the same crime as the criminal. Even if there is, it is now Mike who has the final say. But this is wrong. Victoria was avoided by Mike again. She felt that what Mike said was wrong and not right, but Victoria could not help but listen carefully to Mike's words. She felt that Mike's voice became low, deep, resolute, and courageous. Mike's unique, beautiful accent echoed in the small room. "You need to go back now, drink a glass of fresh wine, and then have a good sleep." Mike stared at Victoria deeply, with a smile on his face and a raised brow. His gaze made Victoria feel like she was not wearing any clothes. "Leave this to me, okay?" he asked. "But I need the truth. Victoria is indeed a stubborn night girl." Mike didn't want to talk anymore. He turned his head and found that the old butler McCarthy was indeed a very capable man. How could she struggle even when he grabbed her neck? His fingers seemed to pierce into the muscles of his arms like iron spikes. "You were a brave man when you were young, and you are still a brave man now. You can fight with Theodore, Wolf, or Ollie," Mike said with a smile, and then, crack! As Mike's fingers exerted force, McCarthy's neck bent at a very strange angle, and the body vomiting blood was thrown away by him. Everything happened in a flash. Victoria didn't even react before Mike's fist hit her lower abdomen. The knight's thin armor sank, and Victoria slowly leaned forward, unable to support herself and wanting to close her eyes. Mike, I won't forgive you," Victoria said with difficulty before fainting. "Hey," she said, "she won't forgive me." "Really? But how can she retaliate against me?" Mike carried Victoria on his shoulders, spread one hand, and smiled at Dunbar. "If that bastard Wolf was here, he would say, 'She can kiss your boss to death.'" Dunbar began to think seriously. Mike felt choked and his heart trembled at the same time, because he considered himself a very self-disciplined person, but he was also a man. Thinking of Victoria's warm breath when she approached just now, he couldn't help but close his eyes, exhaled deeply, and threw away the cigar. She is indeed an excellent night girl. Mike thought Victoria was too decent, so decent that she could not pose any threat to him. So he shook his head and sent Victoria back to Griffin Manor. Then he left without stopping, under the very strange and somewhat resentful gaze of the young maid. The poor little maid must have thought wrongly. Wolf winked at Mike, because he didn't think in a serious direction. "Hey, boss!" The poor little maid saw the fist mark on the knight's thin armor, and she must have thought, well. Strong Inspector Mike took Miss Victoria out in the dark night, and then used uncivilized means to knock Miss Victoria unconscious, and then did something even more uncivilized. Wolf said seriously, "But I think you are very accommodating and doting on the opposite sex to satisfy Miss Victoria's unique hobby, and you knocked her unconscious in the exchange of mutual affection. Your body is so strong. I envy your good body very much. I can help you find a few stronger female gorillas, dear Wolf." Mike felt that the female gorillas of humanoid species jumped as much as Wolf. "Oh my God, boss, I am guilty. I admit my mistake. But boss, why did you bring out the parchment with clues?" Mike arrived at the crime scene. "Is it a murder? Poor Birmingham couple. Did they have an accident? I saw the white cloth. God, they have two poor children." The neighbors whispered, but they were soon dispersed by the patrolmen, who came out and warned them not to go out alone and to pay special attention to whether there were any suspicious men staying nearby. However, when the patrolmen saw Mike, a suspicious and young man. They showed a very strange expression on their faces, which seemed to be surprised and twisted, and quickly retreated into the house where the crime was committed. Hey, these little guys, real little guys. Mike smiled and took a sip of his favorite blueberry wine. He looked at the old-fashioned house with an old appearance and found that the wood that had been in disrepair for a long time seemed to have rotten smoke. It had not been painted for a long time, and the house had only one floor. It should be divided into 6 rooms. Is there a small courtyard at the back? Mike reflected the structure of this old house in his mind and then went in. Dear Detective Mike, I thought you were still on vacation. A girl came towards him. She was about 23 or 24 years old, and the big black framed glasses on her small face made her look ordinary. I just came to take a look. Agent Julia. Mike looked around. The furnishings in the house were very simple, and there were wild lilies blooming on the table in the living room. But there were large bloodstains and splashes of blood in the hallway, carpet, and bedroom, and there were traces of dragging. Is anyone dead? Mike asked. Yes. There are 2 victims, Birmingham and Miss Suss. Birmingham, Julia replied in a stern tone. Murder. To be more precise, it should be a case of abuse and murder of a bisexual. Julia adjusted her large black framed glasses. The murderer abused and killed Miss Suss, Birmingham, and also abused and killed Mr. Birmingham in the same way. He is a ruthless bisexual pervert. Is he injured? As far as we know, no. There are large smears of his blood in the house, but the blood should all be from the Birminghams. Where are the bodies? They were sent back. You know, such miserable corpses will undergo some terrible changes. We need to seal them in the Iron Maiden and pour Protestant holy water into them for cremation. But I can tell you that there are a total of 36 wounds on Mr. Birmingham's body, 12 of which are fatal. In addition, Mr. Birmingham and Miss Suss, Birmingham were both scalped. All were cut off with one knife, clean and neat. Where is the murder weapon? Mike didn't care about the Indian scalping thing. This kind of joke was almost played out in the North American colonies. He knew that at least 10 murders used this method, most of which were to cover up the truth. The murder weapon was not found. It must have been taken away by the murderer. Judging from the wound, the murder weapon is a sharp dagger. Size. From the traces of the wound, the murder weapon is 5 inches long. The width is 1.2 inches, or 1.3. No, I'm asking about the size of the murderer's second murder weapon after it expands. You should have checked the back door of poor Mr. Birmingham. If Mr. Birmingham didn't have some special hobbies to withstand it, it would crack and bleed. You can use a ruler to calculate the size of the murderer's second murder weapon. Because it is in constant motion, you will get a rough size. Mike's words were not very pleasant to hear, even a little dirty. But he would not miss any clues, especially when he had not made up his mind to use his ability. He had a special ability that could see the smoke of sin, restore the scene of the crime, and even track the criminal's golden CI. Unfortunately, this ability was difficult to use 8 months ago. Do you want to know if the murderer is black, white, or Indian? Dear Inspector Mike, I think I must remind you that you despise Indians and even all white men. But the so-called size cannot be used as evidence to solve the case. Julia lowered her head slightly, and the Almighty God can prove that she was not shy. Also, it's too cruel, really too cruel. Dear Inspector Mike, I can also tell you that the case happened last night, but the Inspector Apple, who replaced you during your 8 months of sick leave, wanted to make a final decision, believing that the Indians committed the crime. He said this is the biggest possibility, but we think the murderer may not be human. Yes, we just think so, and there is only a certain possibility, because if there is no motive for murder, which human being would be so cruel? You mean psychopath? Or a monster that is not human? Mike said with a raised eyebrow. His eyes were calm and his voice had no ups and downs, just like asking someone what they want to drink, coffee or cocoa. but it gave Julia a great shock. Yes, it was shocking. Although Mike's voice was not loud and his expression was a little flat, Julia inexplicably felt a kind of admiration and longing. Since the Spanish first established the St. Augustine colony in North America, the French, Dutch, Germans, Swedes, Swiss, Irish and British came one after another. Almost half of the world's people lived here, occupied and colonized, and brutally plundered and slaughtered the Indians. This is the hotbed of darkness in the world, and naturally attracted the dark knight legends of all countries. Ghouls, cannibals, vampires. These terrible and bloodthirsty existences, any of which can carry out a multiple massacre and then get away with it. But no matter whether it is a psychopath who is so cruel that the detectives and patrolmen can't think or a more terrible monster, is it really as easy for dear Inspector Mike to deal with it as a cup of strong coffee or cocoa? But it's a pity that Mike is just the former inspector, and the former inspector 8 months ago. Dear Inspector Mike, how is your health? Julia tried to ask, because if Mike was still there, they would never accept the solicitation of acting Inspector Appler and the man behind Appler. Not bad, Mike said vaguely, and then walked around the inside of the house. He saw 4 patrolmen in the victim's bedroom, just in the large bloodstains, interrogating the 2 neighbors who saw the victim for the last time. Unfortunately, it was useless, and these 2 people obviously could not provide any useful clues. No, they have no enemies. The poor Birmingham couple rarely even go out. A neighbor was obviously frightened by the dark brown blood clots everywhere, and his British accent with a few foreign accents was already incoherent. Yes, they have no enemies. I didn't even hear that they quarreled with anyone or anything. So, if you want to know why they were killed, I can only say that there is no reason. Could it be those things? They will kill people randomly. Another neighbor was still calm, knowing the key points that the patrolman wanted to ask, and began to tremble when he mentioned those things. But seeing Mike, the drunken and a little sloppy young man, it's him. It's him. Dear Inspector Mike, the great old Indian turtle dove. It's great to see you back. The 2 neighbors of the victim were overjoyed and ran towards Mike with a relieved expression on their faces. After all, no matter who the murderer is, a human or a monster, they all believe in Mike. Mike is the terminator of crime and the angel beside the fire. They know that Mike has captured countless criminals and even sent 2 ghouls and a cannibal to the stake. Especially the cannibal. It's too miserable. He wanted to bite Lord Mike, but his bones were broken all over his body. In the end, he was hung on the stake like a torn carpet. Besides, Mike's reputation is not only that. The name of Indian Old Dove is even greater. Ahem. Seeing the enthusiasm of the 2 victims' neighbors for Mike, a strong patrolman said woodenly, I know you respect dear Inspector Mike. I respect him too, as always. But don't forget, on this street, it's now the acting Inspector Apple who is in charge. He just said it, without intimidating the 2 people he questioned, let alone taking action. But the 2 people were obviously scared, shrinking their necks like quails. Mike felt like laughing. He's right, because your poor Inspector Mike has been on vacation for too long. Now it's our lovely little Apple who is in charge. And, dear Theodore, can't you find the murderer's motive for killing? Mike asked the strong patrolman. Not yet, Theodore replied numbly. The Birmingham couple are just small handicraftsmen. They have no money. In addition, they have been in Flex City for less than 3 months, and they don't have any enemies or even friends. So, there is a great possibility that a monster committed the crime. It's really a difficult case. Mike took out a small bottle of ink from his pocket. He used bright red ink, which was very unique. The quill pen inserted in the oak stopper of the ink bottle had a hint of red. When he took out the paper and touched it slightly, a faint fruity fragrance was revealed. I like this kind of ink, made of cranberry juice. Mike began to write. His handwriting was beautiful, like dancing, but it was written very briefly. Murderer's identity, first. Monster, 60% probability, second. Human bipolar psychopath, 30% probability, third. Human mystification, 10% probability. Okay, the murderer is either a human or a monster. This is nonsense, isn't it? But if it is a monster, the murderer's race is much more. If it is a human, we can first try to distinguish whether the other party is black, white, or Indian, and then, Mike said with a smile, and suddenly frowned, trembling as he tried to take the remaining half bottle of blueberry wine in his arms. Wolf felt very strange, because after Mike finished handling a case, he would burn the parchment with clues, which represented the end of TH.